Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry challenged Dumbledore and embraced the unexpected. Here is short summary. Harry navigates unexpected alliances with Snape, McGonagall, and magical creatures like the Runespore, while unraveling mysteries of time travel and challenging Dumbledore's decisions. As Voldemort's connection to Harry deepens, their confrontations take unexpected turns, reshaping the path to victory. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. On Wednesday morning, when Harry came down the spiral staircase, Ron waited with Hermione next to the notice board in the Gryffindor common room. The redhead had his arms folded and a very angry expression on his face. "Why didn't tell us you were taken off the team?" Ron raged. "What are we going to do? We play Slytherin Saturday." Harry sighed. He had expected this. "I'm sorry, but it wasn't my idea. Ginny can use my firebolt, so she'll have an advantage over Malfoy. You did all right without me last year." He tried to sound like it wasn't a big issue, but Ron wasn't accepting it. "We had 3 experienced chaser last year." Ron ranted. "Why were you banned? It has something to do with your fight with Dumbledore, doesn't it?" He glared at Harry. "Why don't you give it up?" "He's never going to." Ron stopped and glanced at Hermione with guarded look. "I don't want to talk about my problem with Dumbledore," Harry said calmly. "Well, I do," Hermione said hotly. "We're your friends, Harry. We have a right to know what's going on. Because this anger you have toward Dumbledore doesn't make sense to me. I mean, he's made mistakes not telling you about the prophecy sooner. But Harry, you need to learn occlumency. Especially after what happened." She broke off with a scared look but then steeled herself. "Especially after what happened Sunday." Harry gazed at Hermione's concerned face and Ron's annoyed one for a long time. Considering his response carefully, he said, "My anger isn't about not being told what was in the prophecy, Hermione. Actually, I can understand how hard it was for Dumbledore to tell me about the prophecy." Harry shook his head slightly. "Who would want to tell a kid something like that? And I can understand the misery he went through each time he didn't tell me." "But then why are you so angry with him?" Hermione asked again. "Because I don't understand. I don't think you would really understand not having lived it. It's hard for Dumbledore to understand." He dropped his gaze to the floor and sighed. Hermione touched Harry's arm to make him look at her. "Harry, haven't I been your friend long enough to deserve an explanation?" "Yes, you have, Hermione." Harry swallowed hard. "Sit down and I'll try to explain." Hermione took a seat in the corner away from the notice board. Ron sat down next to her and took her hand on the table in his. Harry sat across from the pair, but he stared at the tabletop. With a sigh, Harry began. "Hermione, when Snape gave me occlumency lessons, he brought back a lot of memories I had forgot or suppressed. Memories with the Dursleys and what my life was really like living with them." Harry found this extremely difficult. With physical and mental abuse, no child should be subject to go though. "What has that got to do with Dumbledore?" Hermione asked quietly. "It was his responsibility to figure out what to do with me after my parents died. He is the one who placed me with them. He knew how I was treated and yet he did nothing." Harry's teeth clenched at the thought. "But it was for your protection from Voldemort." The moment Hermione said this, she knew it wasn't the thing to say. "Who protected me from the Dursleys?" Harry's eyes flared as he looked up at her. He took a deep breath and controlled his voice. "Hermione, you really don't know what I went through with the Dursleys." His eyes softened and he added, "And I really don't think you want to know." A lump came to his throat and he looked down again. "I would, if you want to tell me." Hermione reached a hand out to Harry's. "Maybe I should know." Harry sniffed, trying to think of something that wouldn't be too horrible. "Hermione, do you remember being hugged by your family when you were scared or scraped your knee?" "Of course," Hermione said quickly. "I don't. Not once. Every fright, bruise and cut I went through all by myself. Ron's mom gave me the first hug of comfort I ever had, in the hospital wing after Cedric had died." He blinked to keep the tears back. Before I came to Hogwarts, the number of days I spent locked into the cupboard under the stairs probably equaled the number I spent outside of it. I can see it's been hard, Harry. Hermione started carefully. But you did survive, and that's the important thing. I didn't want to go into gory details, but I guess I'll have to. Harry rubbed his eyes. Right, I was about 7 and I was playing in the back garden, by myself. I found this long dead tree branch and pretended to fly around on it. He bit his lip for a moment, then continued. When Uncle Vernon saw me from the kitchen window, he dragged me inside and beat me so hard I thought I was going to die. Harry looked up at Hermione's horrified face. And the sad thing was, Hermione, I wanted to. In my cupboard afterward, with my arm broken, I just lay in pain hoping this was it, that I could finally leave the Dursleys. He broke your arm. Hermione's hand was on her mouth and tears shone in her eyes. How did he get away with something like that? The hospital surely would have reported something like that to the authorities. I didn't have to go to the hospital. The magic inside of me evidently healed it overnight. So no one knew about the break. Or the beating. Harry snorted. But Dumbledore knew. He could have stopped it. Hermione. I had no idea it was that bad, Harry. Hermione sniffed. For a long time no one said anything. Hermione had a reflective look and said tentatively. Here's a thought, Harry. If you had a different childhood, you would be the person you are today. You would be different. Maybe what you went through has helped you deal with other things. You mean having pain in my childhood has helped me deal with the pain in my scar? Harry said, looking at her intently. Yes, something like that. Hermione nodded. The end justifies the means. Harry asked with an arched eyebrow. Slowly Hermione shook her head. No, it doesn't. You're right, Harry. No child should go through abuse like that. But the past can't be changed. What do you want Dumbledore to do? She asked. To at least admit it was the wrong place to put me. Harry's voice held a bit of the anger he had for the headmaster. To be as horrified as you at what a child had to go through. His eyes flamed again. To be treated like a person who is important and not just because of some stupid prophecy. I think that is reasonable to ask. But refusing occlumency, Harry, what if? Hermione said worriedly. What if Voldemort tries to possess you again? I will admit, Hermione, I am as concerned about that as you. Harry nodded. But in being Dumbledore's puppet, I have very few things to negotiate with. He gazed over at Ron, who hadn't said a word through the whole conversation. The stunned expression on his face didn't need words. All right, Ron. All right, Ron returned. We'll beat Slytherin just for you. He grimly announced. Good, because Slytherin hasn't beaten Gryffindor since we've been at school. And I'd hate break a winning streak. Harry sighed. We better get to breakfast. Thanks for telling me, Harry. Hermione said as they stood up to leave. I know it was very hard for you. Harry nodded at her and they left for the Great Hall. Transfiguration had its ups and downs that day. Harry's first few attempts to conjure multiple buttons at once went awry, summoning a swarm of bees instead and sending the class into a slight panic, which gave Malfoy a chance to rag on Harry. But by the end of class, Harry eventually managed to produce 6 perfect buttons at one time, letting Harry smirk at Malfoy's try to conjure a single chair. As the class ended, Professor McGonagall called to Harry. Potter, a word if you please. Hermione and Ron gave Harry a glance and he shrugged and went over to the professor's desk. Sit down, Potter. McGonagall retreated behind her desk and folded her hands in front of her, looking very stern. I have informed from Professor Dumbledore you are banned from Quidditch because you refused to learn occlumency. Harry sighed and nodded. I don't know why or what problem you have with Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall held out her hand to keep him from interrupting. And I really don't care, Potter. That is between the two of you as far as I am concerned. Everybody else thinks I'm being too hard on the headmaster, Professor. Harry snorted. Professor Dumbledore is quite capable of handling a disagreement on his own with no help from me. Personally, well, she cleared her throat. I won't take sides on this. It is, as I said, up to the two of you to work out. The professor adjusted her glasses. On the other hand, I am deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House and have the other students' well-being to ensure. McGonagall took a breath. I must really insist you take part in your occlumency lessons, Potter. It is imperative you learn how to block your mind from you-know-who, especially after what happened on Sunday. Surely you must see this. Yes, Professor, I understand the need to control, Harry said carefully. My life has been controlled since Voldemort put this scar on me. McGonagall winced slightly at the Dark Wizard's name but watched Harry closely as he considered her request. You have always been upfront with me and I respect your opinion. He sighed and rubbed his chin thinking. I'll learn occlumency on 2 conditions. First, I want to learn legilimency along with occlumency. I see no problem with that request. McGonagall nodded. Makes perfect sense actually. Harry drew a deep breath. Secondly, I don't want the headmaster teaching me. Harry could barely keep eye contact with his teacher. Her gaze was so intense he felt like a hole was being burned into him. Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape are the only 2 wizards in this school skilled enough to teach the occlumency you need. Which is beyond the basic understanding of occlumency that most of the teachers here at Hogwarts have accomplished. McGonagall told him, I do not know if Professor Snape would agree to teach you again, considering what happened last year. I'm not the wild about lessons with him either. Harry sighed in resignation, but if he will agree. It cost Harry every bit of effort to say the words. I will take lessons from him. I see, Professor McGonagall said surprised. Well, I can ask him. But I can promise you nothing until I speak with Professor Snape. Harry swallowed, trying not to think too much about Snape. Tell him I keep my nose out of the pensive. And, Harry met McGonagall's eyes. You might tell him, I won't be the easy mark he had last year. Her eyes glittered in amusement. That just might pique his interest, Potter. Very well, I'll let you know what he says. You may go on to charms. McGonagall said, then added, thank you for listening to me, Potter. I do try to listen to reasonable people, Professor. Harry said as he left the classroom. In charms on every desk, Professor Flitwick had placed a long bone from some sort of creature. Repairing bones is more difficult than healing wounds. As he spoke he waved a slender bone in the air. We cannot of course have volunteers break bones just to heal them. So we will try the repairing charm with the bit of skeleton I have placed before you. The little wizard then bent the bone and it broke. Professor placed the bone on his desk, took out his wand and said, Osus Sanitas. The bone seemed to melt back together. The class clapped. Thank you. You may now try. A horrible cracking noise resounded around the classroom as the students broke the bone in front of them. The class worked all period but only Hermione managed to fuse any part of the bone together. Do not be discouraged. It is a very difficult spell. Flitwick told them as they brought the pieces of bones to his desk at the end of the class. Most wizards or witches will differ to let a trained medi-wizard or healer repair a broken bone even if they can do the spell themselves. But it is a good spell to know if a healer is not available. Harry, Ron and Hermione headed for lunch. As Hermione spooned stew into bowls for the 3 of them, Harry noticed she seemed distracted. What's up? He asked as she handed him a second bowl of stew. Oh, nothing. When Harry still stared at her, Hermione just shook her head and laughed. I am just wondering how is it you are so good at transfiguration all of a sudden. Hermione shrugged. You mean you don't like being second best at something you were once the best? Ron snorted then froze when he realized it wasn't something you said to your girlfriend. Sorry Hermione, I didn't mean it the way it sounded. He stuttered. I know what you mean, Ron. Hermione rolled her eyes and gazed at him sitting beside her. And you did mean it like that. But you needn't worry, I can take a joke. She looked back at Harry. But it is quite amazing. Don't you think? What's amazing? Neville had just sat down beside Harry. He filled a bowl with stew and grabbed some rolls from a basket. Hermione told Neville about Harry's sudden prowess in transfiguration. Neville smiled slyly. Well, it's not all that surprising, Hermione, considering his scrofungulus infection this summer. What do you mean? And how did you know about that? Harry asked, turning to look at Neville. I know because I went to St. Mungo's to visit my parents. The whole hospital was talking about how sick you were. I went down to try to see you, but of course they wouldn't let me. Neville told them between bites of stew and roll. But I did speak to Healer Davis about the types of treatments you were receiving. A few of the potions had ingredients that could have either damaged or enhanced your mental capacities. But wouldn't Professor McGonagall have known? She seems as shocked as anyone. Ron asked. Not with the potions the healer tried. Neville glanced at Harry. You were so ill Healer Davis didn't have much hope for your recovery. I was really afraid for you, Harry. He said sadly. I expected to go in any day to hear you had died. Neville shook himself out of his glumness to continue. Anyway, most of the medications were experimental because the regular treatments weren't working. He paused to take drink of pumpkin juice. I went back almost every day to see what new treatment he was trying. What ingredient could cause such a tremendous jump in ability? Hermione asked, frowning. I find it hard to believe it would affect him that much. Well, benzoin awakens higher mindedness as does Harhound and Galangal. I think he used Eyebright too. Neville considered. I know he used many herbs with protective and strengthening actions. But still, Neville, Harry's ability is too much of a jump for a plant to have influenced it. Hermione insisted. For one plant, I would agree, Hermione. But Harry was treated for 3 weeks. With many different plants in mixtures even Healer Davis wasn't sure would cure or kill him. Neville said gravely. You were that sick, Harry, and the healers were that desperate. Hermione still looked skeptical, so he added. Combine that with a very rare strain of Scrofungulus, which by the way came from the most unlikely place of Burkina Faso. Neville shrugged, raising his eyebrows. Anything could happen. I'm glad it was for the good and not for the bad. Cheers, Neville, Harry said thoughtfully. For some reason it just hit him how really sick he had been last summer. Then he thought of something. You know, I remember Healer Davis always asking me if I felt any different. Neville, are there any other parts of me these potions could have affected? Neville's round face went pink and he looked down at his stew and stirred it with his spoon. I know he used dragon blood and it can. The color on his face deepened. Increase your virility, strength and passion, he said quickly and took a mouthful of stew. Ron snickered, then sobered quickly. He gave Harry a critical look but didn't say anything. Harry could guess Ron was thinking about Ginny and him, in the wood together, alone. Even though his face burned from embarrassment, Harry said, well, that's not so bad. Might come in handy. Hermione pretended not to have noticed the way the conversation had gone. But what was a strain of Scrofungulus from Burkina Faso doing on Harry's mom's letters? She asked, frowning. That is odd. Nobody seemed to know how the letters could have become contaminated with it. Neville said, shrugging. It's just one of those things you'll probably never find out. He finished his stew and pulled a helping of pudding toward him. Defense against the dark arts class began with its usually set of calisthenics, then a run around the castle. Harry, Ron and Malfoy usually ran at the front of the group when the order came for the sprint to the stone steps of the castle. Ron and Malfoy were both taller than him and had longer legs, but Harry always managed to outsprint them. He assumed his experience running away from Dudley and his gang gave him an edge. After the physical workout, Malahide introduced 2 new spells. Tutelaquidum protects a person you specify from minor and some major curses. Furfacio Abigo will cause a wave of heat to be sent from your wand. Done correctly, it can melt the flesh right off your enemy. The class broke up into groups of 3 with Harry ending up with Malfoy and Neville. The object of the lesson was for one to cast the protection spell and the other to cast a minor curse to see if the protection was effective. Malfoy gritted his teeth as he cast the new spell on Neville. Evidently the Slytherin was too leery of Malahide to try anything bad. Harry cast a jelly legs jinx on Neville and Malfoy's protection spell held for only a moment before Neville was staggering around on wiggling legs. Not quite there, Malfoy, Harry said as he cast the counter spell to stop Neville dancing. Try again. Harry had too much on his mind, so as long as Malfoy didn't cause any problems he wouldn't. Malfoy glared at him but recast the spell with more force. The curse Harry cast at Neville was deflected. Seemed to work that time. Neville, want to try me? Neville nodded and concentrating hard said, Tutelaquidum. As Malfoy raised his wand to cast a curse toward him, Harry saw a flash of anger in the gray eyes. Furfacio Abigo, he shouted. A wave of heat scorched the hair from Harry's face. An outcry from Neville brought Malahide to their side before Harry could curse Malfoy. Hospital Potter, Malahide ordered with his eyes on Malfoy. Malfoy, get out and don't come back. I told you before I will not tolerate petty quarrels in my units. Malfoy eyed the professor with great loathing but without a word headed toward the lockers. Feeling his face burning, Harry walked quickly to the infirmary. He looked around for Madame Pomfrey and found her in the office off the ward. You again. It seemed to have become her normal greeting for Harry. The nurse ushered him to sit on a bed. She examined his burned face. Not to worry, I'll be able to heal this straight away. Mainly just a surface wound. Madame Pomfrey bustled away, then brought back a familiar orange paste. She slathered it over Harry's face. He found the paste soothing to the burn. Sit there a bit while the salve works. The nurse studied him for a moment. You've gotten taller. He nodded, wondering about her intent stare. I am glad you are completely recovered from your summer illness. Madame Pomfrey finally said. Oh, that. Harry thought it strange the illness had been brought up twice in the same day. He told her what Neville had said at lunch about his treatments. Could the potions have affected me that much? The nurse thought for a long time and slowly began to nod. I think I'll have to agree with Mr. Longbottom. The medication certainly could affect your abilities in many ways. Hopefully all to the good. Madame Pomfrey said. When Harry was healed, he headed to the Transfiguration classroom for his animagus training. As he arrived, the door opened and students began to emerge. A very pretty girl with long black hair exited, then stopped and stared at Harry. Cho Chang stood looking at him while her classmates bumped into her as they squeezed past to leave the room. She took another step closer. Hi Harry, Cho said quietly. Hi. Harry nodded. He wasn't sure of his feeling toward Cho, but he would be happy just being on speaking terms. I heard about your illness this summer. Cho seemed very sad. I was really scared. That blasted sickness, how many times was he going to hear about it today? All right, I'm fine really. Harry searched his mind to find something to say. How was your summer? Oh fine. We went to France on holiday. Cho smiled. It was great. Sounds like it would be fun. Harry was beginning to feel this was way too much work, thinking up things to talk about to Cho. Well, I better go. See you around, Harry. Cho waved and headed off down the hall. See ya. Harry watched her go, trying to decide how he felt about Cho. He liked her but couldn't see the two of them getting together again. He sighed and went into the empty classroom. Potter, good afternoon. Professor McGonagall said as he came over to her desk. She was piling scrolls into a large tartan canvas bag. Hi, Professor. Did you speak to him? Harry couldn't say his name. Yes, I spoke with Professor Snape. McGonagall sighed, and Professor Snape said he would consider it and get back with me. When? Harry asked, frowning. When do you think? Professor McGonagall's eyebrows arched and she sat down in her chair. He's going to wait until after Gryffindor plays Slytherin. Harry said angrily, slamming his book bag to the floor. That. Careful, Potter. He is a teacher here. Professor McGonagall's nostrils flared. What else would he do? She stared at Harry and suggested quietly. You could take one occlumency class with the headmaster, couldn't you? Closing his eyes, Harry sighed. Leave it to Snape to hold out for the Quidditch match. I suppose. I can't stand the thought of Slytherin winning against Gryffindor. No sense cutting off my nose to spite my face. When Harry opened his eyes to give McGonagall a wry smile, he saw a stunned expression. I don't know what to say, Potter. I thought you were bullheaded enough to refuse. McGonagall almost laughed. Well, good. I will inform Professor Dumbledore of your decision. Now for your animagus training. How goes it? McGonagall listened intently as Harry came clean about his unscheduled flight outside of the castle. I didn't mean to, Professor. It just kind of happened. Harry waited for a lecture as he finished the story. Not bad, Potter. Not bad at all. When she saw the surprise in his face, McGonagall said, You handled the situation with a cool head. You did exactly what you should have. Well, maybe you should have come down the stair, but I understand why you chose not to. You're not angry. The words sort of slipped out of Harry. For trying your wings? I should think not. McGonagall seemed insulted. The euphoria you felt, the wanting to fly higher and farther, was the phoenix dominating your thoughts. You must work on controlling those instinctual tendencies without suppressing the natural abilities of your animagus form. Oh, Harry felt amazed. McGonagall understood all he had felt. What now? First you will practice transforming, holding it for a specific amount of time and then returning to your human self." McGonagall told him, returning his widening smile in her eyes. In his phoenix form, Harry practiced flying around the classroom and landing until the professor would tell him to change back. He learned quickly not to be perched on the back of a chair when turning back into human Harry. When the lesson was over, McGonagall put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "How do you feel? Tired?" "A little, but not overly so," Harry considered. "It's the greatest thing I've ever done," he added, smiling. "Even better than Quidditch. That is saying something. However, you can't catch the snitch as a phoenix." McGonagall paused for a moment, then shook her head. "At least I'm pretty sure you can't. Off you go, Potter. I've got things to do." "Thanks, Professor McGonagall." Harry started to leave but turned and gave her a quick hug and a key on the cheek. "Thanks so much." Harry disappeared out the door, leaving a very bewildered McGonagall behind him. As Harry walked back through the castle to Gryffindor Tower, he tried to figure out what had come over him back with McGonagall. He was deeply grateful of her help with his animagus training, but Harry rarely felt or acted on any physical contact with people, least of all an authority figure. Still, Harry thought with a smile, he had suddenly felt a fondness for McGonagall akin to older sister or an aunt. Very few people in his life had touched him that closely, and for 6 years now McGonagall was an anchor he could always count upon to be there. Add that to both of them being an animagus, the normal wall that separated them seemed to be at half the height. For some reason tears sprang to his eyes. Harry quickly rubbed them away. Only he would be analyzing a simple show of affection to someone. Most people probably wouldn't give a second thought about it. Most people know when hugs and kisses are acceptable or appropriate. Most people learned growing up about expression of consideration. But he wasn't most people. Harry sighed. Password. Harry stopped in front of the portrait of the fat lady. His thinking had carried him all the way to the tower. "Cat's paw," Harry said. The portrait swung forward and he crawled through the hole. Harry deposited his school bag on his bed. Then he went to his trunk for his firebolt, play books and his Quidditch robes. Then he remembered Ron wouldn't be at practice. Considering his options, Harry decided to have Seamus play keeper for the night. He headed back down the spiral staircase. At the bottom Harry tripped and fell hard. A black nose with white whiskers snuffed at his face. "Hi, Spy Cat. Still getting underfoot, I see." Harry sat up and rubbed the kitten's back. "You're growing. Getting kind of fluffy too." The kitten purred loudly and crawled into his lap. "Does Ginny know you're out of your crate?" Harry knew he couldn't put the kitten back in the girls' dorm. "Well, I do have to go. Quidditch, you know." Why was he talking to the cat, he asked himself. Cleo mewed piteously and crawled into a robe pocket. "I can't take you with me," Harry told it. "I'm going flying. Understand?" The kitten gave a cheerful purring meow. "You want to fly?" Why was he still talking to a cat? "Fine, just hang on and don't blame me if you get scared out of your little white boots." When Harry started changing in the locker room, Cleo climbed out of his regular robes and waited until he had put on his Quidditch robes. Then she delicately crept into an inside pocket. Harry gave her shrugged. The other Gryffindor team members began to show up. "Hey Seamus," Harry called. "I need you to play keeper tonight. Ron's got detention with Snape." "No problem, Harry," Seamus said. "Might be interesting." As he warmed the team up with catching and throwing drills, Harry almost forgot about Cleo until he looked down and saw her white paws on the broom. "So you do like to fly?" Must have been that flight with Hedwig E.H. He barely had time to catch the quaffle sent his way by Colin, but he managed to grab it with the tips of his fingers, then flung it to Ginny. Then Harry had the two beaters slug one bludger back and forth while the rest of the team took turns flying between the two beaters. Harry flew over beside Ginny and nudged her. She gasped when she saw Cleo riding on Harry's broom. He laughed and told Ginny how Cleo had bummed a ride from him. "My only worry is she'll want to play Quidditch next." Harry still kept his eyes on the steadily improving beaters Andrew Kirk and Jack Sloper. "I never thought a cat would want to fly." Ginny had kept one eye on the bludger hurling toward them. "Harry," she warned, and as one the two dropped into a dive and wheeled around as Jack Sloper came in pursuit of the bludger. "Sorry." Jack smacked it back toward Andrew. After the warm-up, Harry had the chasers go through some formations they had been working on. Then the chasers tried to shoot goals with Seamus guarding the hoops. With growing irritation, Harry watched his chasers. The teamwork was rubbish. Ginny and Colin were doing great. The problem was Dean Thomas. Anytime he had the quaffle, Dean would never throw it to Ginny. He either kept it or tossed it to Colin even if Ginny was closer and in a better position. At last he called a halt to the practice and sent them to the locker room. "Dean, hang on," Harry said above the wind, whistling through the 3 hoops. "What?" Dean asked, irritated. "What it is this. I know you've had a fight with Ginny." Harry held up his hat. "That's between the 2 of you and I don't want to hear about it." "But we're a team, Dean. If you can't keep your feelings off the Quidditch pitch, you're no good to the team." Harry gave him a warning look. "If I see any hint of this attitude on Friday's practice, I'll start Seamus as chaser Saturday. I just want you to know where things stand." Dean had the decency to be ashamed. "I'm sorry, Harry. You're right. I promise I'll shape up on Friday." They both started walking to the changing room. "Good. You're really getting good. I didn't want to change the lineup." Harry clapped him on the back. "I'm starving. How about dinner?" Inwardly, Harry sighed with relief over his first confrontation as Quidditch team captain. Halfway through dinner Wednesday evening, Professor Dumbledore rose to speak to the school and the Great Hall fell silent. "I have some good news and some bad news. The bad news is, after the incident last weekend, all Hogsmeade weekend are hereby cancelled." A loud rumble of disappointment came from all tables. The headmaster smiled. "However, the good news is, a dance for 3rd years and up will replace the scheduled Hogsmeade weekends." A loud cheer went up. He nodded, smiling. "Yes, quite an enjoyable alternative. I realize not everyone will have packed the necessary attire for such galas, so I have sent invitations to Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions and Gladrag's Wizardwear to come next week so any student needing new dress robes can be fitted." Another cheer went up, mainly from the girls around the hall. "Well, I think that is all the news I have for the night." Dumbledore nodded and sat down. The babble in the hall broke out immediately. "Hermione, will you go to the next dance with me?" Ron's face was bright pink but he grinned broadly. "I would love to, Ron." Hermione flushed too but smiled back at the redhead. "Great." Ron sighed, still smiling. He looked at Harry, who felt strange listening to Ron and Hermione arrange a date. "Who are you going to ask, Harry?" "I dunno." Harry cringed at the memory of his last dance. Then he saw Ron's eyes flick several times toward Ginny and he gave Ron a glare to make him stop. Dean Thomas sat down beside Ginny. Before Ron could make any remark, he asked her, "Ginny, would you go with me to the dance?" "I don't think so, Dean." Ginny looked at Dean and sighed. "I still like you. Let's just keep it at that, okay?" Dean nodded and glanced at Harry before getting up and leaving the hall. Ginny sighed and got up too. "I've got homework. See you later." "Why didn't you ask her, Harry?" Ron nudged his arm after Ginny had left. "I don't appreciate being put on the spot like that, Weasley." Harry gritted his teeth as he turned on his friend. "Remember, I still have a whole box of Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. And I have been wanting to try them on someone." "Sorry, I won't do it again," Ron assured him. "I was just wondering who you were interested in." Harry yawned. "Right now I think I'm most interested in some sleep." He rose from the table. "Good night." All during herbology and care of magical creatures, Harry was preoccupied about his upcoming occlumency lesson with Dumbledore. Although the session couldn't be as bad as with Snape, Harry still didn't like the prospect of struggle with Dumbledore mentally. In the afternoon, Harry hesitantly entered the Transfiguration classroom, wondering if McGonagall would say anything about his display on Tuesday. He dropped his school bag next to a seat and looked around. He saw a tabby cat with bespectacled markings sitting on the teacher's desk. Harry laughed. "Good afternoon, Professor." The cat stretched and purred, so Harry moved closer to the desk. The cat then rubbed its whiskers on Harry's outstretched hand, purring loudly. Smiling, Harry automatically stroked the cat, almost forgetting it was his teacher. Rubbing his hand one last time, the cat turned and jumped onto the chair. Professor McGonagall appeared a moment later. "Good afternoon, Harry," McGonagall said. "I think for your animagus training today, we'll see if you can hold your form for the entire period." He noticed she used his first name instead of his last. "Great. Now, Harry received a nod from his teacher. Taking a deep breath, Harry concentrated on releasing his phoenix form. A warmth spread through his body and he felt his body change. After flying around the room a while, Harry wondered what else he could do as a phoenix in the classroom. Finding a steady perch on a coat stand, he peered around the room with his phoenix eyes. Details and shapes appeared sharper, colors more vibrant, Harry noticed. Tilting his head, he heard McGonagall's heart beating and the blood rushing in her veins. He lifted a talon and examined his long golden claws. The next moment Harry found himself cleaning between his toes with his tongue. He heard a chuckle from McGonagall and turned to look at her. "Clean away, Potter. It's normal." She pulled out some papers to grade. "By the way, I was quite impressed with your thoughts on conjuring spells." McGonagall held up his 3 scrolls. "Full marks." Harry sang several clear tones. "You do make a good phoenix, Potter," she said approvingly. When McGonagall finally told him to change back at the end of their session, Harry did so reluctantly. "That was excellent." Harry grinned. "I can't wait until I can go outside and fly." "Are you tired or feeling strained at all?" McGonagall was all business now. "No, not a bit, Professor," Harry assured her as he picked up his school bag. He frowned. "Why do so few witches and wizards choose to become animagi? Hermione said only 7 this century has registered. I find it incredible. There are a lot more than you think." McGonagall pulling her glass down to look over them. "I think the Ministry has estimated for every one animagus who is registered there are 30 who are not. I think that number is a low." "Oh, I should have thought about that." Harry nodded, thinking of his father and Sirius. "Not to mention Rita Skeeter. Thanks for the help, Professor." "You are quite welcome, Harry." McGonagall continued to eye Harry and he looked at her questioningly. Teaching is often a thankless profession, but on occasion a student comes along to make all the work worth the effort. "Thank you, Harry Potter." She gave him a nod and pushed her glasses back on her nose. McGonagall's words kept Harry's mind off of occlumency until he stood at the Transfiguration classroom once again. He knocked on the door, then entered. Dumbledore was sitting at the desk wearing creamy white robes trimmed in gold. "Good evening, Harry," Dumbledore said brightly. "Headmaster." Harry nodded with no emotion. Dumbledore sighed. "Professor McGonagall said you would like to learn legilimency. It is a difficult form of magic, but I think you are up to the task." Dumbledore told him, "I think we should begin with legilimency since after occlumency you may feel too tired." "Right, Headmaster." Harry couldn't help himself feeling a bit excited about learning something new. Dumbledore eyed him for a moment. "When you cast the Legilimens spell, you'll want to maintain eye contact and think of looking through the eyes to the mind. Being as old as I am, I cannot remove all the secrets in my mind to the pensive. So I will deflect you from memories I do not wish to share." Dumbledore said, "But I must tell some of the things you might see could be disturbing." Harry met the old wizard's eyes and realized the great privilege Dumbledore was allowing him. To enter the mind of what most of Wizarding World considered the greatest wizard of the age. To let down his guard for Harry to see the things he has experienced in his lifetime. Suddenly Harry felt quite disconcerted and very undeserving. He swallowed nervously. "I am ready when you are, Harry." Dumbledore prompted and waited. Harry took out his wand and noticed his hand was shaking. Gripping his wand tighter to stop the tremble, he gazed unblinking into those brilliant blue eyes. "Legilimens," Harry cried tentatively. Nothing seemed to happen. "A bit more force is needed," Dumbledore suggested, not blinking. "Right." Harry took a deep breath and tried again. "Legilimens." He pushed his mind into Dumbledore's. A gasp formed on his lips as images flashed past him. Dumbledore with his arms outstretched at the welcoming feast. Year after year flashed by, counted by the change of robes and the color of Dumbledore's hair. A tall, handsome man stood beside a beautiful woman holding a baby. Pride and love flooded into Harry. The scene changed with a flash. An older Dumbledore cradling a battle-ravaged young man in his arms on what looked like a theater of war. Sadness and grief almost overwhelmed Harry. He pulled away from that memory in search of happier thoughts. A bedroom filled his mind and a sensation of great sensuous pleasure. Suddenly Harry was back in the classroom. "Ah, there are some things a man must keep discreetly to himself." Dumbledore smiled, his cheeks a little pink. "Sorry." Harry was flushed as well. No need to be, Dumbledore said quietly. Who was the man with the woman and baby? Harry asked curiously. Myself and my wife and son. Dumbledore sighed sadly. And the man on the battlefield was my son as a man. He died protecting my back from Grindelwald's followers. I didn't know you had any children. Harry wondered why he hadn't thought about it. I have many. Dumbledore smiled and he held out his arms to indicate the school. Perhaps there will be a time we can sit and I will tell you about my children. But now you must practice occlumency. Harry nodded, not knowing what to say. He occupied himself clearing his mind and trying to calm the feelings Harry had gleaned from Dumbledore. I'm ready, Harry finally said. Dumbledore took out his wand and cast the spell. Legilimens. The force the professor used was almost as tentative as Harry's first try. Harry found blocking Dumbledore's intrusion quite easy, but like lessons with Snape, the scar on his forehead prickled with pain. Ah, I see, I'll need to use a bit more force also. Legilimens, he cried again. Dumbledore didn't get very far, only recent memories flashed by Harry before he succeeded in closing his thoughts. Still his forehead seemed to sizzle with added pain. How were you flying? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. I saw no broom. It took a moment for Harry to focus on the question. He looked at Dumbledore in surprise. Didn't Professor McGonagall tell you my animagus form? Professor McGonagall said it was up to you to tell me of your animagus appearance. Dumbledore said, half smiling. I assume it is a kind of bird. Harry snorted and grinned. Yes, a bird. I'm surprised she didn't tell you. He rubbed his forehead thinking of his phoenix self. I can show you, Harry offered, still blinking with the pain. I would like to see your animagus form. Dumbledore gave a slight bow and smiled. The smile slid from the old wizard's face when Harry's phoenix self appeared before him. By Merlin, extraordinary. A phoenix. He looked at the bird in awe. When Harry changed back to his human shape, he could help but laugh a bit at the headmaster's shock. Pretty cool, Extremely so. Dumbledore laughed but continued to stare at Harry in wonder. How Professor McGonagall kept this from me I will never know. Do you know if you can fire travel? Nodding, Harry told him about his flight outside. Then Harry looked stunned and put a hand on his forehead. The pain in my scar, it's gone. Harry rubbed a finger on his scar. Do you think my animagus phoenix relieved it? I see no other explanation. Astounding. Dumbledore said, obviously thinking hard. Do you know how unusual being a phoenix animagus is, Harry? Never in all my days have I heard of such a transformation possible. The old wizard shook himself out of his amazement. We should continue with occlumency. Harry nodded and Dumbledore raised his wand. Legilimens. The next moment Harry found himself locked in the cupboard under the stairs, hot and stuffy, so it must have been summer. A sharp pain made him gasp as the memory changed to earlier childhood thoughts. Barely able to keep his eyes open, Harry concentrated on pushing the intruding mind away. Slowly he repelled Dumbledore and the classroom reappeared. Harry was on his knees, panting and clutching his forehead, squinting as if in bright light. Are you all right, Harry? Dumbledore took his arm to help him up. But Harry couldn't stand yet. The pain continued to intensify. He's angry with someone. Harry managed to gasp. He felt sick and closed his eyes. A hand was rubbing his back as he shook with pain, trying not to throw up. Slowly the pain subsided and Harry chanced to open his eyes. Dumbledore knelt beside him, half holding Harry as he rubbed his back. A very worried look was in the headmaster's face. Perhaps you should see Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore said, still rubbing Harry's back. It goes away eventually. Harry found the back rub soothing despite himself. Why does it hurt so much? Lessons with Snape were about the same. My scar hurt worse afterward. I didn't know the pain you experienced was this intense. Dumbledore said. I understand why you didn't want to participate now. Harry pulled away from the old man and stood up on swaying legs. It wasn't because of the pain today. It is the pain of the past that's unbearable, Harry said angrily. He leaned heavily on a desk, taking deep breaths. Straightening up, Harry faced Dumbledore, still gritting his teeth from the pain. I'm ready. The old wizard surveyed Harry and nodded. Legilimens. By the time Harry left the Transfiguration classroom, he was shaking and sweaty. Waiting until he had climbed to the 3rd floor, Harry changed into the Phoenix and immediately flew to the fat lady's portrait. The pain was gone, but Harry was tired and wrung out from the occlumency session. Barely giving Ron and Hermione a greeting, Harry went up the spiral stairs to the dormitory. Fully clothed, Harry collapsed into his four-poster bed and was asleep before his head hit the pillow. Saturday. A curtain of gray clouds blocked the morning sun. The Gryffindor Quidditch team went down to breakfast in the Great Hall to find their captain already there eating toast. Nerves had made for a restless night for Harry, so he had risen early. He was always a bit anxious for a game, but combine that with being captain of the team this year and Harry definitely felt the strain of command. A rain-filled breeze blew as the team headed across the castle grounds to the Quidditch field. Harry hoped the heavy rain showing in the distance would hold off until after the match. Everybody changed into their Quidditch robes and looked expectantly at their captain. Harry cringed when he realized he had to give them all a pep talk. He hadn't even thought about saying anything to the team before the game. Taking a deep breath, he tried to remember some of Oliver Wood's better comments. He exhaled. Harry couldn't recall a single thing worth repeating. He would have to wing it. "You all know what the Slytherins are like, so I want you to watch yourselves out there." Harry started nervously. "Use your brains, not your brawn." He gave them a grim smile. "And even when we win, watch your back and teammates' back. Don't start celebrating until you have both feet on the ground. Keep focused and keep it together." Ron started clapping and the rest of the team followed suit. Harry blushed and said, "It's time. Let's go." The team turned and followed him out of the changing room onto the Quidditch field. Cheers went up from the Gryffindor stands and dozens of pennants waved. Madam Hooch stood in the middle of the pitch as they lined up opposite the Slytherin team dressed in their green Quidditch robes. To Harry's surprise, Draco Malfoy was standing across from him. Malfoy was the Slytherin's captain. Madam Hooch called the two captains forward to shake hands. Harry didn't flinch as Malfoy tried to break his fingers. He merely returned the pressure in kind. They didn't wince, but when they let go, Malfoy made a point of showing his broom to Harry, giving him a wordless smirk. A sleek black-handled broom had a silvery brand on the end, Sirwood P15. The same broom had appeared on the cover of Which Broomstick last month. "Mount your brooms," Madam Hooch called, and then with her shrill whistle she kicked open the box, letting loose the two bludgers and the golden snitch. She tossed out the quaffle and they were off. His heart sank as Malfoy streaked past Harry. Then, to add to the insult, Malfoy made a circuit around the pitch and overtook him again. Trying to ignore the Slytherin's antics, Harry kept one eye out for the snitch and one on his team near the Slytherin's goal posts. Ginny had the quaffle, then passed it to Dean. Dean feinted to pass it on to Colin but dropped it instead to Ginny's waiting hands below him. She gave a quick throw and scored. The Gryffindors cheered. Malfoy took the moment as everybody focused on the goal to slam into Harry. "Sorry Potter, didn't see you there, going so slow." Harry glared back as he sped away from Malfoy. But Malfoy overtook him laughing. Harry turned and went the other way but found Malfoy zooming by him. Anytime Harry changed directions, Malfoy made a point of speeding past him. If Madam Hooch's attention was focused elsewhere, Malfoy would thud into Harry as he passed. This new game of Malfoy's was getting old quickly, not to mention dangerous, as with each contact Malfoy seemed determined to knock Harry off his broom. As Harry flew at full speed around the field and Malfoy zipped past once again, Harry noticed that while the Sirwood P15 was much faster than his Firebolt, Malfoy appeared to have trouble controlling the broom at full speed turns. No wonder the International Association of Quidditch had not approved the Sirwood P15 broom for Quidditch matches. Harry didn't think Malfoy would be stupid enough to fall for the Ronksy feint, but something similar might work. With all the speed he could eke out of his Firebolt, Harry quickly turned as if seeing the snitch. Harry weaved around the other players, listening to see if Malfoy was catching up. When a telltale whistling approached from behind and to the right, Harry streaked off toward the stands straight for the solid wall below the watching crowd. As Malfoy put on a spurt of speed to get ahead, Harry pulled hard left. There was satisfying crunching noise, and when Harry looked back, Malfoy was sprawled on the ground. A timeout whistle blew from Madam Hooch. Harry glided around the field looking for the snitch as Madame Pomfrey patched up Malfoy. Glancing down, Harry saw two little white paws gripping his broom handle. "How on earth did you get here?" Harry glanced around. He didn't want to find out too late that it was against the rules of Quidditch to fly with a cat. So spotting Hermione in the stands, he flew over and gently deposited Cleo into her lap. "I didn't know I had a stowaway," he told her. Then Harry flew off, still looking for the snitch. Soon Malfoy was back in the air, looking furious. Taking full advantage of his firebolt's maneuverability, Harry often turned on his broom tail and took off in the other direction. Finally, this tactic paid off, when Malfoy couldn't get his broom turned until he was well past the Slytherin hoops and Harry was halfway back down the field. Ginny flew by with the quaffle, the other chasers trying to catch up to her. Then Harry saw the snitch, flying up toward him from the ground. Harry laughed as he closed his hands around the fluttering golden ball. This had to be the easiest catch he had ever made. A roar went up from the stands when Harry held the snitch up. "Gryffindor wins." Madam Hooch blew her whistle. Harry landed near the Gryffindor goals and watched closely as his team flew to the ground beside him. With the crowd of Gryffindors around them cheering and shouting, Harry couldn't see if all the team had landed. He looked up to check the sky for robes and he gasped. "Ginny, Ron." Harry grabbed Ron's shoulder and pointed. They tried to pull away from the well-wishers to get back into the air. At least 300 feet above the Slytherin goals, Malfoy struggled with Ginny, pulling her broom higher and higher. He saw Ginny take a swing at Malfoy and connect, but then a scream issued from the stands as Ginny lost her grip and fell. Ron and Harry broke free of the crowd, but it was no good. No broom could catch her now. From somewhere inside him, Harry heard the clear song of a phoenix. Breaking into a run, Harry changed into his phoenix form. But as he soared upward, Harry knew flying wouldn't be fast enough. Concentrating on being there, Harry burst into flames and appeared a second later in a flash of fire just below Ginny. Flicking his tail into her flailing hands as she dropped past him, Harry felt her grab hold. Giving several beats of his wings, Harry flew over to where the Gryffindors stood looking up in awed silence. Harry slowly lowered Ginny to the ground near Ron, Hermione and Professor McGonagall, then landed beside them. The crowd exploded with shouts and cheers. When Harry had changed back into his human form, he looked at his teacher. "So much for anonymity." Harry gave her a wry smile. Shaking from fright, Ginny and Hermione engulfed Harry in a hug while Ron patted his back. The Gryffindor common room rocked with noise as the house celebrated winning over Slytherins yet again. Harry and Ron had disappeared for an hour and returned with bottles of butterbeer and many sweets to toss around. The pair felt they needed to keep alive the Fred and George tradition of grand a party after a winning match. If he hadn't been captain of the team, Harry would have gone to bed early, but he felt an obligation to remain to keep things under control. It was all he could do to keep from snapping at the people asking him to see his animagus form. They didn't seem to understand it wasn't some sort of circus act. But after repeated refusals, the disappointed Gryffindors gave up trying to get Harry to change into a phoenix once more. Many had missed seeing the whole incident and didn't really believe the story. Although Malfoy hadn't been expelled for his act, he had been banned from Quidditch for the rest of the year and given detention. Plus 50 points had been taken from Slytherin House. Ron was enraged that Malfoy hadn't been chucked out of the school for good. Ginny had been very quiet, and when she thought no one was looking, slipped over to the stairs to the girls' dorms. Her departure had not gone unnoticed by Harry, who had wondered why she seemed so troubled all evening. Finally at midnight, Hermione called a halt to the party over Ron's protest, but Harry gave her a grateful smile. Harry woke early again on Sunday. The sun was just breaking over the windowsill. Feeling the need to be outside in the sun, Harry dressed quickly and got his firebolt from his trunk. He hurried down the spiral stairs. In the common room was a small figure sitting near the fire. "Hi Harry," Mark Evans said quietly. "All right Mark." Harry stopped, looked at him closely. It looked like Mark had been crying. "Yeah," Mark shrugged. "I'm going to the Quidditch field to fly around a bit. Want to come along?" Harry offered. He felt a little guilty for not paying more attention to the boy from his neighborhood. "Fly with you?" Mark's eyes flew open. "I don't fly too well. And I don't have broom. I can get you a broom from the school shed. As for flying, it takes practice," Harry said. "Ah, you don't want me slowing you down?" Mark shook his head. "If I didn't want you along, I wouldn't have asked." Harry told him. So come on. He pushed the portrait open and climbed out with Mark close behind him. At the broom shed, Harry picked out the best broom he could find in the school's assortment. Which wasn't saying much, as the twigs stuck out even after Harry trimmed some of them off. He told the first year to follow his movements. Not to think too much about how to do fly, but just feel the motions he made. Harry started off slowly, letting Mark fly beside him. When the boy seemed more confident, Harry picked up the pace. The school's broom could not compare to the Firebolt's speed, but by the time they two were ready for breakfast, Mark could zip in and out of all the Quidditch hoops as fast as his broom could go. As they walked back across the castle's grounds, Mark chatted happily with Harry. Surprisingly, Harry didn't mind Mark. He wasn't awestruck annoying like Colin Creevey had been. I wrote my folks about you being here at Hogwarts, Mark told him. At first they told me to stay away from you. Then he added in a hurry after Harry gave him an annoyed look. Because of them thinking you went to St. Brutus's and all. But I told them that was all a lie from the Dursleys. Cheers. Harry sighed. They still aren't sure about all this magic stuff, Mark said hesitantly. Me too, if you want to know the truth. Having trouble fitting in. Harry glanced at him. So that's why the first year had been up so early. I don't know. Mark watched his feet as the pair climbed the stone steps to the castle. The 4 other guys in my dorm are friendly, but they all knew each other before they came here. And you're kind of left out. Harry sighed. Neville in my year seemed like the odd kid out, but I never minded him hanging out with Ron and me. I don't think Dean and Seamus did either. My advice, Mark, is to find something you like to do and concentrate on that. How will that help me make friends? Mark asked as they entered the Great Hall for breakfast. Because somebody else is bound to be interested in the same things, and there you go. Harry smiled at him. Or if nothing else, your dorm mates will come to you for advice and help with the subject. Let's get some breakfast, I'm starved. You want me to sit with you? Mark's voice squeaked. Harry gave the boy a push down on the bench. It's not like I'm asking you on a date or anything, but yes, you can sit with me, you prat. Harry growled. Not all the time, but now is okay. Thanks, Harry, Mark said after they had piled their plates with bacon and eggs. I feel better than I did this morning. I thought you looked a little homesick. Harry nodded. Never had that problem myself. Mark snorted. Don't blame you there. Dudley is bad enough. His old man is just as bad. I ran across his front garden one time and he yelled at me like I'd ripped up every blade of grass. Ron and Hermione joined them. They greeted Mark warmly but kept giving Harry furtive glances. When they finished eating, Harry noticed Mark's dorm mates were staring enviously at him. Loud enough for the other boys to hear, Harry clapped Mark on the back and said, I've got some homework to do. I'll see you next Sunday on the Quidditch field, okay? Mark beamed and nodded his thanks. Before Harry reached the doors to the Great Hall, the other first years were all over Mark, plying him with questions. That was very nice of you, Harry, Hermione said as the 3 went back to Gryffindor Tower. I knew he was having problems, but I didn't know how to help him. What's up? Harry asked. You two kept looking at me funny all breakfast. It's Ginny, Hermione sighed, stopping at the portrait of the fat lady. She's really confused and I think she just needs to talk to you. Why? Harry looked to Ron, then back to Hermione as they exchanged looks. Quit doing that. Just tell me, will you? He frowned. You're driving me crazy. Harry, it isn't that easy. Hermione sighed. Because we don't know how you feel about Ginny. How I feel about Ginny? Harry felt warmth in his face and rolled his eyes. Hermione, I don't want to be pushed into asking her to the dance. I'm not trying to push you, Harry. It's just no one has asked her to go to the dance because of what happened in Hogsmeade. And now with you saving her again, Hermione told him. I doubt anyone will. She finished. Look, Ginny's my friend and I care about her. Harry gave Ron a glare when he snorted. But I really don't think she thinks of me as anything more than a friend. Remember, she gave up on me months ago. That's what you said, Hermione. Harry knew he had started ranting but didn't care. So let's not try to stir anything up, okay? He gave the password to the fat lady and scrambled through the hole into the common room. Harry went up to get his homework and found an empty table in a corner of the common room. Burying his nose in the charms book, Harry ignored Ron and Hermione for the rest of the afternoon. But he couldn't help notice Ginny. She sat with a group of fifth years talking and laughing. Like she really needed to talk to him. Harry thought sullenly. He went up to bed early that evening, mainly because Ron and Hermione kept moving closer and closer together. Before Harry went to sleep he tried to clear his head of emotion and thoughts, but he found it very difficult. His mind kept drifting back to Ginny. How did he feel about her? He sighed. She was so different than the first-year little girl infatuated by the famous Harry Potter. Instead of clearing, his mind filled with images of the red-haired girl, brown eyes flashing in anger, a sly mischievous smile and the warm concerned look she had given him last year when he had wanted to talk to Sirius. If Harry was honest with himself, he had to admit he was attracted to Ginny. But it also worried him. What right did he have to drag her closer to Voldemort? A voice in the back of his head answered. She's already been a target and it wasn't your doing. Harry closed his eyes and began to doze. His worst nightmare visited him that night. The graveyard surrounded him as Voldemort rose from the steaming cauldron. Harry shook as the red eyes bore into his and he looked away. Cedric's dead body lay on the ground a few feet from him. But wait, it wasn't Cedric. This body had beautiful red hair. A horror filled Harry. No, not Ginny. No. Sitting up in bed Harry looked wildly around him, his heart pounding frantically. Harry put his face in his hands. How many times had he woken up like this? Shaking and scared for someone he cared about. Wiping his face on his sheets Harry reached for his glasses then slipped out of bed. He went to the window and poured a glass of water. His hand still shook when he sipped the water slowly. When he finished the glass he crawled reluctantly back into bed. Once again Harry heard muttering in the corridors as he went to class. And even though this whispering was for the most part in good spirits, by the end of Tuesday classes Harry had gotten tired of everybody knowing he was a Phoenix Animagus. To top it off, McGonagall had told him Snape would give him occlumency that evening. So Harry arrived at the potion master's office not feeling as calm as he would have liked. He knocked on the door and entered. There Snape was, standing behind his desk, dragging memories out of his greasy head and putting them into Dumbledore's pensive. "Are you ready, Potter?" Snape sneered with no preamble. "Yes, Professor." Harry had forgotten how much he hated Snape. But he forced the feelings from his mind and braced his mind. "Legilimens," Snape murmured, then he yelped in pain and dropped his wand. Rubbing his arm where a welt appeared he bent to pick up his wand. "You have practiced, Potter." He eyed Harry and raised his wand again. "Legilimens." Harry ignored the professor's mind pushing into his even though his scar started prickling again. He deflected the intrusion as easily as he had done the first. The difference between Snape's method and Dumbledore's was like night and day. Harry wasn't sure which one presented a more intense incursion on his mind. Snape used much more force, but the gentleness of Dumbledore's mind could lure one into a false sense of security before he knew it. But both approaches made his scar burn. By the end of the hour Harry was on his knees before managing to push Snape away. "I am impressed, Potter," Snape said silkily, leaning against the desk. He didn't offer to help Harry up but left him panting on the floor from the pain, his hands holding his head. "But don't you wonder," Snape paused for affect, "if you had put this much effort into occlumency last year your dear godfather would still be alive?" "You bastard." Harry's head snapped up, his eyes watering with pain and fury. He struggled to his feet but got tangled in the chair and fell hard on the cold stone floor. There was nothing for it. Harry had to wait for the pain to recede before he could get up and leave. He put his head in his hands again, not wanting Snape to see any sign of his grief. To Harry's surprise Snape didn't yell at him for calling him a name. "Tell me, Potter, why did you ask for me to teach you occlumency?" Snape's voice was as mocking as ever. "Because I didn't want the headmaster to teach me." Harry spat back. "Manners, Potter." "Yes, I've heard about this ridiculous power struggle between you and the headmaster. Very foolish, even for you, Potter." Snape smirked, then knelt beside Harry but not close enough to touch him. "I'll tell you why. You picked me because I know how the Dark Lord will try to invade your mind. The Dark Lord will not do it with kindness, like our dear headmaster. No, he will use every weakness he can find to break into that thick head of yours." Snape stood up. "Get out, Potter." "Oh, And 10 points from Gryffindor for calling me a bastard, and be grateful it isn't more. With every step up to Gryffindor Tower, Harry regretted agreeing to lessons with Snape. Trying to calm his mind, Harry changed into a phoenix and flew slowly up the staircases. The pain had vanished when he returned to his human form. He gave the fat lady the password and the painting swung forward. In the common room, Ron and Hermione sat close together again. Harry sighed wistfully. Except for classes and Quidditch, he hadn't spent much time with either of them, alone or together. Harry, Hermione turned when she heard him trying to make his way quietly to the boys' stairway. Oh dear, you don't have to tell me how occlumency was. I can see it on your face. Took you through the ringer again, Ron growled and moved over closer to Hermione so Harry could sit down. Yeah, something like that. Harry sank into the seat beside Ron. I know this is supposed to help me block Voldemort, but it sure feels to me like it makes me weaker instead of stronger against him. I wish there was something we could do for you, Hermione said sadly. Thanks, Hermione. I was going to try to finish the Transfiguration essay, but I think I'll go to bed. Harry stood up and swayed a little. Come on, mate, I'll tuck you in. Ron grabbed Harry's arm and helped him up the spiral staircase. Without his help, Harry doubted if he could have made it up to the dorm. Thanks, Ron. Harry pulled off his robes and pulled on his pajamas. He noticed Ron shifting back and forth on his feet. What's up? He pulled back the covers on his bed and slipped under the sheets. Harry, I'm in big trouble. Ron sank onto the end of Harry's bed, looking like the end of the world had been announced. Why? What's wrong? Harry leaned forward a little alarmed. Everything, Ron whispered. Hermione. Harry's eyes popped open. You haven't, she isn't, he sputtered but couldn't say the words. Ron stared at him for a moment confused, then his ears went red. No, really Harry, how could you think? Then what? Harry sat back, waiting. Hermione wants me to go to her house for the Christmas holiday. Ron beeped. So, Harry couldn't understand Ron's problem. Harry, I've never stayed in a Muggle house. Ron whispered as if it was a secret. Laughing, Harry shoved Ron off his bed. You're as bad as Malfoy, you pureblood. What do you mean by that? Ron got up angrily. I don't hate Muggle-borns. No, but you act like being a Muggle is the worst thing in the world sometimes. Harry wagged his finger at him. I know your contact with Muggles have been limited to my relatives, but not all Muggles are like the Dursleys. But what will I do? What will we talk about? Ron seemed to be hyperventilating. What if they don't like me? He threw himself across the foot of Harry's bed and buried his head in the bedspread. What if I do or say something really stupid and her folks end up hating me? His muffled voice came through the covering. Fighting hard to keep from laughing, Harry patted Ron on the back. They won't hate you, and Hermione will help you fit in. Actually, I think you'll end liking a Muggle house. Harry couldn't keep a snort from escaping. Maybe you'll end up like your dad, collecting Muggle stuff. Ron looked up from the bed with a revolted expression. You have a mean streak in you, Harry. A real nasty streak, I'm telling you. He sat up, still looking depressed. I'm thinking of making some sort of excuse not to go. Big mistake, I'm telling you that, Harry warned, realizing this wasn't funny to Ron. Look, Ron, if you really care about Hermione, you'll go see her world. He told him without a trace of a smile. I know, Ron sighed. I'm really scared though. I think I'd rather face a blast-ended Scroot. I've got an idea, Harry said brightly. From the television shows I've seen. Never mind what television is, you'll see that at Hermione's. But what I learned is the way to a girl is through her parents. So if you offer to help a lot, say with cooking, it will impress them. But I've never even cooked magically. How am I supposed to help the Muggle way? Ron said, skeptical. Well, you are in luck, I've done a lot of Muggle cooking. Harry said, Saturday, we'll go down to the kitchens and I'll show you some simple things. He was rewarded with a hopeful look from Ron. That would be great, Harry. I'd really appreciate any edge. Ron said, relieved. I'll let you get some sleep. Thanks again, Harry. He slid off Harry's bed. Sorry I laughed at you, Harry said, yawning. That's okay. I suppose I am acting a bit pathetic. Good night, Harry. I'll be up in a bit. Ron left the dorm. When he came up later, Harry was fast asleep, dreaming of the graveyard again. Voldemort's wand connected with his and the golden web formed around them. People started emerging from the dark wizard's wand. But this time it wasn't Cedric asking Harry to return his body to his parents nor Harry's parents but Hermione, Ron and Ginny. Once more Harry awoke in a cold sweat. As much as he hated reliving Voldemort's return, Harry would rather have it the way it really happened. Having his friends show up there made it 100 times worse. After his mind calmed and his breathing returned to normal, Harry got out of bed and grabbed his school bag. If he wasn't going to sleep, he might as well get some work done. Ginny. Harry was surprised to see her sitting by the dying fire working on some paper. Cleo lay across her lap. "Oh, Harry, you scared me." Ginny had jumped when he had spoken her name. "What are you doing up?" "Couldn't sleep." Harry shrugged, taking the seat opposite her. "Thought I'd get some work done." "Me too." She held up her potions book. "Ah, all year." Harry sympathized. He took out his transfiguration essay, quill and ink bottle. Thinking about the topic, Harry began to write. After completing a scroll, Harry glanced at Ginny when he reached in his bag for another roll of parchment. Just from the hunch of her shoulders and half-glazed eyes, Harry knew she wasn't really reading. There was something familiar about that look. "Did you still have nightmares?" Harry asked gently. Ginny shook herself and sighed. "Not very often. The first summer I had horrible dreams." She shuddered. "I never knew," Harry said softly. "I should have guessed though. I don't know how I had gotten through it without my family. Fred and George would come in when they heard me and wake me up. They'd always end up making me laugh." Ginny smiled, then met Harry's eyes. "You never had anyone to wake you. I don't know how you stood it." "When I'm here, Ron wakes me when he hears me," Harry assured her. "Yeah, you could light one of Dr. Filibuster's fabulous wet start, no heat fireworks under Ron when he's sleeping and still not wake him." Ginny snorted. Harry laughed. "Did you Hermione tell you she invited Ron to her house for the holidays?" "Oh, she did," asked him then. "I knew she was planning to." "Did he freak?" Ginny grinned. "The way Ron went on before he told me, I thought Hermione was, well." Harry blushed a little. "You know." Ginny giggled. "Oh God, that's so funny." How he loved to see her laugh, Harry thought. Then Harry smiled at her and took a deep breath. "Ginny, would you go to the dance with me?" Now that wasn't so hard, Harry thought. But the smile had vanished from Ginny's face. "I don't know, Harry," she sighed. "Don't feel obligated to ask me." "I don't feel obligated to ask you." Harry frowned. "I made a point of waiting until Ron and Hermione stopped pushing to say anything." "Didn't Parvati ask you? I saw her talking to you yesterday." Ginny dropped her gaze and fingered the edge of her book. "I heard she was going to ask you if you didn't ask her." "No, she didn't ask me." Harry shuddered. "Now I'm begging you, please go with me to the dance." "You don't want to go with her?" Ginny looked up unconvinced. "Parvati is nice, but if I had to smell that perfume all evening long, I think I'd gag." "It would be like dating Trelawney," Harry told her. Ginny smiled a little at the image but still resisted. "Things are so confusing for me right now." "What things?" Harry didn't understand the reference. "I don't understand. I don't know if I can explain. I don't know if I really understand." Ginny shrugged. "You don't want to go with a basket case like me." Harry gazed at her for a long moment. "I did save your life 3 times." Harry tried a different tactic. "You should at least save me from Parvati." "You would hold that up to me?" Ginny's eyes flashed with sudden anger. "I can't believe you said that." "Well, since my natural charm and sympathy didn't work, I thought I'd try a little guilt and see how that went." Harry grinned as Ginny's mouth dropped open. She burst out laughing. Wiping tears of mirth from her eyes, Ginny gave him a shy smile. "You really me want to go with you. Ron's little sister. I do recall this summer noticing you weren't a little girl anymore." Harry smiled back. Blushing, Ginny tried not to beam too much. "Okay, I'll go with you." "Great. I wanted to ask before the robe places visited, just in case you needed new dress robes." "I know I do." Harry settled back in his seat, feeling he was still grinning like a fool, but he didn't care. They both returned to their homework, not know what else to say to each other. "Harry." Ginny's soft voice broke the awkward silence. "Yeah, Harry glanced up from his parchment to see her worried face. Is this just two friends going to the dance, or is this a date? Ginny watched his eyes. Harry answered quickly. It's a date. He leaned closer to her, gazing into her surprised brown eyes. And all the benefits and perks of a date. What do you mean? Ginny asked, intrigued. Harry turned toward her ear and whispered. It means if the opportunity arises, I get to key you, Miss Weasley. By the size of Hermione's smile Wednesday morning, when Harry entered the common room, he knew Ginny had told her he had asked her to the dance. Ron alternated between giving him approving nods and apprehensive scrutinizing looks. Did you see the notice? The robe shops are going to be here today and tomorrow? Hermione told Harry as they went to classes. No, I didn't. I'm glad you told me, Harry said. I'll go see what they have this afternoon. After a grueling defense against the dark arts class, which included Ron getting sent to the hospital wing to have his left ear reattached, Harry headed to the unused classrooms where the robe stores had set up shop. As he browsed through the different colors of robes, Harry felt someone touch his shoulder. Parvati Patil stood smiling at him when he turned around. Hi Harry, Parvati said breathlessly. Hi, Harry said, stepping back away from her heavy perfume. Have you asked anyone to the dance yet? Parvati looked hopeful. Yes, I asked Ginny. Harry was glad looks couldn't kill because Parvati gave him daggers. Oh, Parvati pouted, then looked off across the room. Oh, there's Lavender. She wanted me to help her pick out new dress robes. See you. Bye. Harry tried not to laugh but was doubly glad Ginny had agreed to go with him to the dance. May I help you, dear? Madame Malkin asked at his elbow. Yes, please. I'm not sure what color to get. My green dress robes need replaced, Harry told her. Let me see. Madame Malkin studied Harry and eyed him up and down. Gryffindor, she stated rather than asked, and Harry nodded. You know, I think I have the perfect dress robe for you. Come with me. She headed for the back of the room, which Harry noticed as he followed had been magically enhanced with all the necessary racks and fitting cubicles. Madame Malkin entered a storage area and closed the door. She flipped through several robes hanging on a rack. Where is it? A few students have tried it on but it just wasn't right for them. Ah, here it is. She pulled a robe of gleaming out. I don't know. That looks a bit too grand for me. Harry hesitated. He did like the color though. Why don't you try it on and see? Madame Malkin pushed it into his hands. It won't hurt to try it on. I guess not. Harry went into the cubicle in the small room and took off his Hogwarts robes. The robe shimmered as he did up the embroidered gold-trimmed front. Harry stepped out of the changing room and looked around for a mirror. Madame Malkin clapped her hands. You look magnificent. That's perfect for you. She guided him over to a mirror. Just look. When Harry peered into the mirror, he was surprised to see he did look good. The black Hogwarts robes always made him look harsh and pale, but the rich brought out color in his face and gave his complexion a softer and warmer glow. The robe fit his thin frame, giving him a sleek, polished appearance. Turning a bit to the left, he lifted his arms. The material hung like wings. Harry smiled as he thought of his phoenix form. Then Harry turned so he could see the back and saw the pleat in the back had gold material, like a phoenix's tail. Are you sure this isn't too much for just a dance? Harry asked, still examining his image. Oh no dear. Now if it was next term I'd say yes, but since it is coming Christmas and all, you'll need something a bit more festive. Madame Malkin smoothed his shoulder and tugged at the sleeve. I don't think it need much altering either. It looks as if it was made just for you. Okay, I'll take it. But maybe I should find something toned down a bit, just in case I don't have the nerve to wear this. Harry grinned. In a short time he settled on a metallic maroon robe that was so dark it was almost black. As Madame Malkin boxed his new robes, Harry asked, Has Ginny Weasley been in yet? Ah yes, Miss Weasley. Fine family. She was in and did a little browsing. The seamstress smiled. When Ginny comes back, if she finds something she likes but isn't in her price range, could you make it affordable for her? I'll make up the difference, Harry requested. Of course I can. How nice of you. Madame Malkin beamed at him. A real gentleman, so few exists these days. She thanked him and Harry left, carrying his purchases up to Gryffindor Tower. For the next few days all the talk in the castle consisted of new robes and the dance. Ginny and Harry agreed not to show each other their new robes until the day of the dance. Harry had even refused to show Ron and Hermione. Harry endured occlumency with Snape over the next couple weeks. Each session made Harry feel like the entire student body had trampled him. The strain almost made Harry forget about legilimency, which he finally remembered to bring up to McGonagall one afternoon after animagus training. Ah, yes, McGonagall shifted her papers around. Professor Snape refused that request. I will bring it up with the headmaster if you still wish to continue it. Yes, I do. Harry wondered why she was being evasive. It was part of the deal. He reminded her. I'll speak to Professor Dumbledore about it then. McGonagall said. Thanks. Harry left the Transfiguration classroom. After he had eaten dinner, Harry waited until the last moment to go to occlumency, which caused him to arrive 10 minutes late. 10 points from Gryffindor for being late, Potter. Snape snapped the moment Harry opened the door. Harry glared at Snape but didn't reply. Get ready, Snape said and drew his wand out. Hurriedly Harry took his wand from his robes. Legilimens, Snape cried. With force stronger than he had ever used, Snape pressed into Harry's mind. Harry braced for the oncoming struggle. Pain shot through his forehead but he shoved Snape away. Not waiting for Harry to recover, the potion master attacked again. Struggling with the pain as well as the invasion on his mind, Harry couldn't see the classroom anymore. Eyes closed against the agony, Harry once again was on the cold stone floor panting when Snape finally relented. Not bad, Potter, Snape grudgingly admitted. Why does it hurt so much? Harry gasped. I saw Cedric. The curse that killed him didn't hurt. He just looked surprised. He grabbed onto the chair and pulled himself into it. Why is there so much pain from this curse that failed? Even occlumency with the headmaster caused the pain. Snape eyed Harry for a moment. I don't know, Potter. The headmaster and I have discussed the matter and have yet to produce a solution. Professor, would you mind if I changed into my animagus form before we continue? I can get rid of the pain. Harry asked, holding on to his head as if it would explode if he let go. Be quick about it, Potter, Snape said stiffly. Gritting his teeth from the pain, Harry calmed his mind enough to let his phoenix out. He sighed with relief as the pain disappeared. An instant later he returned to his human shape. Shall we get on with it? Snape asked, indifferent to Harry's discomfort. With all his extra activities, occlumency, Quidditch, teaching Ron some basic cooking on Saturday and flying every Sunday with Mark Evans, Harry almost forgot about his mother's trunk and November's full moon. And when Harry did think about the chest, no rush of insight came to him as to how to open the box. Nor did Hermione, Ron or Ginny have any different ideas to try the Monday evening they stayed up for the full moon. 2 hours had ticked slowly away with Harry trying every combination of the words he could think of. Every one of them was yawning wide. I can't keep my eyes open any longer, Harry, Hermione finally said. We're just going to have to leave it until next month. Ginny and Ron agreed. I think I'll stay up for few more minutes, Harry said as the three rose. I won't be long. Good night, Harry. Don't forget tomorrow we have classes, Hermione reminded him as she started up the stairs. Ron and Ginny bid him good night and went to bed. After they left, over and over Harry repeated the poem to open the trunk. One to unlock might, with blood in sight, on Moony's night. The words said right, and a summoned light, on Moony's night, Harry considered. If Remus and his mother had been friends, maybe this meant she didn't want him to see what was in the trunk. Harry blinked. And with Remus changing into a werewolf, wouldn't it seem likely Prongs and Padfoot were with him? So what was so serious that Lily Potter didn't even want her husband and her husband's best friends to look into after the trunk was closed? Something she alone contrived. This thought caused Harry to sit up straight. Alone. One to unlock might. One person. His heart pounded and he swallowed hard. Quickly Harry grabbed the chest and moved it into the fast-fading moonlight. In Parseltongue Harry said, "Hear no evil, see no evil and speak no evil." A beam of moonlight glowed on the keyhole and right next to the plate a small hole could be seen, a wand-tip size hole. His hand shaking, Harry put the tip of his wand in the hole and then muttered, "Lumos." There was a click and the lid creaked open. A light mist obscured the contents for a moment, then Harry peered inside. On top, an assortment of baby things could be seen. Blue booties and a black lock of hair tied with a blue ribbon. A photo album. Harry carefully took the book out and opened it up. His baby pictures, page after page of him, from birth until, from the looks of it, to just before his parents went into hiding. Setting the album aside, Harry saw several videotapes and video camera with a note attached. Protected and charmed to work in near magical houses. But don't expect it to work at Hogwarts. Way too much magic around there for these charms. Lily. Confused more than ever, Harry continued to extract baby things from the trunk. Why on earth did his mother put such a powerful spell on a trunk with his baby stuff in it? At the bottom of this first shelf, underneath a baby blanket, was a letter tied with a red ribbon. Carefully Harry pulled the ribbon to untie it. The letter unfolded itself and began to speak in his mother's voice. Dear Harry, my son, how do I begin to explain this chest? I don't know if I can, but here goes. For reasons probably known to you now, your father and I will have to go into hiding soon. And I have to help you in ways that the other wizards and witches may not, well, actually will not approve. Since you have opened this trunk, you know the way, but perhaps not the exact reasoning. Only a person of my descent alone and speaking the words in Parseltongue on the full moon could open this trunk. For years I had kept hidden that I am a Parselmouth. I could talk to snakes before I even knew I was a witch. After entering Hogwarts, I learned quickly the wizarding world looks down on those with such abilities, so I kept quiet about it. I never even had the nerve to tell James. Below you will find items of dark magic. I do not practice the dark arts, but I do recognize the desperate situation of a war against a dark wizard. You will not win without some knowledge of such things, and the sooner you learn the better. As the saying goes, sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. Tell few people about these things, and only those who you know to be true friends. I hope there is someone who you can turn to help you. The only person I can think of who would know anything about these items would be Severus Snape. Professor Dumbledore trusts him. Many, including your father and Sirius, do not. I'm not sure, so I'll leave that up to you. Now I must finish packing this trunk and send it off to my sister. All my love, Mom. To Harry's relief, the letter did not burst into flames like a howler. He picked up the parchment and reread it. He set it aside and carefully took all the baby things out of the trunk. There was a finger hole to lift in the shelf. Harry tugged it up, and beneath the bottom were 5 books. One by one Harry read the titles. The Darkness Within by Reginald Black, Spells to Darkness by Albert Weasley, Dark Above Light by Cedric Snape, and The Power of the Shadow by Cedric Snape. The last book was tattered and looked like it would fall apart. Gently he lifted the palm-sized book out and turned it over to see the cover, but there was no title on the crumbling brown front. As carefully as he could, Harry opened the cover. The brittle paper flaked off. The title page bore the words, Power Over Dark by Salazar Slytherin. Harry gasped and almost dropped the disintegrating book. How did his mother find a book by Salazar Slytherin? It alone must have cost a fortune. Who would part with such a book? He turned another page and read a short ways. The reading was difficult, for it was all hand-written with many loops and scrolls to letters and words that time had changed spelling and definition. Harry yawned and set the book aside. He was too tired to read, but in no mood to go to bed. Below the books another board could be removed. Harry pried it up and found a bundle wrapped in soft leather. Beside the package was a large egg-shaped container, which Harry could see was hinged in the middle. Picking up the bundle, Harry laid it in his lap and unfolded the layers of leather. Peeling off the last bit, he turned the item over. A small, intricately detailed wooden shield made of several different woods softly reflected the moonlight. Very lifelike. On the 3 crests at the top were snakeheads, each facing a different direction. Curving gracefully, the snake necks joined at one point into one body, tightly coiled at the center of the shield. Hesitantly Harry touched the detailed scales and felt the smooth finish. It almost felt like a snakeskin. Just from his tentative touch, Harry knew this shield held very powerful magic. It made his skin prickle when he slipped his arm into the 2 leather straps in the back. He stood up to see his reflection in the night window. What Harry saw almost made him throw the shield to the ground. The snakeheads turned, flicking their forked tongues, and stared at him with fiery red eyes. Harry pulled the shield off and set it by the trunk. The snakeheads were quite still now. Feeling very unsettled by the shield, Harry reached in the trunk to pick up the large egg. This was what made the trunk heavy. With difficulty he wrestled it out of the chest and set it on the floor beside the chest. Taking his wand, Harry tapped the egg. Alohomora. With a loud hiss the egg sprang open. From deep within a voice whispered, "Who awakens the shield of the Runespore?" Me, Harry Potter." Harry answered unknowingly in Parseltongue. "He speaks." A second voice hissed dreamily. "He speaks to us. Does he bring milk and honey to us?" A third voice spitted, "We are hungry." "Very much so." A slithering could be heard from the egg and a large orange snakehead appeared over the side, followed by two more. One hissed and bared its fangs at Harry. "Calm down," Harry told it. "I'll get you something to eat. You said milk and honey." He circled his wand and a bowl full of milk appeared. Then he conjured a bottle of honey. "The milk and honey are to be as one, thou art dim-witted manling." The snake on the right hissed, flicking its tongue. "HSSSS's. He is the master of the shield now, thou must obey him." The second voice said, "I can't conjure things together like that yet." Harry added the honey to the milk. "Tell me when to stop." The snakes slithered out farther to watch and he almost dropped the honey container into the milk. The three snakeheads, which were followed by three long slender necks, were attached to a single body like the image on the shield. The thickness of his thigh, the snake slowly withdrew its great length from the egg. The head on the right flicked its tongue into the milk. "Morris," said the vividly orange head. Contrasting black stripes down the scaly back gave the creature a striking appearance. "SS's stop SSS," it finally said after Harry had emptied the entire contents of honey into the milk. Racking his brain, Harry remembered something of such a creature in his textbook, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. "You are a Runespore?" he asked. The head on the left turned from sipping the milk and honey. "Yes, O Master of the Shield." "What is this shield?" Harry glanced at it but kept a close eye on the Runespore. "Young Master, doest thou not know?" The head in the middle seemed to pause in mid-thought, so the head on the left took over. "The Runespore shield is an ancient device of great power, O Master." The snake paused to drink more of the honey milk. "Older than anything thou can imagine." The center head added. "But not as old as us." "Oh, no," the left snakehead assured him. "Do you have names?" "What do I call you?" Harry wondering as the snake talked what gender he should call them. There was a definite feminine quality in their speech. "I am Hoppa the Planner. I choose where to go." The snakehead to the left said. "I am Kesho the Dreamer. I think of wonderful magnificent things to do." The middle head said. "Hiss. I am Giza the Critic. I tell the others what they are doing wrong." The snakehead to the right had lifted from drinking. "A tireless and thankless occupation." Hiss. "Pleased to meet you," Harry said politely. "A courteous tongue is a great weapon, young master." Hoppa told him. "Meat. Thou has meat and thou wouldst feed us this swill." Giza hissed, snapping her fangs. "No, I don't have any meat. But I suppose I can get you some." "What do you eat?" Harry leaned back away from the angry head. "Rats. Big fat rats. Not those stringy cold things the Crimson She-Man gave us before she sealed the egg." Giza flicked her tongue in disgust. "Crimson She-Man?" Harry puzzled. "Oh, you must mean my mother." "Yes, she was our mistress for a short time," Hoppa said. "Most unique witch, extraordinarily so," Kesho said dreamily. "Short-sighted she was," hissed Giza. "Never said how long we were to be imprisoned. With naught but cold rats to eat." "Don't worry, I'll get you some rats," Harry assured them, then thought. "You said you have to obey me?" he asked. "Yes, Master of the Runespore Shield." The three heads chorused. "Good. This is an order, no biting. I don't know if any of you are venomous, but I don't want anyone to get hurt," Harry said sternly. "Hiss. My fangs carry death," Giza said proudly. "But we need to eat. How do we hunt if we cannot bite?" "I'll see you get fed. But remember, no biting." "Understood," Harry repeated firmly. "We will obey the master," the three said in unison. "Right," Harry said. "So what about this shield?" "The shield of Runespore was created many centuries ago, long before the days men and wizards mixed their blood. When more sons of men spoke with all creatures. Hoppa said. Those were the days. Kesho said lazily. We were greatly honored by man and wizards. But since man has become ignorant, the fear is greater than the wisdom. Lidless eyes are fearless, Giza interjected. Harry could see this was going to be hard to sort out with the three snakeheads interrupting each other. Why don't you tell me the story, Hoppa? I do need to get some sleep tonight. Is certainly. Burkina Faso is where we left our shell. Before the Great Men Wars, when wizard kind was greater and more powerful than all others. When we were the size of your finger, the Hoppa touched Harry's index finger with a flick of her tongue. A sorcerer called Tavok found us one day basking in the sun. Nothing bothered us, for we knew little of the world outside our forest. Tavok brought us sweet mice and news of wars in places of little concern to us. Then one day many years later, and we were as thick as a sapling and he was an old man, Tavok asked us to guard something for him. We could hardly refuse. A great friendship had grown between us. Thus he put a spell on us, binding us to the shield forever. Many long years passed. We guarded the treasure, Giza teaching death to all who could not speak our tongue. And the more time passed, the more our speech was forgotten. Then a wizard finally arrived, knowing our speech, with milk and honey in a bowl. Long had it been since we talked to men. Names of old were no more. New places and names speckled his words. His name wouldn't have been Slytherin, would it? Harry wondered. Salazar Slytherin. We have heard of the wizard. But no part did we play in that game. This wizard lived long before the Hogwarts 4. He needed the shield for a war against an evil sorceress. It was ordained in the spell for us to help those who could talk our talk, so we allowed him to take thy shield. Hoppa said. But what does the shield do? Harry wondered if he would ever get a straight answer from the serpent. Saves thee from magic, master. Only one magic it cannot stop. Hoppa told him. Let me guess. Avada Kedavra, Harry interrupted. Yes, the killing curse, no magic can stop it. Hoppa flicked her tongue. How did my mother get the shield? Harry asked, not wanting to go into how he had once survived the killing curse. Mistress Potter heard tell of us from an acquaintance. How she tracked our trail to where we had been hidden many long years I do not know. She said there was not much time for long speech and she must finish the spells upon the chest before her mate returned. Hoppa said. She had great plans for us. Kesho admired. We would be there to help her blood defeat an evil wizard. Harry didn't know what to say. Opening the trunk seemed to have brought up more questions than it had answered. Some noise from the dormitories above told Harry the occupants were stirring. I've got to get this stuff out of sight. You stay here. I'll be back for you. Carefully wrapping the soft leather around the shield again, he laid it back in the trunk with the dark magic books and his baby things. He put the baby blanket over the edge of the chest so the lid wouldn't close and carried it up to his school trunk and stowed it inside. Neville stirred and sat up. Morning, Harry. You're up early. Morning, Neville. Harry nodded. Had some things to do. He closed the lid of this trunk and hurried down the spiral stairs. What to do with the Runaspore? Harry thought as he gazed at the serpent still drinking the milk and honey. He heard Giza complaining the milk was cold. There was no way he could keep a snake this size a secret. I've got to show you to the head of my house. Harry told them of his decision. I'm going to pick you up now, all right. He didn't want to startle the Runaspore into snapping. Anything for thee, master, they hissed. Picking up the Runaspore wasn't easy, for it had to be 15 feet in length and very heavy. He draped it around his neck hoping it wouldn't strangle him and looped its coils in his arms. Awkwardly Harry managed to scramble out of the portrait hole. Luckily there was no one in the halls yet. He was grateful he didn't have to explain the Runaspore. Arriving at Professor McGonagall quarters, Harry knocked lightly. Getting no answer, he rapped harder. Come in. McGonagall's sleepy voice answered. Harry managed to turn the handle and push it open as his teacher came out of her bedchamber putting on a dressing gown. She let out a half scream. Potter, what on earth are you doing? I'm sorry to disturb you, Professor. But I managed to open my mother's trunk and this was in it. I thought I better show you. Harry tried not to smile too much at the look on McGonagall's face. I should say. She peered closely at the serpent. My word, a Runaspore. Where on earth did Lily get such a creature? And by the size it must be extremely old. McGonagall jumped back as the Giza hissed at her. Careful, Potter, the one head is quite poisonous. Don't worry, I made it promise not to bite anything. Harry told her. It will be okay for me to keep it, won't it? If I tell the guys in my dorm, it won't hurt anybody. McGonagall hesitated. I don't know, Potter. I think the headmaster should see this. I'll just be a moment to get dressed. Harry was glad she was just a moment because the Runaspore was getting very heavy on his shoulders and arms. Then the two hurried through the castle to Gargoyle at the entrance to the moving stairs. Ice mice, McGonagall said, and the Gargoyle jumped aside. They stepped onto the moving stairs. The Runaspore hissed as its tail scraped the wall and Harry tried to tuck in all its length. They arrived at the top and McGonagall knocked on door to the headmaster's office. It swung open and Harry and the professor went inside. Before one word of greeting had been spoken, pandemonium broke out. Fawkes the Phoenix gave a cry of attack and launched himself at the Runaspore. The three snakeheads hissed and snapped at the bird and Harry tried to protect the Runaspore from Fawkes' sharp beak and claws as well as keep the serpent from biting the bird. Hissing and spitting along with cries from McGonagall and a phoenix tone that wasn't the soothing song one usually heard from Fawkes filled the normally quiet headmaster's office. Finally Harry had pinned all three snakeheads tightly to the floor, telling them to behave or he'd put them back in that egg, and Dumbledore managed to get Fawkes to settle back on his golden perch by the door. Are you all right, Harry? Dumbledore asked. I've never seen Fawkes behave that way in my office. He stroked the bird, trying to calm the flashing eyes. I'm fine. Just some scratches. Harry heaved himself off the floor, still holding Giza's head. Oh, that explains much. Dumbledore sobered. Where did you get a Runaspore? My mother's trunk, Harry said then to the serpent. Stop struggling or I'll let the phoenix peck your eyes out. I've seen him do a basilisk, so you'll be nothing to him. But master, the phoenix is such an evil beast. Only dark wizards associate with such creatures. Hoppa hissed in Harry's ear. Funny, that's what they say about Runaspore and snakes now. Harry answered back. Things change, so get over it. He looked over to McGonagall and Dumbledore. His Transfiguration teacher had her hand on her mouth in shock. The headmaster regarded him solemnly. Sorry, I was just telling it to behave. It seems to think phoenixes are dark wizards' pets. Really, Potter, I don't know what to say. It is quite alarming to hear you speak to it. McGonagall said. Sit down, Harry, he must be heavy. Dumbledore pointed to the chair in front of the desk. Headmaster. Harry sank gratefully into the chair. The Runaspore kept all three heads turned toward the phoenix, glaring and flicking their tongues out. I have only once seen a Runaspore anywhere near this large. Dumbledore sat down behind his desk studying the creature. A thoughtful expression crossed the old man's face. Does she remember me? Harry looked sharply at the headmaster, then asked the Runaspore. Slowly the three heads turned to consider the old wizard. The Hoppa swelled, hissing. I remember a small barefooted boy slowly following his father. The head swayed as the Runaspore spoke. The sire was angry with the child for using his wand again without permission and sought to punish him by way of a thrashing. He searched the bush for a stick to use. The shield lay hidden in the thicket, so Giza spoke to him of death. Harry's face went pale and he looked up at Dumbledore. She killed your father. The headmaster nodded. It seems she remembers. It was long ago, Harry, do not worry yourself over it. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Harry stared at him in disbelief. I am sorry, sir. He held the headmaster's eyes and knew instantly the death of his father bothered Dumbledore more than he was letting on. Was she guarding something? Dumbledore asked as if he knew. Harry still stared at him. Yes, headmaster, Harry finally answered, but I'm not ready to share that information. The Runaspore I knew I couldn't keep secret. It would have been difficult. Dumbledore nodded. If all the students in Gryffindor Tower agree, you may keep her in your dorm. If any object, we must find other accommodations. I understand. Harry nodded then yawned. Have you been up all night, Potter? McGonagall frowned. Well, yes. I found out my mother's trunk could only be opened at full moon. But I have only 2 classes this morning. I thought I could catch up on sleep this afternoon. I'll skip animagus training just this once, if you don't mind. Harry said. Of course. I will go and inquire if anybody has a problem with the Runaspore. Perhaps you should stay here until I return. McGonagall glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded. She left his office as the morning light struck the odd instruments on the spindly table Harry had once destroyed. How far back does she remember? Dumbledore asked, still scrutinizing the serpent. I'm not sure. She speaks of times long before the Hogwarts Four, as she calls them. Harry turned speak to the Runespore. Who was it that made the shield? Tavok of Phoenician, Hoppa answered. Tavok of Phoenician was the first wizard to speak to her. Harry relayed. I have not heard of that name. Dumbledore's eyes almost glowed. Do you realize the wealth of information contained in your new friend, Harry? Centuries of past knowledge beyond the binding of books. Then his enthusiasm seemed to wane and he sighed. More wisdom than our short lives could ever hope to learn. They gazed at the Runespore as it looked back at the Phoenix. Then a sharp rap came at the office door and it opened. Headmaster, I need to talk to you about. Snape stopped as the Runespore hissed. Harry put a hand on Giza's head and reminded her to be nice. What the? A Runespore? Here. Snape scowled and looked at Dumbledore. A gift from Harry's mother. Dumbledore said briefly, then his eyes twinkled mischievously. Weren't you just saying, Severus, how you wished you had some Runespore eggs for some potion you were working on? Perhaps you can make some sort of arrangement with Harry for any she may produce. Snape went paler than usual and glared at Harry. Just to irritate him, Harry gave Snape a kind and gentle smile. But the potion master saw the underlying smirk and his eyes narrowed. I think we could make some sort of deal, Professor. After all, I can be just as fair to you as you have always been to me. When Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room with the Runespore, the room was packed. Several first years screamed as Giza hissed at the crowd. A path opened for Harry as he tiredly carried the serpent up the spiral staircase. You opened it. Why didn't you wake me? Ron stopped short at the three hissing heads. Blimey, Harry, what are you going to do with it? McGonagall said I could keep her here. She can be in the common room as long as nobody is bothered by her. Harry listened to the hissing, then spoke back. Where would I get some rats? She's hungry. He paused to listen to more hissing. Excuse me, she's very hungry. Rats. Ron shrugged, thinking, then his face brightened. How about Hagrid? He seems to have a supply of food for just about anything. Great idea, Ron. Harry put the Runespore on his bed. You stay here, okay? I'll be back with some food for you. Remember your promise, no biting. Harry, that's freaky to listen to, Parseltongue. Ron gulped. Cool, but freaky. Come on, I'll help you bring something back for it. What else was in the chest? I'll tell you when we're alone, okay? Harry whispered as they passed some people in the corridors. Better that I show you than tell you anyway. Harry yawned but kept moving. By the time he and Ron had returned to Gryffindor Tower with a bag of rats Hagrid had given him, Harry didn't know if he could climb back down all those stairs again. He was very tempted to change into animagus form and fly to herbology, but he was so tired Harry wasn't sure of his strength to maintain his phoenix. Dragging Harry endured his 2 morning classes in a haze. At morning break he filled in Hermione and Ron about the things in the trunk as they stood in the cold, windy courtyard. Both stood with their mouth open as he described the books and shield. Where on earth would your mother get such books? Let alone the shield? Hermione asked. I don't know. And how she managed to do it without my dad knowing, pretty strange. Harry replied. Not so strange. All she'd have to do is wait for the full moon. Ron said, turning his back to the wind. But she didn't know she was going into hiding. At least I don't think they timed to make a lot of plans. Harry shook his head. I'd say she had 1 or 2 months at the most to plan this trunk. And to find and buy what she put in it. Where did she get the money? If Salazar Slytherin really did write that old book, it would be absolutely priceless. It should be in the Hogwarts archives. Hermione's hands twitched like she wanted to get her hands on the book. I'll let you slog through it, Hermione. It's not light reading by any means. Harry yawned loudly. I'm sorry, I've got to get some sleep. Wake me for dinner. And I still have occlumency with Snape this evening. Harry trudged back up to Gryffindor Tower like his legs were made of lead. Trying to convince the Runespore to give him room to get into bed was another trial. This isn't your bed. It's my bed. I just put you to keep you out of the way. Harry tugged at the covers and managed to pull them down far enough to slip between them. You can sleep at the foot as long as you keep quiet. Sleep at thy foot. Giza hissed angrily. We are not thy lap dog to sit at thy feet. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that, Harry assured her, yawning. I'll find you something to sleep on this weekend. But right now I just have to get some sleep. So be quiet. He heard some unintelligible hissing, but then silence filled the room. Harry sighed and his eyes closed on their own accord. Strange dreams filled his head as Harry slept the afternoon away. Many filled with snakes and dark magical books that spoke to him in a language he didn't understand. Voldemort had been oddly silent and only a vague tinges of feeling seeped through to Harry. For once Harry was actually looking forward to occlumency as he paused outside of Snape's office door. He knocked, then entered. A cold gaze from Snape greeted him from behind the desk and Harry stared back benignly. The scowl on Snape's face deepened. Okay, Potter, let's get this over with, Snape said in what he obviously thought was a civil voice. What do you want for the Runnispor's eggs? I haven't really thought about it, Professor. I only just got the Runnispor. Harry continued to keep any smirk or contempt out of his face. Oh, come Potter, you must have some idea of what you want. Name it or we'll forget the whole thing, Snape countered. Okay, let's just forget it, Professor. Harry shrugged. I'm sure Mundungus Fletcher can find a use for them. Or Fred and George Weasley maybe could use them in one of their products. You wouldn't. Snape lost all control and bolted to his feet. If Harry had been younger he would have felt threatened, but it took all he had not to laugh in Snape's face at his feeble attempt of intimidation. Evidently Snape saw his ploy hadn't worked and sat back down. You would, wouldn't you? In a heartbeat, Professor. Harry nodded, still without contempt. I can let you know by next week what an egg is worth to me. An egg? Snape grimaced as he realized the price wouldn't be for all the eggs the Runnispor produced. Taking a deep breath, the potion master spat. Fine, let me know. Now we have occlumency. Get ready. There had been a fleeting moment when Harry thought the professor would go easier on him to get the coveted eggs, but he should have known better. Harry quickly pulled his wand out and braced himself. Snape's attack on his mind was relentless. Mind-battered, Harry finally left the office an hour later, quickly changing into his phoenix form to fly the staircases instead of climb them. Later that evening Harry introduced the Runnispor to Hermione and Ginny. Then Harry showed them all the things in the trunk while the other dorm occupants were in the common room studying. What's this? Ginny asked, picking up videotape. It looks like a book but I can't open it. I'm hoping I can show you in Grimmauld Place. It's a recording, I'm assuming, of my parents, Harry said eagerly. I don't know what that means but I hope it works too. Ginny gave him a confused grin. Hermione was reverently looking over the books. You're right, Harry. I can't understand half of what is written in Slytherin's book. She shook her head. I don't know how you'll be able to translate it. Which brings up the question. Why did your mom include this book when it's so hard to read? Maybe she meant for Harry to get help from someone who could read it. Ginny suggested, looking up from the photo album. But who? Hermione and Harry said together. They laughed and all of them shrugged. Reluctantly, Ron had picked up the Spells to Darkness by Albert Weasley book. I wonder if this guy is related to us, he said to Ginny and opened the book and browsed through it. I sure hope if he is, he's a very distant relation. Ron said softly, giving a slight shudder. There's little doubt the book by that Black is related to Sirius and the two authored by Snape. We all know what side he started on. Harry glanced through The Darkness Within by Reginald Black and rubbed his forehead, then ran his hand through his hair. I'm sort of torn. I want to read them but I feel weird, almost tainted just touching these books. I hear you, mate. Ron nodded. It's not like just breaking some school rule. It's so much beyond that line. What did Harry's mom want him to learn from these books? That's the big question. Hermione considered. She never really said she expected you to use the dark arts. Just that you need the knowledge of dark magic. What's the difference? Ron's brow wrinkled. The difference could be slight or incalculable, Hermione said almost to herself, then seeing the confused looks of the others she elaborated. It could be as simple as knowing counter curses to the spells in these books. Or it could be having enough knowledge of the magic involved to be able to change the spells to work for you but not as dark magic. To put your own power into the spells. Once again Hermione's explanation seemed to make things more complicated rather than clarify them. Harry thought as he put the items back in his school trunk. Hermione had taken Slytherin's book to study after she had put a charm on it to preserve its crumbling pages. Over the weekend Harry made a place for the Runaspore to sleep, replacing the nightstand on the left side of his four-poster bed. The Runaspore ate a lot more than Harry thought a snake would eat, but then Hagrid reminded him the serpent had been in hibernation for over 16 years and eventually her appetite would level off. She's beautiful. Hagrid marveled on Sunday when Harry and Ron had brought the Runaspore to see him at his request. Which had been tricky because they had to continually cast a warming spell around them and the serpent to carrying her across the snowy school grounds to his warm cabin. "Do you think she'd mind if I patted her?" All asked. Harry stepped on Ron's foot to keep him from laughing too much and relayed the question. "Hoppa and Kesho don't mind." Harry pointed to them in turn. "But Giza says to keep thy giant hands to thyself." Hagrid put out a massive hand and stroked the two heads with reverence. "Does it understand us when we speak, Harry?" Ron asked. "Do you?" Harry hadn't thought of this. "Do you understand what they are saying?" The Runaspore's three heads hissed, almost snorting. "I have heard countless years of tongues and I know many languages, though I cannot speak them," Hoppa said. "I'll take that as a yes." Harry felt a little irritated about not knowing. "Why didn't you tell me? Thou speaks our speech. No other words are needed for the Master of the Shield." Hoppa nodded to him. "Right." Harry watched as Giza changed her mind and wanted stroked by Hagrid too and started nudging his hand to get her share. Hagrid felt properly honored by the invitation. "Hagrid, how much are Runaspore eggs worth?" "Ah, lots. Not many on the black market. Devil hard to come by. Professor Snape's been having me look." Hagrid suddenly realized the why of Harry's interest. "Ah, he's wanting her eggs already. I said I'd tell him how much I needed for an egg. But I don't know how much they're worth." Harry nodded. "I need to know how far I can expect to barter." "You need to know so you know how far you can push him," Hagrid corrected, looking at Harry keenly. "You be careful with Professor Snape, Harry. It's not good to poke a sleeping dragon in the eye." "I'm not going to ask for any more than what he can afford," Harry assured him with a sly smile. "Right," Hagrid snorted, causing Giza to hiss at him. "Sorry, love," he crooned to her. "Such a sweetie ya are." Halfway through his animagus training on Tuesday, Professor McGonagall stopped him. "Where is your mind, Potter? You seem miles away." "Oh, I'm sorry. I've had a lot on my mind lately." Harry blushed because of the real problem on his mind. "Out with it, Potter. You're no good if you can't concentrate on your form." McGonagall looked at him sternly over her glasses. Harry slumped back against a desk in the front row. "Right, it's the dance next month." "What about it?" McGonagall asked. "I don't really know how to dance, that is," Harry blurted out and flushed again. McGonagall continued to stare at him, then closed her eyes for a moment. "I know I'm going to regret this." She sighed and opened her eyes. "Do you want me to teach you how to dance?" "Just the basics, if it wouldn't be too much trouble." Harry grinned hopefully. "Why is Professor McGonagall limping?" Hermione asked as she watched the Transfiguration teach hobble up to the staff table in the Great Hall at dinner that evening. "She wasn't limping this morning." Harry didn't say anything but kept eating without looking up at the teachers. "I don't know. She's old, isn't she?" Ron shrugged. "I've got occlumency. See you later." Harry drank down the last bit of pumpkin juice. He tried not to run out of the hall but walked very fast. He knew he was early for Snape, but Harry didn't know if he could keep a straight face in front of Hermione much longer. The last thing he wanted going around the school is him having dancing lessons with McGonagall. "Well, Potter." Snape had his arms folded across his chest and leaned back in his chair as Harry stood across from him. "What is a Runaspore egg going to cost me?" "I've thought about his a lot, Professor. All I want from you is one day." Harry paused to savor the surprise in the sallow face. "For 24 hours, no unfair treatment of Gryffindors. No points taken and no nasty remarks." As Harry spoke, Snape's eyes blazed with anger. "Is that all, Potter?" Snape sneered. "No, the day I want is the day of the dance, Professor," Harry replied. Snape stared at him for a long time without speaking. "2 Runaspore eggs for that, Potter," Snape finally countered. "I do have my reputation to uphold." "Professor," For 2 Runaspore eggs you have to dance one dance with every female teacher attending the dance as well. Harry didn't know how he managed to keep a straight face. The appalled look on Snape's face was priceless. The internal struggle in Snape was obvious. He wanted the eggs so badly, but what Harry was asking was so against his nature. Fine, Potter. It's a deal. Snape finally snapped. If by some chance she produces an egg before the dance in December. But a serpent that has hibernated for so long probably won't produce anything, so I really don't have to worry about it. Well, Professor, if she produces an egg afterwards and you haven't honored the agreement, then the deal is completely off. No eggs, period. Harry refused to back down from the fury in those black eyes. There was a strangled growling noise from Snape's throat. Fine, I'll do it, he snarled. But if she never produces an egg, I'll have a deal for you, Potter. Right, it's a deal then. Harry flinched at the images of what Snape would make him do if the Runaspore didn't produce any eggs. Shall we get on with occlumency then, Potter? You've wasted enough of my time. Snape stood up, withdrawing his wand. Harry quickly followed his lead and stood ready. Snape showed no mercy. Relentlessly he launched an attack on Harry's mind. Harry held off the assault to enter his thoughts for a long time, but the pain was excruciating. Ultimately Harry ended up on the floor, gasping in pain once again. It isn't working, Harry beeped, holding his head. He doesn't enter my mind from the same direction. Explain, Potter. Snape sat in his desk chair, frowning down at the teen on the floor. You're at me from the outside. He's already inside. Harry hadn't meant to say it that way, but he knew it was true. What do you mean? Snape leaned forward. I don't know. It's just different. Like he's already has a way in, his own private entrance. Harry managed to open his eyes and look up at Snape's startled face. The potion master recovered his emotionless face. It makes no difference, Potter. You would just use the same power to deflect him back from whichever direction he enters. Snape seemed pleased with his answer to Harry's struggle. You don't know. Harry met the man's eyes. You're just guessing. Well, it is the best guess we have, Potter. Snape drawled. By we, I assume you mean Dumbledore and yourself. Harry flared. So he didn't know if this would work either. Occlumency is the only thing open to you to discipline what little mind you have, Potter. Snape sneered. But you once said the usual rules don't seem to apply to me. So you really don't know if it's helping or making the contact stronger. Harry's eyes blazed, daring him to lie. No, Potter, but it is the most logical way to go. Snape admitted. I'm getting bloody tired of being a guinea pig for you and the headmaster. Harry began to rage. You don't know how this feels and you don't care. Potter, this isn't the day we have agreed upon, and I have no qualms about taking points from you and putting you in detention today. Snape growled back. Do what you want. Harry snarled back. I'm through with this rubbish. He grabbed his school bag and stormed from the room. He heard Snape yell at him to come back, but he had already transformed into a phoenix. With a burst of flame, Harry found himself once again gliding over the castle. In the snowy gray night, he winged his way to the astronomy tower and landed on the wall. More than ever Harry wanted to fly far away from this place. Far away from Dumbledore and Snape. Unbidden, the name Voldemort came to his mind. Could he fly away from Voldemort? Harry doubted it. Still, he had that desperate feeling of not wanting to be Harry Potter anymore. Not wanting the pain, both mental and physical, or responsibility that went with being him. He lifted his wings to fly off far from this place, from himself. But the image of Ron, Ginny and Hermione flashed into his mind, followed closely by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Remus. How could he leave people who really care about him? How can he leave them to fight Voldemort without him? Dropping his wings, Harry changed back into his human form. He found it hard to be angry as a phoenix, and he wanted to be angry. The wind and cold was biting and he was soon shivering, but Harry didn't care. He was so tired of being deceived. He was tired of the pain, and even though the pain in his scar had left, the memory lingered. As he trembled leaning against the wall of the tower, Harry saw a flash of light high in the sky over the lake, then another flash nearly in the same spot. Not wanting to freeze to death on the astronomy tower, Harry transformed back into the phoenix. He roosted on the wall, watching the peaceful snow-covered grounds and not feeling the cold as a bird. A burst of flame erupted above him. Harry watched as Fawkes lowered Dumbledore beside him. "Please Harry, don't go," Dumbledore said quickly. Harry transformed back into himself. "I wasn't going to." Harry shivered. "I was cold and my phoenix self doesn't seem to notice it." With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore created a blazing fireplace, a hearthrug and 2 chintz armchairs. "Please sit down Harry, we need to talk about what happened." "How can I believe what you say anymore?" Harry stood stubbornly outside of the fire's warmth. "Why didn't you tell me occlumency might not work?" "I believed it would. I had no reason not to until now, with your description of Voldemort's means of entering your mind to Professor Snape," Dumbledore insisted as he sat down near the fire and warmed his hands. "Then how come Snape seemed to know there was a slim chance that occlumency wouldn't work?" Harry stepped closer, snow swirling around his ankles. "If he knew, you knew. But you didn't see fit to tell me about any doubts you had. Occlumency works for most mind intrusions. I saw some progress from you, so I had no reason to believe it wasn't working. The pain I kept having might have been a clue. I kept working hard, trying to put up with the pain, but you never once said it might not work. Or are you going to tell me everybody that does occlumency goes through that?" Harry was now shaking with anger rather than cold. "Do you get some perverse pleasure out of seeing me in pain all the time? I know Snape seems to like it." He turned away from the headmaster and strode toward the opposite wall. Dumbledore lifted his wand and Harry was gently deposited into the empty chair beside the fire. "No Harry, I don't like seeing you in pain. I am highly insulted you would say such a thing," Dumbledore said, irritated. Then the old wizard sighed tiredly. "Harry, everything I do lately seems to drive you away from me. We have to be on the same side to win against Voldemort. Don't you see that?" Harry felt his chest tightened. He took deep breaths and swallowed, trying to keep the knot out of his throat. "Right," Harry whispered, leaning closer to the fire and put his face in his hands. Tears came to his eyes. That's all Dumbledore cared about when it came down to it, Harry surviving to defeat Voldemort. Harry was tired of living for a future that may or may not come. Didn't Dumbledore understand? A person needed to live more for today than for tomorrow. "Harry," Dumbledore's voice was puzzled. "Now what have I said?" "Nothing. You didn't say anything that you haven't told me before, Headmaster," Harry said hoarsely and rubbed his eyes. "I keep forgetting why I'm so important to you. Thanks again for reminding me." He swallowed hard, trying to keep the tears back. "Can I go now?" Harry stood up, wanting desperately to leave. "No, Harry, we need to talk this out. It has gone way too far as it is," Dumbledore objected, taking hold of Harry's arm and forcing him back into the chair. "I do care about how you feel, Harry. More than you'll ever know. It hurts me to see us at odds like this, and I know it hurts you." The old wizard didn't let go of Harry's arm and gave it a squeeze. Harry stared at Dumbledore's hand on his arm. There was so much he wanted to say to Dumbledore, but Harry didn't know how to put it into words. The overwhelming pressure he felt since learning about the prophecy, the confusion in his mind from just being a teenager, and the things he needed to hear from the old man sitting next to him, yet the only thing he seemed able to articulate was his anger. "You have a strange way of showing you care," Harry finally said, jerking his arm from Dumbledore's hand, his voice full of rage. "Leaving me with people that showed me nothing but hatred." "That again," Dumbledore sighed. "Oh, I'm sorry my childhood is so unimportant. But let's face it, it makes me who I am, doesn't it?" Harry rose from the chair again. "I don't want to be like the Dursleys, but I'm not sure I want to be like you anymore either." Harry paced to the edge of the fire's warmth and stared out into the night. "I really did want to fly away from Hogwarts, from you and everything that was me. But I couldn't leave the people who really care about me, Ron, Hermione and Ginny, the Weasleys. Hogwarts used to feel like a home to me, but right now I hate it here. I feel trapped." His words kept rushing out. "I used to feel safe here." He turned to glance at Dumbledore. "I used to feel safe with you, but not anymore." Dumbledore sat blinking hard, face filled with grief. "I'm sorry, Harry. I never meant for this to happen. For you to feel trapped so much you want to run." The old wizard looked tired and confused. "I truly am at a loss of what to do, Harry. Whatever I say seems to anger you, so perhaps I fear to say the things I should." Harry was only half listening. Something Kesho had said came to his mind. Anger is the egg of fear, he said softly. Pardon, Dumbledore said. Something Kesho said, but I'm sure I've heard it somewhere before. Anger is the egg of fear. I've been so angry with you. Do I fear you? Harry asked himself. I hope not. Dumbledore frowned. You have no reason to fear me. Fear comes from within, not from without. Again Harry spoke to himself. Same way Voldemort turns up in my mind. Interesting thought, isn't it? Harry finally looked over to Dumbledore again. There are similarities, although I'm sure where his mind lies. So perhaps I do fear you because you can hurt me the most. I would never hurt you, Harry. Dumbledore insisted. Harry snorted. You already have, so why should I believe you won't again? I don't know what you want from me, Harry. I cannot change the past. Dumbledore kept his voice calm. And I still believe at that time, and I had very little time to decide, your aunt and uncle were the safest place for you. The anger flared in Harry's eyes. And for the rest of the world, yes, that too. What can I do to put these past events behind us? Dumbledore asked. After a long silence, Harry answered slowly, his eyes meeting the headmaster's. 3 days. I beg your pardon, Dumbledore asked, confused. I want you to spend 3 days with me as a child with the Dursleys, before I came to Hogwarts. Harry's gaze bore into Dumbledore's eyes. I'll even let you pick which memories you visit. The old wizard looked stunned. If, after seeing what I went through for just 3 random days, you still think that was the best place for me, Harry sighed. I'll agree to disagree about this and make peace with you. Let me see if I understand you correctly. You want me to take 3 random days from your memories and spend the time watching you with the Dursleys? Dumbledore repeated, almost as if confused. I assume you want me to put the thoughts in the pensieve then enter into them. He received a nod from Harry. Any 3 days? Any. Harry nodded. I know you are a busy man, headmaster. So if you can't do all 3 at one time I understand, but you have to do all 3. I see. Interesting idea. Dumbledore nodded, putting his fingers together and tapping them. And what does it mean, you'll make peace with me, Harry? He asked thoughtfully. It means I will never bring the subject up again. And between us it never happened. Harry said in a stone-cold voice. You would be able to turn off your anger so easily? Dumbledore questioned. It has been difficult for you. If after you see my life with the Dursleys and you still think that was the right place, then the way I see it, I must be making too big of deal over it. Harry shrugged. You seem fairly confident I'll agree with you. Dumbledore noted. You realize that days do not fall all in one memory. The mind sorts them as it sees fit, not by the way of a calendar. Harry nodded. Very well, Harry, I accept your offer. He paused, thinking. I think I'll be able to do the first Thursday. Instead of occlumency, I'll extract a memory from you and spend a day with you as a child. I'm sorry, Professor. Are you all right? Harry looked guilty as McGonagall rubbed her foot. It was Thursday, and instead of his afternoon animagus training, Professor McGonagall was giving Harry another dance lesson. I'm fine, Potter. Then she frowned at him. As graceful as you are on a broom, I thought this would be easy for you. But I suppose you aren't using your feet then, are you? Not really. Harry still felt bad. If you don't want to continue, I understand. Heavens no, Potter. You are now a challenge. Although I do think I'll bring up at the next staff meeting the need to teach first years to dance. McGonagall snorted. They are much smaller and it probably would be much less painful. Shall we try again? And listen to the music, Potter. Having a memory taken from your mind was a strange sensation, Harry observed. It didn't hurt at all, but when the silvery strand had broken contact with his temple he felt a definite snap in his mind, like the click of a latch. The headmaster had deposited the memory into the pensieve, looking quite optimistic about his choice. Harry had felt him search for a happy feelings, and it had taken Dumbledore some time to choose. Did you wish to join me? Dumbledore asked as he prodded the silvery substance in the pensieve. No, Harry snorted. I lived it once and that's enough. I have homework anyway. Well, I hope you enjoy my childhood as much as I did. He gave the headmaster a wave and left his office. Dumbledore plunged into the pensieve. After tumbling for a moment, Dumbledore found he was in a crowded department store. He looked around for Harry, reminding himself to look for a little boy. There on the clerk's counter sat a black-haired boy about 3, smiling and contentedly beeping on a lollipop while the clerk fussed over him. "What's your name, dear?" the woman asked. Harry just smiled and shrugged. "Oh dear, Millicent. Could you get the manager? We have little lost boy here. Such pretty green eyes." Dumbledore smiled. Harry looked happy enough. He watched as the manager came and an announcement was made over the loudspeaker about a little lost boy. "Harry." Aunt Petunia's shrill voice made the smile vanish from little Harry. The little boy cringed as she fixed a false smile on her face and patted his head in front of the store personnel. She clamped her claw-like hand on his wrist and practically dragged him out of the store. Dumbledore followed them to an awaiting car. "How many times have I told you to stay with us?" Petunia shouted as soon as the doors were shut and they were out of earshot of anybody. Dumbledore sat between little Harry and the big boy he knew to be Dudley. "You better watch yourself, boy," Uncle Vernon roared. "We should have just left you for the police to cart off. Then we would have been done with you." Harry looked petrified but said nothing. Dudley grabbed the beeper and pinched Harry hard, leaving a red mark. Little Harry started crying. "Be quiet, boy," Uncle Vernon bellowed. Aunt Petunia turned around in the front seat of the car and grabbed little Harry's arm and shook it. "Hush, any little boy who gets lost doesn't deserve a lollipop." She smiled indulgently at Dudley, who had Harry's candy in his mouth. "Little boys who stay with their mothers deserve a treat." The car pulled into number 4 Privet Drive. Vernon Dursley hoisted Dudley from the car and carried him into the house. Aunt Petunia set Harry roughly on the ground and he followed her inside. Dumbledore trailed after them. At dinner, Dudley sat on a booster seat and little Harry's nose barely reached the table as he sat on a regular chair. While Aunt Petunia made sure her son's meat and vegetables were cut up in small, easy-to-chew bits, Harry had to struggle biting off pieces of whatever he could reach on his plate. When pudding was served, Dudley put up such a fuss he was given Harry's share. When bedtime came, Harry was dumped unceremoniously onto the bed in the cupboard under the stairs. Dumbledore could hear Vernon Dursley reading a story to his son. Then he saw little Harry creep out of the cupboard under the stairs and silently climb the stairs. Harry crawled and laid his little dark tousled head on the floor at the door of the bedroom, listening to the fairy tale. The second the tale ended, Harry ran back down the hall and plopped on his bottom to go quickly down the stairs. The scene in front of him dissolved. Dumbledore now looked at a terrified little boy. A storm crackled the night and the boy huddled in his thin blanket, jumping with each flash of lightning and crash of thunder. Upstairs, Dudley screamed for his mother and Aunt Petunia was soon carrying Dudley off to sleep in their bed. Little Harry once again crept out of his cupboard and crawled up the stairs, shivering with the sounds of the storm. Timidly he tapped on Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia's bedroom door. The door swung open and Uncle Vernon looked down on the small boy. "What are you doing out of bed?" Trembling Harry squeaked, scared, and held out his arms to be picked up. Dumbledore was relieved when the big man lifted the boy, but the relief was short-lived. Uncle Vernon didn't take him into their warm, comforting bed but back down to the cupboard under the stairs. Boys who don't have parents need to learn to buck up. Nothing to be scared about, just a storm. Uncle Vernon dropped little Harry back in his bed and shut the cupboard door. "You stay there. You hear me, boy?" The place changed. A morning sun shone brightly through the front door window. Dumbledore followed the 3-year-old Harry into the kitchen. Aunt Petunia was breakfast feeding to Dudley in his booster seat. Harry hung on to a chair waiting until she was finished. She cleaned Dudley up and set him down on the floor. Dudley tottered over to Harry and pushed him down. Little Harry scrambled away from the bigger boy's kick, squealing with fright. "Duddykins, be careful, you might slip." Aunt Petunia turned her back on the two boys and little Harry quickly crawled under the table and ran to hide behind her legs. "Go, boy, I've got things to do." She glared down at him and sighed. Aunt Petunia grabbed a piece of bread and buttered it hastily, then handed it to Harry. "There, now don't get it all over everything." She frowned at him. Dumbledore felt a knot form in his stomach as he watched little Harry gobble down the piece of bread, not dropping a crumb. The rest of the morning Dumbledore followed the 3-year-old around. Little Harry could have been invisible for all the attention he received from the family. Only if he made noise, cried or did something wrong, did the Dursleys even speak to him. And then it was in the form of a harsh order or reprimand. Dumbledore returned to his office after his day with little Harry was over. He sat for a long time gazing at the pensive. Then he picked the stone basin up and stored it in his cupboard. The old wizard went to the window and looked out over the snow-covered grounds deep in thought. "What's your hurry?" Harry asked as he watched Ron rush to change out of his Quidditch robes after practice. "Hermione said she would help me with my potions homework." Ron started stuffing his robes into his school bag. "Right, you seem to have a lot of potions homework these days." Harry smirked a little. Ron's ears turned red but he just gave Harry a grin. "It's been a nightmare. I'm just lucky to have Hermione help me through it. She must be pretty good holding your hand." Harry laughed as Ron realized what Harry was talking about. "Yeah, she's good at many things if you know what I mean." Ron stared him down this time and laughed when Harry flushed. "Touché." Harry laughed. "Well, better go study." He waved his hands to shoo Ron off. Ron gave him a shove and left the changing room. Harry returned to the common room. He went to the dorm and put his firebolt in his trunk. He carried his school bag down to the common room to finish his charms essay. "Mind if I sit with you?" Harry asked Ginny. "No." Ginny pulled some books out of the way and Harry sat down looking around. "Where are Ron and Hermione?" Harry asked. "Off snogging somewhere," Ginny said without looking up as if she was discussing the weather. Harry snorted as he pulled out his charms book. "I haven't really seen much of those two." Harry thought aloud. "Except for class, but we haven't really talked. Not like we used to." "Hermione has noticed too." Ginny looked up. "I think Ron has, but with him it's hard to tell. I've been busy but not any busier than other years." Harry frowned. "I guess I get a bit caught up in myself to think about it," he admitted. "It takes a big person to admit something like that." Ginny gazed at him. "Most people just say they're too busy and leave it at that." "Well, a person needs to take stock of their shortcomings. Especially since I don't have Snape telling me what they are." Harry shrugged. Ginny leaned on her hand and smiled at him. "And what are your shortcomings?" "What, you want a list?" Harry felt this conversation was getting strange. "Just a couple." Ginny grinned. "Well, I can be kind of moody," Harry said thoughtfully. "And stubborn. Is that enough?" "One more," Ginny insisted. Harry thought about it for a moment. "I'm not sure what else." "You could check with Snape. He'd give you a long list." "Want me to tell you one?" Ginny's eyes sparkled. Harry noticed. "I was afraid it would come to this." "Okay, what have you noticed about me that irritates you?" Harry gave her a lopsided smile. "You can be as tightly shut as that trunk of your mum's or you spill your guts in a burst of anger." Ginny snickered. "Too much information or not enough, Harry laughed then countered. "All right, Ms. Weasley, what are your shortcomings?" "I don't have any," Ginny said as if it was common knowledge and went back to her homework. "I know. You probably snore and drool in your sleep," Harry teased, trying to get a rise out of her. "Oh Harry, you'll have to do better than that. I do have 6 older brothers, you know." Ginny turned a page. "I'm way out of my league with them. So I'll concede defeat." Harry threw up his hands. "You sure gave up easily." Ginny chuckled. "Loose the battle, win the war." Harry muttered then a little louder. "I'm saving my strength for bigger disputes." Ginny frowned at her homework. "I hope Hermione gets back soon. She said she'd look over my potions work. I don't know how she does it all. I would offer to look at it, but you probably want the right answers," Harry said, writing his way down a roll of parchment. Ginny laughed and set aside her potions work. She rummaged through her books and found ancient runes. She gave a deep sigh and opened the book. Harry glanced at her now and then, occasionally catching her eye, and they would both smile at each other. It felt strange to sit with Ginny knowing he would be going to the dance with her in 2 weeks' time and their relationship would change whether they wanted it or not. Strange but nice at the same time. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Crookshanks carrying something toward the boys' staircase. "Hey, hold on." Harry bolted from his seat and chased the ginger cat up to his dorm. "What does he have?" Ginny had followed him up the stairs. "Yuck, a rat." She wrinkled her nose. "Why did he bring it up here?" Harry stalked over to the dead rat Hermione's cat had put near the Runnispor's bed. "Hiss, he gots it for us." Giza's head slithered up, flicking her tongue. "A light snack." Did you ask Crookshanks to catch you a rat? Harry asked. Yes. Nice beast. Likes to kill rats. Hopper watched Giza clamp her jaws on the dead rodent. You speak cat. Harry glanced at Crookshanks cleaning his paw on Harry's bed. Speak. Cat language is much more than sounds. Humans are blind to the body's talk. Hopper said. Right. I guess if Crookshanks doesn't mind I don't. Enjoy. Harry turned away from the feeding serpent. Ginny stared at him, waiting for an explanation. He smiled and started to tell her when a sharp pain went through his scar. He clutched his forehead. Your scar? Ginny asked concerned. Yeah, I haven't felt anything for a while now. Nothing this strong. Harry leaned against his bed, trying to block the pain with little success. Harry closed his eyes and rubbed his cool hand across the scar, resigned to wait for the pain to ease. Another, softer hand stroked the length of his scar. Like magic the pain vanished. Harry's eyes snapped open to see Ginny in front of him. How did you do that? Harry said softly. What? Ginny dropped her hand as if she had done something wrong. The pain came back like a stabbing knife. Harry winced and gritted his teeth. What did I do? Ginny now sounded worried. The pain. You stopped the pain. Harry squinted at her. How did you do that? He repeated. I don't know. Ginny shook her head, then hesitantly she gently placed her fingers on his scar again. The relief in Harry's face showed her the pain had vanished again. For a long moment they stared into each other's eyes. Harry gazed in wonder at her, then a smile crept onto his face. Do you think I can convince Ron you need to stay by my bed in case my scar hurts in the night? Harry asked. Ginny blushed and then giggled. I think he'd have to put a full body bind curse on you before he would allow that. Then her face sobered. I wonder why the pain stops when I touch your scar. Harry didn't really hear her. He was too busy noticing the intense brown of her eyes, flecked with highlights of gold. His gaze dropped to her lips and he bent closer. Harry looked back into her eyes as if to ask permission. Ginny seemed frozen, but her eyes brightened with surprise. As he lowered his head, Harry felt her breath stop. His lips just brushed hers when Ron's voice and footsteps thundered up the stairs. Hastily they broke apart. Ginny moved away and the pain in Harry's scar returned. Grasping his forehead, Harry leaned against the bed again. What are you doing up here, Ginny? You're not supposed to be in the boys' dorms. Ron glanced back and forth at the two of them. Harry? He had noticed his friend's pain. Ginny told him about Crookshanks bring the rat to the Runespore. Hesitantly she told him about Harry's scar hurting, but nothing more. Taking her lead, Harry didn't say anything about her touch affecting his scar. I want to catch Hermione before she goes to bed, Ginny said. Good night, Harry, Ron. She blushed for almost forgetting to say good night to her own brother. Are you all right, Harry? Ron asked. Need any help? I'll be all right. Could you get my stuff from the common room? I left my homework and bag down there. Harry went to his wardrobe, still holding his forehead, and pulled out pajamas. Sure, no problem. Ron gazed at his friend for a moment, then hurried down the stairs. In bed, Harry tried to block out the still burning scar with little success. Harry let his mind open, since closing it didn't seem to help. A dark, moldy wall filled his vision for a moment, then he turned away, pacing with anger. It is all set? He suspects nothing? Voldemort seethed. No, my lord. All will go as ordered, Malfoy assured him. If you let Harry Potter ruin my plan this time, you will receive the full power of my displeasure. Understand, Lucius? Harry could feel the absolute fury in Voldemort's words as the agony intensified. Yes, my lord. I will not fail you. Lucius dropped to his knees before him. See that you don't. Go. Voldemort waved his spidery hand at the figure before him. Quickly Harry pulled away from the dark wizard's mind. He didn't want Voldemort to know he had heard anything. Gasping and sweating, Harry lay frozen as the pain ebbed little by little. Finally he managed to sit up in bed. He had to tell someone. Still shaking, Harry pulled on his dressing gown and staggered down the spiral stairs. He pushed open the portrait and climbed out. His mind confused with pain, Harry headed down the hall, not really having a goal in mind. His feet led the way toward the Transfiguration classroom, but halfway there, Harry stopped. McGonagall wouldn't be there now. It was the middle of the night. He stood as if stunned and blinked at the brightness of a torch in its bracket. Harry turned to go back to McGonagall quarters. Potter. A cold sneering voice drifted up the hall. Snape's smirking face came into view. What are you doing out of bed at this time of night, Potter? 50 points from Gryffindor and a week of detention. I've got to tell someone. Harry winced as two spoke too loud. Voldemort is planning something. He leaned on the wall rubbing his forehead then repeated. I have to tell someone. What are you blathering about, Potter? Snape tried to sound unconcerned but failed. Come with me. A harsh grip took a hold of Harry's arm. Snape led him down to the stone gargoyle and spoke the password. He shoved Harry onto the moving steps and then followed. Snape knocked on the headmaster's door and then entered. No light shone from any of the torches and the embers in the fireplace glowed softly. Snape pushed Harry into the chair in front of Dumbledore's desk. Wait here, he snapped and turned to the fireplace. He groped on the mantel for a handful of flow powder and threw it in the dying fire. It blazed green and Snape stepped into the emerald flames. Dumbledore's room. Snape began to spin and then disappeared. The darkness of the office felt soothing to Harry's eyes. Despite his irritation with Dumbledore, the presence of the great wizard still lingered and calmed Harry as he waited. A moment later Dumbledore appeared in the flames and stepped out of the fireplace, followed closely by Snape. The headmaster raised his wand and the light level in the room increased. Harry put up a hand to shield his eyes from the glare. It was better the other way. Harry blinked through watering eyes. Dumbledore dimmed the torches. Thanks, he sighed. What have you heard, Harry? Dumbledore asked, watching him closely. Harry told him about Voldemort's conversation he overheard. Voldemort did not feel you were there. The old wizard questioned. Thinking, Harry glanced at Snape, who stood off to the side near the door. His face showed no reaction to what Harry had heard. No, he didn't. Voldemort was in a rage. I think it sort of shielded me from him. Harry saw Dumbledore's gaze flick to Snape. Who is Voldemort after? Harry asked, looking back to Snape, who flinched at the name. We can only guess, Harry. Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Karkaroff comes to mind. Perhaps the Death Eaters have caught up to him. He sighed. Are you? Harry gazed pointedly at Snape. The swallow face showed no emotion to his suggestion, but Harry saw a convulsive swallow. Perhaps, Snape said softly, but I doubt it, Potter. My allegiance has not been challenged. I am his spy on the headmaster. He needs me here. Now Harry stared almost in shock at the potion master. Never had Snape said so many words to him without a sneer in his voice. I hope you're right, Professor. As much as he hated Snape, Harry didn't want him to fall into Voldemort's trap. Professor Snape, would you see Harry back to Gryffindor Tower? Dumbledore asked, still studying Harry closely. I'm okay. I can manage, Headmaster. Harry stood up, but Dumbledore's stare had met Snape's. Certainly, Headmaster. Snape nodded. Come on, Potter. He opened the office door and gestured for Harry to precede him. Harry had no choice, so he nodded to Dumbledore and left the office. It was the strangest walk through the castle that Harry could remember. Neither one of them spoke, but oddly Harry felt protected by Snape's escort. At the portrait of the fat lady, Harry bid the potion's master good night. The man merely nodded and left without a word. Harry watched the lean back disappear, wondering if Snape was bothered by his vision of Voldemort. With the holiday fast approaching, Harry began to feel nervous with the upcoming dance on Saturday. True, he hadn't stepped on McGonagall's feet at the last dance lesson, but he felt a bit awkward. McGonagall tried to assure him all teenage boys feel that way. Still, Harry wished he had learned to dance sooner. Since it was Christmas, the dance would start with a feast at 7 o'clock. By Saturday afternoon, the Great Hall had been closed off to be decorated, and many of the girls went off to get ready for the dance. At 6 o'clock, Harry and Ron went up to the dormitory to change into their dress robes. While Harry hesitated over which dress robes to wear, Ron, Seamus, Dean and Neville pulled on their dress robes. Glancing nervously up to see what the other guys were wearing, Harry grinned at Ron's new robes. The royal blue material suited Ron's complexion and red hair. What's taking you so long? Ron asked, tugging at his collar. I'm trying to decide which robes to wear. Harry opened the box with his robes. What do you mean? Ron came over to see. Whoa, outstanding, Harry. You like it? Harry pulled the robes out and held them up. You don't think it's a bit flashy? No way, Ron assured him. Put them on. We'll be the judges. Ron indicated the rest of the 6-year boys. Slowly Harry slipped into the shimmering robes. Low murmurs of approval filled the room before he looked up from fastening the front. Well. Excellent, Harry, Seamus whistled. Never seen anything like it. Dean marveled. You look great, Harry. Neville reached out and felt the sleeve. Brilliant, Harry, Ron agreed. 4 out of 4. You can't beat that. You could. Seamus started, then changed his mind. What? Harry glanced down to see if something was wrong, then back at the other teens. Ron and the others gave each other an agreeing glance. I think it would look better if you shaved, Harry. Ron braved. You really don't have enough to be called a beard. It just makes your face look, well, dirty. Shave. Harry reached up and felt his chin and jaw, then hurried to the mirror. Sure enough, what Ron said was true. A gray shadow covered his lower face in a haphazard way. I don't have a razor. What? Ron looked puzzled. Just use the shaving charm. The what? Harry turned to see the other boys' nods, telling him once again his lack of Wizarding World general information was showing. Didn't anyone ever? Ron's face dropped in realization. Harry had no one to tell him anything. I'll show you. It can be a little trick. Fred slipped once and shaved off his left eyebrow. Although I think he kind of liked the look. What do I do? Harry felt a surge of panic. What would he look like if he appeared at the dance with one eyebrow? Don't worry. Why don't I do it for you? Ron suggested. Conjure a chair and sit down. Harry quickly conjured a barber's chair and took a seat. Didn't your uncle ever teach you how to shave? Dean asked. My dad taught me 2 years ago. Harry snorted. Last summer my uncle brought home this cheap plastic razor for me to use. I tried it once and cut myself so many times I thought I'd need a blood rejuvenation potion. So I decided just to annoy him I'd just leave any stubble. Okay. Harry leaned back and hold still. Ron said. He shook his wand a little and said. Excoriae. A blue glow came from the tip of Ron's wand. As Ron carefully laid the tip on Harry's cheek and drew the wand over his skin, a warm fuzzy feeling followed the wand tip. After 5 minutes Ron said. That's it. You're done. Take a look. Harry went to the mirror and felt the smooth chin and cheeks. Thanks, Ron. I owe you. Nah, Harry, he doesn't want his sister getting stubble burn. Seamus laughed. There was a general snicker from the other boys, even Dean Thomas. Harry felt a warmth creep into his cheeks now. See you at the dance. I've got to meet up with Susan Bones from Hufflepuff. Dean and Neville followed Seamus down the stairs. I thought it would be cool you dating my sister, Ron started sheepishly. Having mixed feelings. Harry grinned. More like scrambled. Ron snorted. I really don't know what I'll do if I catch you two keying. Harry snorted back. If you would have come up to the dorm a couple seconds later the other day we'd both know. Ron's eyes grew big. The mixture of emotions flashed across his freckled face. Humor won out and he laughed. All right, I know it is inevitable. Ron nodded, then soberly he said. Just don't hurt her, Harry. His brow furrowed. Never. Harry met his best friend's eyes. Ron, I have too much respect for Ginny and for your whole family to do anything that would jeopardize our trust of each other. He held out his hand to Ron. Ron grasped it firmly and clapped Harry's shoulder. Thanks, Harry, that means a lot. Ron said. Well, we better get downstairs. Can't have the women waiting for us. Hang on. I want to get my camera. Harry went to his trunk and took out the magical camera Lupin had given him for his birthday. Okay, let's go. They hurried down to the Gryffindor common room, where it was much like the night of the Yule Ball when the Triwizard Tournament was held, with many different color robes milling around waiting. Parvati came down the girls' stairs with Lavender. Both paused at the bottom to gaze in Harry's direction. Their stare began to make Harry feel uncomfortable, so he messed with the camera's setting, but ignoring them didn't seem to work. Wow, Harry, Lavender said. You look wonderful. I'll say. Parvati sighed. Save me at least one dance. She looked at him pathetically. Well, Harry's attention drew back to the girls' staircase. Hermione and Ginny descended gracefully. The pair took Harry's breath away. Wearing gold-beaded silk robes, Hermione looked like a queen striding toward Ron. But his jaw dropped open as Harry gazed at Ginny smiling shyly as she walked toward him. Harry stepped forward past Parvati in lavender. Her emerald velvet robe swirled around her as she came to a stop in front of him. "You look beautiful, Ginny." Harry felt the word was horribly lacking but couldn't come up with anything better. Ginny flushed and grinned. "Thanks, so do you. I love your robes, Harry." "Thanks." Harry laughed. "Oh, before we go, let's get some pictures." He looked around and spotted Mark Evans. "Hey Mark, would you take some pictures for us?" "Sure, Harry." Mark grinned. Harry showed him how to work the camera and the two couples posed for the first year. "Thanks Mark. Could you run the camera back up to my dorm and just set it on one of the trunks?" Harry asked and the boy nodded. "Thanks. Have fun." Mark waved as the four left the common room. After helping Ginny from the portrait hole, Harry offered her his arm. "My lady." He gave her a slight bow. Ginny giggled and slipped her hand around his arm. Ron offered his arm to Hermione and the four went down to the Great Hall. Crystal clear icicles dangled in the air above round tables in the Great Hall when two couples entered, following the crowd. The 12 Christmas trees stood along the walls twinkling with fairy lights and sparkling ornaments. Each table had a centerpiece of holly and ivy with a candle in the center. Hermione spotted Neville with Luna Lovegood sitting at a table. "Let's sit with them," she suggested. Everybody agreed and they make their way over to the table. "Hi, Luna." "Hi Neville, can we sit with you too?" Hermione asked. "Sure." Neville grinned and glanced at Luna. "Please do," Luna said, smiling dreamily. She wore shocking neon green robes of some lacy material. But somehow Harry thought that color looked good on her as he held the chair out for Ginny to sit down. Once seated, they watched the rest of the students file into the Great Hall. Draco Malfoy entered with Pansy Parkinson on his arm. Then Cho Chang walked through the door in periwinkle blue robes with Michael Corner. Harry turned to Ginny and saw her watching the couple proceed into the hall. "Any regrets?" Harry asked, smiling. "None." "You?" Ginny returned the grin. "Not a one," Harry answered truthfully. Cho Chang didn't interest him in the least anymore. Harry didn't even bother looking back to see where Cho had sat down. "I can't believe the holidays are here already," Hermione said. "Yeah," Ron sighed. "Oh Ron, stop. You'll have fun at my house. I promise you." Hermione rolled her eyes. "It is going to seem strange without you two around for Christmas," Harry said, then seeing Neville and Luna's questioning looks he added. "Ron is staying with Hermione this year, a Muggle house." "I don't think I'd have the nerve," Neville whispered. "I've always have wanted to," Luna admitted. "Muggles are fascinating." "I bet they are," Ron said in a forced pleasant voice. When the Great Hall finally filled, the teacher filed in to take their seats at two large round tables at the end of the hall. Dumbledore stood up, wearing magnificent metallic silver robes, and said, "Welcome. I hope you all find this an agreeable substitute for Hogsmeade visits. You'll discover many of the cuisines you would find there are here tonight. So enjoy." Dumbledore sat down and food appeared on all the tables. Harry passed a platter of steak to Ginny, who took a small piece and passed it on. As tempting as it was to stuff himself on all the delicious food in front of him, Harry knew he wouldn't feel like dancing much on a full stomach. So Harry refused seconds when the platter came around again. After the main course came pudding. The elaborately decorated cakes were accented with many of Honeyduke's best sweets. Ginny pulled a large cracker with Harry, and matching solid gold bracelets popped out. Giving her grinning glances, Harry fastened the bracelet onto her wrist and she returned the favor. After the meal was finished, Dumbledore stood and indicated the rest of the hall should do the same. Like had done for the Yule Ball, the headmaster with one sweep of his wand moved the tables to the edge of the room, then raised a platform for the band. In trooped the Weird Sisters and soon music filled the Great Hall. "May I have this dance?" Harry bowed to Ginny and held out his hand. She giggled and put her hand in his. He led her out onto the dance floor, and swallowing nervously, Harry took her in his arms. In his head, McGonagall voice rose. "Listen to the music, Potter." Harry tried, but the moment he looked down at Ginny, everything else seemed to fade into the background like fog. His heart swelled with a tightness strange to him. She was so beautiful, Harry thought as he started dancing around the hall with her. To his surprise, he didn't feel awkward in Ginny's arms. Their moments never seemed to get in the way of each other. You're a good dancer. Ginny smiled at him. I had a very patient teacher. But you're pretty good yourself. Harry told her. Did Fred and George teach you? Oh no. My mum and dad. They loved to dance. When I was little I'd stand on Dad's feet while he and Mom dance. Ginny reminisced. I stood on my teacher's feet quite a bit too. But I don't think she cared for it much. Harry chuckled. Who? Ginny asked. I'm not telling. Harry shook his head. Oh come on. Tell me. Ginny insisted. You can guess but I'm not telling you. Harry finally found something he could tease Ginny with. Hermione. Nope. Not even warm. Harry felt a couple brush past them. Ron and Hermione looked their way and grinned. Your aunt. Ginny guessed. Yeah right. Harry snorted. Tell me. Ginny obviously didn't like not knowing. I'll tell you after the dance if you can't guess. Harry conceded. You better. Ginny warned. Or what? Harry challenged, leaning closer, touching her nose with his. You really don't want to know. Ginny gave him a wicked smile. Oh, that's really scary. Harry cringed. You sound like Fred and George. I am my brother's sister. Ginny stopped dancing. Harry just then realized the song had ended. They clapped for the band. The next song was a fast-paced and Harry and Ginny quickly plunged into the rhythm of the beat. Afterwards, laughing and breathless, they headed back to the table to quench their thirst before another dance. Harry had seen Snape dancing with Professor McGonagall. He hated to admit it but the man could dance. Let's trade dance partners, Hermione suggested when Neville and Luna arrived for a drink too. Sounds like fun, Ginny agreed. Come on Neville. She grabbed his hand and headed to the floor. Hermione. Harry took her hand and followed, leaving Ron with Luna. How's it going? Harry asked as they dance. Pretty good. We've been missing you though. Hermione gave him a kind smile. Ron and I didn't mean to shut you out. You haven't, Harry assured her. I know you two will always be there if I need you. Then he frowned. That doesn't sound quite right, does it? Only going to you if I need something. I know what you meant though. Hermione squeezed his hand, then she frowned. How did you get to be such a good dancer? I'm not telling. Harry snorted. I didn't even tell Ginny, yet. You two look wonderful together. Hermione grinned. Although Ron has been kind of weird. Part of the time he's all for you two getting together, then the next moment he brooding about it. I think I calmed some of his worries before the dance. Harry said when she looked at him questioningly. He added. I told him I have too much respect for his whole family to do anything that would jeopardize that trust. That's exactly what Ron needed to hear. Harry. Hermione smiled. You're getting pretty good at this feeling stuff. You know, I was thinking. You are like my sister. I should make him give me a similar promise. Harry looked at her appraising. To his surprise, tears sprang into Hermione's eyes and she gave him a hug. That's the nicest thing you ever said to me, Harry. She blinked back her tears. You can be so sweet. Harry saw her bite her lip as if she wanted to say more but held back. What? Harry asked, wondering what just went through her mind. Oh, nothing. But when Harry still stared at her, Hermione sighed. You are so nice and all this stuff happens to you. She blinked back tears. It just isn't fair. And I know. Life isn't fair, but you do get more than your share of heartaches. Tell me about it. Harry snorted. Then, considering, he looked into her eyes. But for the absence of all the pain, I couldn't and wouldn't give up the friends I have right now. Stop it, Harry. You're going to make me cry. Hermione laid her head on his shoulder. Despite what you tell yourself, Harry, you are a very special person. She whispered. Thanks, Hermione. Harry felt a lump in his throat and hoped he wouldn't start blubbering here in the Great Hall. Luckily for him, the dance ended and he took Luna for the next turn around the floor. How's it going, Luna? Harry looked into her protuberant eyes. Lovely, Luna said. Are you and Neville seeing a lot of each other? Harry asked. Oh, now and then. He's really sweet, you know. Luna smiled. Ginny and you look like you were made for each other. Thanks. Harry didn't know what to say to that. I like your robes. It's a good color for you. Thank you. It isn't quite the shade I wanted. I may have to experiment with some charms to brighten them up a bit. Luna said. Yeah, that might work. Harry swallowed and tried not to laugh. If Luna's robes got any brighter they would burn everyone's eyes out. He thought. Harry glanced over to see Ron and Ginny dancing, grinning at each other. Hermione and Neville moved into view and Harry noticed Neville wasn't stepping onto Hermione's toes. Neville looks like he's had a few dance lessons. Harry noted. Oh yes, I insisted on it. Luna nodded looking critically at Neville. Dancing is not to be taken lightly. A person could get seriously hurt with a wrong step. Right, Harry agreed, again trying not to laugh. It's good to see you happy again, Harry. Luna met his eyes. You were quite elegant looking tonight, a striking representation of a powerful wizard. Thanks. Harry didn't know what else to say as he gazed into the honesty of her eyes. You're quite welcome. Luna nodded. Oh, the song is over. She looked toward the band. They are very good, aren't they? She added, clapping. Yes, they are. Thanks for the dance, Luna. Harry said as they went back to the table. Thank you, Harry. You are quite a good dancer. Luna spotted Neville and beamed. But not as good as Neville. The next song was a slow one and Harry reclaimed Ginny for the dance. As Ginny laid her head against his shoulder, Harry felt the swelling in his chest again. With his cheek softly touching hers, Harry swayed Ginny to the music. Then he felt her sigh and wondered how many times he had sighed since he had taken her into his arms. Nothing in his life had ever felt as good to him as holding Ginny close. I hope this song never ends. He whispered and felt her sigh again. Me too. Ginny breathed and he pulled her closer. Halfway through the dance Harry pulled away a little to look down at the floor. Ginny glanced questioningly at him. I just wanted to see if my feet were still on the ground. Harry whispered in her ear and pulling her close again. He felt her giggle and sigh once more. Eventually the tune changed and the pace picked up in the next few sets, after which Harry and Ginny paused to quench their thirst with butterbeer. Can I have this next dance, Ginny? Dean Thomas asked when Harry and Ginny had risen to go back out on the dance floor. Do you mind? Ginny looked at Harry. No, not at all. Harry shook his head then glanced across the great hall. In fact, there's someone I want to ask for a dance myself. Go on then, Ginny said in an odd voice that confused Harry. But when he saw who was standing near the person he wanted to ask, Harry understood. Cho Chang stood in the direction he had glanced and Ginny was jealous. Harry grinned as he walked closer to his intended goal. Cho's eyes lit up when she saw Harry walking toward her. But he stopped before he reached Cho Chang. Professor McGonagall, may I have this dance? Harry bowed and held out his hand. A rare smile broke on her face. I would be honored, Mr. Potter. She put her hand in his and let him sweep her on the dance floor. Harry got a fleeting glance of the disappointment on Cho's face as he turned in step with his teacher. You have made your dance teacher proud tonight, Harry, McGonagall said. Thanks, I owe her a lot. Harry grinned. I must say, Harry, you have the poise and grace tonight of another student I remember. McGonagall told him, then added. And I do not mean your father. Oh, James had poise and grace, but with a touch of arrogance which diluted those other qualities. She smiled. No, I am reminded of another long ago, when I attended Hogwarts. A boy friend? Harry asked, trying to imagine McGonagall as a girl. No, he was in 7th year when I was started my first. But he was the type of person one does not forget. McGonagall smiled. I am speaking of Professor Dumbledore. Thanks. Harry was a little taken aback. It was a compliment, Potter. She snorted, amused. You and Ms. Weasley make a fine couple. I keep hearing that. Harry grinned. Professor Snape doesn't dance half bad. McGonagall frowned. Did you put him up to dancing tonight? He never dances at the teachers' parties. Runaspore eggs. Harry gave her an evil look. That explains it. McGonagall laughed. I hoped you made a good deal. She chuckled more when Harry told him of the agreement. Woe to you if that serpent doesn't lay any eggs, his teacher said. I don't have to worry about that, Harry said. Then he spotted Snape dancing with Professor Sprout and again was surprised at how well the man could dance. Too bad, Harry thought as the tune ended. He bowed to McGonagall and she thanked him for the dance. Why didn't you tell me it was McGonagall you wanted to dance with? Ginny poked him as he took her from Dean Thomas. Ouch, Harry laughed. Who did you think I was going to ask? Don't play innocent with me. You knew I saw Cho standing there. Ginny poked him again. Would it bother you if I had asked her? Harry asked. Well, yeah, a little. Ginny blushed. Didn't it bother you to see me with Dean? I didn't watch. Harry put bluntly. I didn't want to see if you two looked good together. Oh, Ginny melted. Everybody keeps saying we look good together. Really? I haven't heard anything about it. Harry said innocently. Yeah, right. You were a lousy liar, Harry. Ginny laughed. I think you might be a legilimens, Miss Weasley. Harry flinched. Please keep your powers to yourself. I think I'll need all the power I have to keep up with you, Mr. Potter. Ginny grinned and Harry took her off for another waltz around the hall. After the dance ended, Harry asked Ginny to take a walk outside to cool off. Soon they were walking the conjured garden paths in front of the castle, Harry's hand firmly holding Ginny's. He marveled how a simple thing like holding hands could give him such pleasure. The softness of her skin, how her smaller hand seemed just right for his, and especially how she held his hand too. It's so pretty out here. The teachers really did go all out for us. Ginny sighed as they passed a statue fountain and a long bench. It is beautiful. Harry agreed, but he wasn't looking at the castle grounds, and when Ginny saw him looking at her she flushed and became unusually shy. I mean it, Ginny, I can't take my eyes off you. Thanks. Ginny gazed up at him for a few moments then turned to walk on. Harry held her hand so she couldn't move on and drew her back to him. He saw her swallow nervously as he cupped her chin with his free hand. Ginny, this has been the best night I can remember. Harry leaned in slowly, watching her eyes grow larger. Gently Harry touched her lips with his and felt her intake of breath, then he slowly deepened the key. A warm sensation started in his toes and crept up his entire body. Harry felt there was no more need for the sun. He could merely melt the winter snows away with a key from Ginny. All too soon the key ended. Wow, Harry whispered, still holding her cheek. Yeah, wow, Ginny agreed. Harry slid his hand down to take her waist but had to awkwardly avoid her beeps. What was that? Ginny giggled, leaning her head against his chest. I didn't want to touch. Well, I want to, but I know I'm not supposed to. Harry stuttered, then laughed. Quit laughing. This is supposed to be romantic. I'm sorry. Where were we? Ginny looked up at him innocently. When Harry leaned down to key her again, their noses banged together. Ouch. Sorry. Harry flinched too. His glasses had jammed against his nose. I've not had much practice at this, to tell you the truth. Ginny looked at him. Didn't you and Cho-Ki? Well, Cho-Ki ed me. I didn't start it or anything. Harry didn't want the memory of Cho's crying to taint his time with Ginny. Can I try again? Sure. Ginny nodded, but the moment his lip touched hers she began to giggle. I'm sorry, Harry. She got ready again, but this time started giggling before he even touched her lips. I can see I'm getting nowhere with this. Want to go dance? Harry laughed to show her he wasn't mad. I don't, about the affect I have on women. When they key me they either burst out cry or dissolve into laughter. I said I was sorry. Ginny took his hand. That first one was really good. Thanks. Harry grinned, then his face fell. In front of them stood Snape. Then he remembered the deal he had made. Good evening, Professor Snape. Enjoying the dance? The snarl on Snape's face would have made first years run for their lives. His eyes narrowed at the confidence in Harry's face. Don't push it, Potter. I almost hope the Runespore never produces an egg just so I'd have you in my service. Oh, I almost forgot. Harry fished into his robe pocket and withdrew a carefully wrapped package. Here's half the payment. He held it out to Snape. The man's dark eyes flashed and he licked his lips as if in anticipation. Very good, Potter. Snape took the egg, weighing it in his hand. Have any trouble getting it from her? I heard Runespore can be moody about giving up eggs. Perhaps, but Hoppa, Kesho and Giza are very old and are quite used to it. Harry told him. Biting his lips, Snape glanced back to the Great Hall. Better get back to the dance, Potter, Weasley. He turned on his heel and left. The last dance of the evening moved slowly and tranquilly. Once again Harry turned Ginny gently around the hall. Her arms were around his neck, his hands on her waist with their foreheads together gazing into each other's eyes. Harry felt his heart swell again as he thought how wonderful this night had been and wished it could go on forever. When the last note died away, Harry experienced a loss when he finally had to let go of Ginny to clap for the band. Then he took her hand and they followed Ron and Hermione out of the Great Hall. As they made their way up to Gryffindor Tower, Ron kept looking back at Harry and Ginny, who were walking much slower than normal. "Come on, you two." Ron paused, waiting for them. "Ron, I think Ginny and I know our way back to the common room. You and Hermione go on." Harry glared at Ron. The redhead realized what was going on. Ron grabbed Hermione's hand and hurried on. Hermione gave Harry a grin as she was pulled along. "My brother is so thick at times." Ginny mused. "Yeah, but he eventually gets the point," Harry said. They walked along in silence until they reached the 7th floor. Harry pulled her the opposite way from the fat lady's portrait. "I want to say goodnight here, so Ron won't freak out." "Okay," Ginny said softly and followed him down the corridor and around the corner. Harry stopped and took her other hand. "Ginny, thank you for the best night I've ever had." Harry leaned closer. "It was such a fun time." "I had a wonderful time too, Harry." Ginny leaned closer too. "I promise not to giggle this time." A smile flickered on Ginny's lips as Harry keyed them and he carefully drew her into his arms. By the time Harry was finished keying her, both were rather breathless and neither smiled but gazed amazed at each other at the feelings the key invoked. Reluctantly, Harry and Ginny released their embrace and walked slowly toward Gryffindor Tower. In the morning, Harry awoke wondering why he felt so happy. Then he remembered the dance and, even more important, the key. He sighed, then shook himself for feeling like a sentimental sap. It was only a key after all. But his mind couldn't help adding, "But what a key." Harry packed his trunk and charmed the Runasport carrier to keep the serpent warm for the trip to Grimmauld Place. Ron roused, grumbling about the noise Harry was making. "You better get moving too. The train leaves at 11 and it's 9 now." Harry pulled the covers off Ron. "Why are you so cheerful this morning?" Ron rolled out of bed and went to his trunk. When Harry didn't answer, Ron looked at him closely. "Why are you blushing, Harry?" Ron smirked. "No reason. I've just been running around gathering everything up for the train ride." Harry recovered and made a project of checking the lock on his trunk. "I suppose when we go down for breakfast, Ginny is going to be in the same silly mood," Ron muttered, throwing things into his trunk. "Why don't you go on and get the worst of it over with?" He shooed Harry away. "That way it won't be too sickening sweet when Hermione and I get down there." "Please," Harry snorted, heading for the stairs. "I can't be as bad as you were when you and Hermione first got together." He hurried down the steps thinking of Ginny. The common room was noisy with students saying Happy Christmas to those they wouldn't see over the holiday. But Harry heard a frantic voice, frantic but familiar. "Cleo, come here." Ginny was on her knees looking under a sideboard. "Here, kitty kitty." "Not again." Harry knelt beside her. "Yes, she right there, can you reach her?" Ginny pointed. "You want me to stick my hand under there and just pull her out?" Harry didn't like the sound of that. Cleo had proven many times her claws, swipes were quick and sharp. Ginny gazed at him without speaking. "Ah, right." Harry steeled himself and started to reach under the dresser. For a small cat, the noise coming from the corner sounded like it could have been made by several large lions fighting. "Cleo, want to go for a fly?" Harry coaxed as he felt fur. Immediately the kitten scampered into his hands, purring. Harry sighed with relief. "I owe you one, spy cat." He handed her to Ginny. "Thanks." Ginny grinned. "I better go put her in her carrier." "Wait for me." "Sure." Harry smiled back as he watched her hurry up the girls' stairs. Hermione came down and grinned at him. The smile on Harry's face faded when he began to wonder how much Ginny had told Hermione. Probably everything. That's what girls do, isn't it? He thought. "Morning, Harry," Hermione said too innocently. "Good morning, Hermione." Harry stared back at her. "Wonderful dance last night," Hermione said. "Yes, quite enjoyable," Harry agreed, wondering what Hermione was fishing for. "Ginny had a good time," Hermione commented. "I'm glad." Harry sighed. "Hermione, is there something you wanted to ask me, or are you really just making small talk?" "Whatever would I ask you, Harry?" Hermione's eyes opened with mock surprise. "Ron will be down shortly." Harry decided to ignore the whole thing. "He's really worried about visiting at your house. He can be so pathetic." Hermione looked toward the boys' stairs. "But I'm sure once he gets to my house he'll calm down and have a good time." "I'm sure." Harry agreed. Thankfully Ginny came back and then Ron came thumping down into the common room. "Come on, let's get something to eat. I'm starved," Ron said without preamble. When the four crossed the entryway to the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall called to them. "Potter, Miss Granger, the four of you, a word if you please." She gestured toward the room off the entry. Harry followed without misgivings but noticed the worried look on Ron's face. "What is it, Professor?" Harry asked when she had closed the door behind them. "The headmaster feels the train is too risky for you four, after the attack in September. So he has arranged Port-2 to take you to Grimmauld Place." McGonagall told them. "I was planning to spend the holiday with Hermione's family," Ron said quickly, "but if it's too much trouble to change the plans I understand." "No problem at all, Mr. Weasley." Dumbledore entered the room carrying 2 teacups. "Oh good. I wouldn't want to miss visiting with the Grangers." Ron did an admirable job hiding his disappointment, Harry thought. "Professor, what about our luggage?" Ginny asked. "It will be sent on the train. Alistair Moody will collect it and bring it to where you are staying," Dumbledore told them. Ginny nodded. "What about my Runaspore?" Harry just remembered. "I cast a warming charm on her carrier but it's going to need replenished during the trip. She can't stand the cold." I did not consider you would be taking her with you. But no matter, she can take the Port-2 with you," Dumbledore said. "When are we going?" Ron's stomach rumbled and he glanced at the door. "Certainly your departure can be made after breakfast, Mr. Weasley." Dumbledore chuckled. He waved his hand toward the door. "Go eat then come back here when you are finished. Harry, a moment in my office, if you please." Harry knew the purpose of his visit to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore wanted another memory from him. It took Harry all the self-control he had not to ask the old wizard what he had thought about his first day with the Dursley. But Harry had made a promise to himself not to ask or give an opinion about the days until Dumbledore had finished all 3. Explaining a Port-2 to a Runaspore proved to be difficult. The serpent did understand they would be leaving Hogwarts and insisted the shield be placed in the crate with her. All 3 heads questioned him incessantly as Harry floated the carrier down the many steps to the room off the entryway. "Is everyone ready?" Dumbledore asked when Harry came in with the hissing crate. "As ready as we will ever be." Harry sighed, then he hissed at the Runaspore to be quiet for a moment. He looked back to the others. "She doesn't understand about Port-2s. But let's go. Have a happy Christmas." Hermione gave Ginny a hug, then Harry. Ginny hugged her brother and Harry noticed a mist in her eyes. "She's going to miss him for Christmas," he thought. Harry shook hands with Ron and gave him an encouraging slap on the shoulder. "You'll be fine. Happy Christmas," Harry said. "Yeah, Happy Christmas." Ron stepped toward the teacup Dumbledore held out for Hermione and him. Ron took the cup and Hermione placed a finger on it. 1, 2, 3. Dumbledore counted. The pair disappeared. Harry sighed and heard Ginny sniff a little. "Now it is your turn." Dumbledore held out the blue teacup. Ginny took it as Harry picked up the carrier in left hand and touched it with his right. 1, 2, 3. The familiar hook behind the navel jerked him forward in a rush of sound and color. A bump from a soft shoulder told Harry Ginny was beside him. The dim kitchen of Grimmauld Place erupted around them. The teacup fell to the stone floor and shattered. The weight of the Runaspore's crate made Harry overcorrect and he stumbled, dropping the carrier. With a loud crack the wooden box split and a spitting head emerged, followed by 2 more very angry serpent heads. Ginny, Harry, Mrs. Weasley rushed forward to hug them but then screamed and pulled her wand. "A snake." "Wait, Mrs. Weasley, she's with me." Harry turned, trying to calm the Runaspore down. All 3 were very angry with him, calling him all sorts of rude snake names. "Get back, Harry, it's a Runaspore," Mrs. Weasley screeched, pulling Ginny away. "A servant of evil wizards." She shot a stunning spell at the serpent which bounced away before making contact but only served to make the creature angrier. "Stop, Mrs. Weasley," Harry shouted back. He put his body in front of the coiling Runaspore. "Mom, stop." Ginny grabbed her wand arm and pulled it down. "It's okay. She's won't hurt anyone. It's yours." Mrs. Weasley stood shaking and glared at Harry. "Yes, it was in my mom's trunk." Harry put an arm around the Runaspore's thick body. "I won't have." Mrs. Weasley stepped back as the serpent curled its way up Harry. I won't have it in my. Her face fell and tears sprang to her eyes. It's a vile evil creature, Harry, and you'll have to decide it's either us or it. I will not have my family near it. Harry's mouth dropped open and he stared at Mrs. Weasley. He had thought he was part of the Weasley family. He swallowed and turned to face the Runaspore. He pleaded with it to be quiet. Mrs. Weasley, do you think I'm evil? He closed his eyes when no response came. Mom, how can you think that? Harry has saved my life 3 times and yours and Dad's too, Ginny defended. And I tried to kill Ron. Harry said hoarsely, not turning around. That's it, isn't Mrs. Weasley? No, no, Mrs. Weasley whispered. It's just, you arguing with Dumbledore and talking to you know how, that snake and you talking Parseltongue to it. Slowly Harry turned to face Mrs. Weasley. There was a look in her eyes he had never seen before, utter terror. Barely able to speak, Harry said, I'll take her upstairs and wait for someone to make a port key back to Hogwarts. The Runaspore draped around him. Harry pushed the kitchen door open and headed up the stairs to the room he had used over the summer. His hands shook as Harry took the loops of the Runaspore off of him and placed her on his bed. Tears started down his cheeks and he wiped them away. A pressure in his chest made him feel like he was suffocating. Nothing the Dursley had ever done to him had hurt this bad. He was never a part of the Dursleys' family. Harry had always known that. But Mrs. Weasley had made him a part of hers. Or was it all a lie? Harry. Remus opened the door. Are you all right? Ginny told me what happened. I need a port key back to Hogwarts. Harry didn't turn around and managed to say it without emotion. I'll just stay there. I don't want to ruin anyone's holiday. He stroked Hop's head. Molly hates snakes, any not just yours. Remus put a hand on Harry's shoulder. She doesn't hate you. No. Harry turned to face him. It's worse than that. She's afraid of me. His voice choked and he turned away, gripping onto the bedpost. I have never seen that look before. Not from her. Harry, she was scared before you came. Remus put an arm around Harry. Percy is missing. What? Harry turned, wiping his face. What do you mean? When Percy left his job at the ministry, we were keeping an eye on him. Remus shook his head. No, he hasn't gone over to Voldemort's side. I think he was ashamed to face people. So we gave him the space and time he needed to come back to his family. He sighed. Last Monday, we lost all trace of him. What do you think has happened? Harry asked. We just don't know. His place in London still has some of his things in it. But some personal things are missing. Like he might have packed and left. Remus sighed. Harry, give Molly some time. She'll come around. When we first met, Molly treated me very coolly. I never expected something like this. Not from Mrs. Weasley. Harry blinked and swallowed. Molly's under a lot of strain. Not being able to go back to the burrow. Lupin nodded at the look on Harry's face. Yes, the Death Eaters are still watching the house. With Percy missing and now a snake, she just hit her limit, Harry. Let me go talk to her. Remus patted him on the back. Believe me, Harry, once she realizes what she has said to you, she'll come up here and apologize. Harry shrugged. After Lupin left, Harry still hung on to the bedpost, waiting for the pressure in his chest to go away. In his mind he kept seeing the Mrs. Weasley's face filled with fear of him. Harry added. Tears welled up in his eyes. How could she do that to him? His hand shook as he brushed away the tears on his cheek. Would she want to take the hand with his name on it off her clock? A knot in his stomach joined the weight on him. Sinking onto the bed, he leaned his face against the pole and hung on with both hands. Harry, Ginny's soft voice came from the door. Then he felt her arms wrap him. Better go, Ginny, your mom won't want you here with me. Harry said hoarsely. I can't believe she said those things to you. Ginny raged. That wasn't Mom. You know that, don't you? Harry shrugged, not trusting his voice. Harry, she'll be sorry she said those things. Really? Struggling to keep back his tears, Harry tried to pull away from Ginny, but she wouldn't let him. Ginny, I just need some time alone. Harry whispered. Mrs. Weasley's face flashed through his mind again. Please. No, I'm not leaving. You spend too much time alone when you're hurting. Ginny said, just holding him tighter. Harry put his head on her shoulder and his arms went around her waist. I can't believe how much it hurts, what she said. Harry whispered. She never treated me any different before. He choked as his voice tightened. Ginny gripped him tighter and rubbed his back. For a long time they sat like a statue. Harry tried hard to get control of his emotions. The arms around him just reminded him, the first comforting hug he had received was from Mrs. Weasley. The Runaspore slid over to the pair and entwined its coils around them, laying its heads on their shoulders. Mr. Weasley found Harry and Ginny liked that when he entered the room. My word, he stopped short. They tried to release each other but the serpent held them fast. What are you doing? Harry asked the Runaspore. Protecting thee master and thy mate. Kesho answered, flicking her tongue in his ear. A warm flush crept up Harry's face. Ah, well, talk about that later. Please let us go. The Runaspore slithered back onto the bed and Harry let go of Ginny. It's okay Mr. Weasley. I didn't hurt her. I can see that, Mr. Weasley said in a strange voice. Lunch is ready. I'm not hungry, thanks. Harry couldn't look up at the man. If he saw the same look in Mr. Weasley's face Harry knew he would lose it. He couldn't risk seeing the fear again. Go on Ginny, I just need time to think. Harry glanced at her and she nodded, giving his hand a last squeeze. The weak winter sun barely made it through the dirty windows of Harry's room so when it finally set the difference in light was negligible. He didn't move to light a candle or fire until the Runaspore complained about being cold. He wasn't having much success in getting the fire started since he couldn't use magic. But Harry hesitated in going to get someone to light it magically. Need some help? Remus asked after knocking. Please. Harry nodded. She's cold. In a second Lupin had the fire blazing and the Runaspore curled up nearby. She was in Lily's trunk. Lupin shook his head. Where would Lily get such a creature, without telling James? He frowned. That is one of the big questions concerning the trunk. Harry studied Lupin for a moment. Dumbledore never told you what was in the chest. No, he thought it best if you tell me. He said, unless it was something extremely important that we both should know we should keep what you tell us to ourselves. Remus said, Dumbledore didn't want it to seem like we were spying on you for each other. He looked closely at Harry. Oh, Harry understood the reasoning. Then he didn't tell you my animagus form. No, he didn't but Molly did. Ginny wrote to her after you saved her from that fall. Remus's eyes opened wide. A phoenix. Unbelievable. He marveled. A phoenix. You turn into an evil phoenix. Giza hissed at Harry, rising to look into his eyes. You know about animagi wizards? Harry asked. Calm down. Yes, a phoenix is my other form. Yes, I know of shapeshifters. Giza continued to glare at Harry as if looking for the phoenix. Why did you not tell us? I guess the opportunity to bring up the subject never arrived. Harry shrugged. Phoenix or not, I still command you right. He thought the serpent might need reminding. Yes, master. The three heads said in unison. Then Giza relented. Phoenix or not, I still like you. Thanks. Harry grinned as he turned to Lupin to tell him what the Runaspore's problem was about. Remus's jaw hung open and his eyes were as wide as Harry had ever seen them. When Lupin realized he was staring, he closed his mouth with a snap and shook himself, chuckling. I must say, Harry, I agree with Molly. Listening to Parseltongue is unsettling. Remus laughed again. I guess I better get used to it. The mention of Mrs. Weasley made the smile disappear from Harry's face. She's still afraid, isn't she? Yes, a bit. Arthur is talking to her. Don't worry, Harry, she'll come around. Remus assured him. Closing his eyes, Harry tried to think of something else to talk about. So you knew nothing about the Runaspore? No, and not in my wildest dreams did I consider something like the Runaspore might be in Lily's trunk. Remus shook his head. Harry turned to study Lupin again. Did you know my mom was a Parseltongue? What? Remus looked taken aback. No, Harry, she couldn't have been. We would have known. James. She wrote in her letter she was afraid to tell my dad. Harry looked around for his school trunk, then remembered it wouldn't arrive until later. She talked to snakes before she ever went to Hogwarts. A stunned look crossed Remus's face. I never heard of. He seemed a bit upset and paced across Harry's room, then turned back to him. Harry, when I first heard you were a Parselmouth, I did research on the subject, because I was coming to teach at Hogwarts. It is a rare talent among wizards, as you know. But never in any of my searching did I come across a Muggle-born Parselmouth. Then how? Harry stared at him. I have no idea, Harry. And I thought I knew Lily fairly well. Remus rubbed his neck. I wonder if there ever were other Muggle-born Parselmouths. I'll ask. Harry turned to the Runnispore and put the question to it. Yes, many. Before the using of the blood, when the children of men talked to all the beasts. Hoppa told him. Harry relayed it to Lupin. What does she mean, the using of blood? Remus asked thoughtfully. When wizard kind was most powerful, they were jealous. The children of men could talk to the creatures. It was something wizards could not do. Hoppa started answering before Harry could ask. Wizards used the children of men's blood to bring these powers to them. Harry told Remus. When was this time? Lupin asked. After I left my egg, and I heard many of these tales from the great serpent of Manitar, who was at that time as thick as I am now. If he still lives, he would be of great girth now. Hoppa said admiringly. Interesting. Remus said when Harry relayed the message. You know, Harry, we should really make a record of all the tales this Runnispore can tell us. The amount of knowledge she must have. Remus froze as the Runnispore slipped forward and bumped Lupin on the cheek with each great orange head. Harry laughed. I think she likes you. You were properly humbled by her intelligence. That I am. Remus laughed, a little relieved the serpent had pulled back. While you're on holiday, we can get several stories. A shriek came up from downstairs. Molly. Both Harry and Remus ran to the hall. The scream had set off the portrait of Sirius's mother, and Lupin tugged the drapery back across it. Then they raced down the stairs. A strangled wailing sound made a knot in Harry's stomach. They burst into a crowded kitchen. Mrs. Weasley clung on to a red-haired man, sobbing. Mr. Weasley looked tense but relieved as he looked on at his son, Percy. Ginny, Charlie, Bill with Fred and George gazed at their brother with mixed emotions. Albus Dumbledore had taken a seat to wait out the family reunion. Moody and Mundungus looked on with stern faces, as did Kingsley Shacklebolt and Tonks. Percy. Remus sighed. Thank Merlin. No, Remus, thank Professor Dumbledore. Mr. Weasley said quietly. Finally Mrs. Weasley let go of her son, and Percy glanced at the people around him. He didn't look like the pompous, strict headboy Harry had known at Hogwarts. The tattered robes and broken glasses wasn't the reason though, it was the look in Percy's face that had changed. The brown eyes reflected fear and look of absolute humility. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Dumbledore cleared his throat. We are all glad you are not hurt, Percy. But this is not my house, so the decision to let you stay here doesn't rest with me. The old wizard looked at Harry and Lupin. That rests upon Remus and Harry's shoulders. Harry and Remus exchanged glances. There was no doubt in Harry's mind that Remus would let Percy stay. And sure enough, Lupin spoke. I have no objections. Then all eyes looked to Harry. The air in the kitchen felt overused with so many people standing waiting for Harry's judgment. He stared at Percy, thinking of all the things this man had said. Percy could barely meet his eyes. Finally the redhead broke the silence. If you don't want me to stay, I'll understand. Percy said. I really don't blame you, Harry. He looked down at the floor. I think an apology is in order, don't you? Harry said grimly and walked around the table closer to him. Percy looked up. I'm sorry, Harry, I really. Not me, you prat. Harry growled and glanced at Mr. Weasley. You owe it to your folks. Yes, I know. Percy nodded and swallowed, then raised his head to meet his father's eyes. I'm so sorry, Dad, Mom. Everything I said, I can't begin to take back. Can you ever forgive me? Tears stood in his eyes and Harry could see him shaking. You're my son and you will always be my son. Mr. Weasley held out his hand, and as Percy took it, engulfed him in a hug. Mrs. Weasley gave a sob and flung her arms around the pair. Percy pulled away from his parents and looked at his brothers and Ginny. He opened his mouth, but Bill stopped him before he could say anything. Percy, you may be the world's biggest git, but you're our git. He held out his hand. Percy took it surprised. Yeah, we have to have someone to pick on. Fred said, thumping Percy on the back. And to make us look good. George shook Percy's hand. I suppose, if Mom and Dad can forgive you, I can. Charlie was next in line with his hand out. Ginny just threw her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly. "If you ever say anything so stupid again," she left the warning open as she released him. "I won't, I promise." Percy laughed nervously. The relief in Percy's face made the tightness in Harry's chest tighter. "Harry, I do owe you an apology. Can you forgive me?" "You sound very sincere, Percy." Harry nodded. "On the other hand, just because you're sorry doesn't mean you should get away without any punishment." A mischievous glint came to Harry's eyes. What kind of punishment?" Percy gulped, looking at his parents then Dumbledore. "I think a week's detention is reasonable. Don't you think so?" Harry turned and winked at Fred and George. "Absolutely," chorused the twins. "Detention?" Percy questioned. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Well, you serve your detention with the people you have wronged." Harry smiled at him and indicating his family. "Oh, I see." Percy looked at the twins with their identical evil grins. He shook his head and laughed. "Okay, I'll take whatever they dish out. I have it coming." The smile on Fred and George's face vanished. "Ah, Perce, you're taking all the fun out of it, giving in like that." George frowned. "And you call yourself a Gryffindor?" Fred snorted. "Now can you forgive me, Harry?" Percy held out his hand. Harry took it and patted his shoulder. "I don't have much experience, but I've heard that's what families do. Forgive the stupid things they say to one and another." "I'm glad you're all right, Percy." Harry thought he heard a small sob from Mrs. Weasley. "You can stay as long as you want. You'll be safe here, I hope." "Thanks, Harry." Percy sighed, blinking hard, and he sunk into a chair. "Let's have some dinner." Remus clapped his hands. "Everybody's hungry. Molly, what should we feed them?" Harry didn't look at Mrs. Weasley. "I'm not hungry." The knot in his stomach had come back. "I'll be up in my room." He kept his eyes on the kitchen door as he brushed by Mr. Weasley, who took his arm. "Molly." Mr. Weasley's voice was the sternest Harry had ever heard him use to speak to his wife. "Harry, can you forgive me?" Mrs. Weasley's hand touched his back. Harry blinked. It took all he had not to burst out crying. Slowly he turned to face her. "Can you forgive me for attacking Ron?" Harry searched her eyes for the fear he had seen before. "Ron has." "Oh, Harry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I never thought you were evil." Mrs. Weasley tried to explain, but her voice choked. "I was just scared." "I know. But please, don't be afraid of me." Harry pleaded, wanting to say more but couldn't, so he held out his arms for a hug. Mrs. Weasley flung her arms around his neck and pulled him close. Harry embraced her furiously. "I'm so sorry, Harry." Then she drew back and reached up to kiss his cheek. "You've gotten so much taller." She smiled through her tears. "Sit down. I'll have dinner on the table in a flash." A smaller hand slipped into his and Harry felt Ginny pull him to sit beside her. He wiped the tears from under his glasses and glanced at the Weasley's brother, eyeing the pair of them. The measured stare from all of them made Harry want to laugh. Ginny put a butterbeer in his hand and Harry took a long drink from the bottle, watching the Weasleys as he drank. Fred and George gave each other intense, knowing looks. Bill gazed at his little sister with a look of sudden realization, like he just saw she wasn't a little girl anymore. Charlie's expression gave the impression the dragon handler wanted to put one of his dragon chains on Harry, just to be safe. Percy was too relieved at being welcomed back to worry about anything else. Harry saw Dumbledore smile at the four red-haired men. The headmaster must have gone out to locate Percy, Harry thought as he continued to gaze at the old wizard who had leaned over to speak to Moody. Where and how Dumbledore had found Percy, nobody seemed in a hurry to ask the headmaster any details. Presently Dumbledore stood up. "I'm sorry, Molly. I must be getting back to Hogwarts." He gave a significant look at Harry. "But you must eat," Mrs. Weasley insisted. "At least take a piece of pie with you." She hurried off and soon came back with a wrapped pie. "I put in a piece for Minerva. She'll be delighted." "Thank you, Molly." Dumbledore gave a slight bow and with a loud crack he was gone. The pensive gave an odd light as Dumbledore stirred the contents with his wand. When he found the memory he was searching for, the old wizard stopped and leaned forward to touch the silver substance. A bright classroom materialized around Dumbledore. 6 children stood in a row at the front of the class. 4 girls and 2 boys, appearing to be about 7, took turns spelling words the teacher gave them as she sat at the back of the class. "Your turn, Harry. Spell. Picture," the teacher said. Some of the class snickered as the small dark-haired boy with taped glass and very baggy clothes stepped forward. "Picture. Picture. Picture." Harry nodded his head slightly with each letter. "Correct. Good, Harry," the teacher told him. Dumbledore smiled and sat at an empty desk as Harry grinned and stepped back in line. The old wizard glanced around to see Dudley whispering to two boys and shooting threatening looks at Harry. The spelling bee continued. Harry advanced until only he and a blonde-haired girl remained. "Our finalists. The words are going to be harder now, so think carefully before answering," the teacher told them. "Audrey, spell beggar." "Beggar. Beggar. Beggar." The girl smiled confidently. "Oh dear, I'm sorry, that's incorrect," the teacher said. "Harry, it's your turn. If you can spell beggar, you win." Harry ignored the whispers about looking like a beggar, stepped forward tripping a little on the cuff of his too long pants and said, "Beggar. Beggar. Beggar." "Correct. Very good, Harry." The teacher clapped and gave a quick glare to the other students to do the same as she walked to the front of the class. Dumbledore smiled and Harry grinned widely when the teacher handed him a silky blue ribbon. "Excellent job, Harry. Please take your seat." The teacher patted the dark-haired boy on the back as he passed her. All through the rest of the school day, Dumbledore noticed Harry kept a tight grip on the ribbon and one eye on Dudley. As soon as the lessons were over, Harry bolted from the classroom, Dumbledore in his wake with Dudley and his friends close behind. Harry ran all out and never looked behind him at the loudly thudding footfalls. Only the magic of the pensive made it possible for Dumbledore to keep up with the small boy when he squeezed between the gap in a hedgerow and under a wire chain link fence afterwards. But Harry must have used this path once too often. When he emerged into an alley, Dudley and his two chums were waiting for him. The two boys grabbed Harry's arms, holding him tightly, while Dudley punched Harry many times. "Where's the ribbon?" Dudley finally asked, then started fishing into Harry's pockets. "Got it." Dudley laughed, hitting Harry again. "You know what I found out?" Dudley put his face into Harry's and spat on his glasses. "Your parents are still alive." "Yeah." Dudley smirked as Harry's eyes flew open. "Yeah, but they're both drug addicts and are rotting in prison for selling drugs and murdering a policeman." "No, you're lying." Harry struggled against the tight hold. "They dumped you off on my parents because they couldn't stand your stinking face." Dudley spat at Harry again. He gave the two boys a nod and they released Harry. Dudley shoved him hard to the ground and began to kick him. "Mum will be so proud of me when she sees I've won the spelling bee." Dudley gave one last kick at Harry's back and ran off with his buddies. For a long time Harry lay in the gravel alley not moving. Dumbledore hurried over to help but then remembered this was only a memory. Slowly Harry raised himself from the dust and sat with his knee up and his head in his hands. Silent tears streaked his dirty face and blood trickled from the cut on his lip. Suddenly Dumbledore stood in the Dursleys' spotless kitchen. Aunt Petunia griped Harry by the ear as she screamed at him. "Look at you. Dirt all over. And you wonder why we don't buy you nice clothes. Just look at the mess you made of these." She shook his ear, effectively shaking Harry's whole body. "Get out of those things." "No," she shrieked. "Don't go traipsing through the house again. Take them off in the laundry room." She gave him a shove in that direction. Wincing, Harry unbuttoned his shirt and put it in the washer. Dumbledore watched as Harry turned around and gasped when he saw the boy's back. Not including the huge purpling mark which Dudley had inflicted on him, Harry's back showed at least a dozen strap marks and an old yellowing bruise the size of a large fist. Frowning, Dumbledore saw Harry unfasten his belt and his baggy pants dropped without him having to undo the front. The too big underwear was held up by the elastic being cut and tied. The memory faded and Dumbledore now saw the family at the dinner table once again. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon fussed over Dudley's stolen blue ribbon. Harry made no sound or any move to correct their notion it was Dudley's. He kept his eyes down and ate his meal. Even at the young age of 7, Harry knew better than to say anything against his bigger cousin. The scene changed again. Dumbledore felt the stifling heat in the small cupboard, where Harry lay sweating on his cot, even though he wore only thin underpants. Hour after hour passed with Harry moving only to press his ear to the door of the cupboard, listening. His chin on his hands, Dumbledore looked on in utter shock as he sat on the edge of Harry's bed for uncounted hours. A car door slammed. Happy voices laughed and talked as the Dursleys came in the front door. Harry sat up sweaty and tired. But he didn't bang on the cupboard door demanding to be let out. Again he waited and listened. The cheerful chatting went into the kitchen. When Dumbledore thought he could stand no more of this, Harry timidly rapped at the door. "Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia," Harry's voice rasped. "I'm thirsty, could I get a drink of water?" The talk stopped, then Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps came to the cupboard door. The latch clicked open. "Be quick about it, boy. Phew, you stink. Go up and take a shower." Uncle Vernon waved Harry away from him. "You have 5 minutes." Harry rushed up the stairs and into the bathroom. Not bothering to take off his sweat-soaked underpants, Harry stood under the shower stream gulping the water as it cooled his body. The 5 minutes passed quickly and Uncle Vernon shouted up the stairs for Harry to go back to his cupboard. Barely drying himself, Harry hurriedly slipped back into the cupboard under the stairs and onto his bed. Dumbledore returned to his office. Grief deep in his lined face reflected off the case which held the sword of Gryffindor. A lump in his throat, the old wizard rose wearily from his desk. Slowly he went to the fireplace, gave it a tap with his wand and entered his bed chambers. Changing into a long white nightshirt, Dumbledore sat in his bed staring at the wall a long time before blowing out the candle on his bedside table and laying his head on the pillow. Ginny jumped up and started helping her mother and Remus with dinner. Harry followed her with his eyes until he saw Mr. Weasley looking at him with a thoughtful expression on his face. Harry felt his face heat up, so he got up to get dishes from the sideboard. He placed a stack of plates on the table and turned to get bowls. "What's this?" Remus asked, stooping to pick up a package near his foot. A fleeting glance, Harry saw a soft leather wrapper. "Don't touch it," Harry shouted, pulling Remus away from the bundle. At the same instant a long length of orange coils striped in black and 3 hissing heads appeared next to the parcel. Mrs. Weasley screamed. Several shouts echoed through the cavernous kitchen. 2 yells of stupefy rang out. Harry jumped in front of the Runaspore as if to protect it, but the spells bounced away from both the serpent and Harry. "Calm down," Harry shouted. "All of you, be quiet for a moment." When finally all but Mrs. Weasley, who was trying to get as far away from the Runaspore as possible, fell silent, Harry turned to speak to the serpent. "Why are you here?" Harry asked. "To protect the shield, as I am bound," the 3 orange heads answered. "Right." Harry sighed and picked up the wrapped shield. "Could you go back upstairs? You're kind of scaring people." "I'll bring the shield up. As long as a snake talker has the shield, they need not fear me." Giza looked straight at Mrs. Weasley, who cringed against her husband. "Harry, please, make it go away," Mrs. Weasley begged. "I'm sorry, I really hate snakes." "I am no snake." Hoppa now looked at the frightened woman too. "Come on, let's go back upstairs." "Hey, don't." Harry tried to grab the slick side of the thick body, but his hand slipped off. The Runaspore gazed at each red head in turn. She stopped at Percy and stared long and hard with each of her heads. Percy began to feel intimidated by the prolonged gaze. "Harry, is there anything wrong?" "I'll find out," Harry said, but before he could ask, the Runaspore spoke. "I have seen this face before," Hoppa hissed. "Long, long ago." The head looked around at the other red-haired people. The head fur was dark, but the face is the same. "A wizard who drank the blood potion of men so he could speak to me. He possessed the shield for many years." "What do you mean?" "Percy isn't old," Harry said after translating Hoppa's words. Sit. I will tell thee the time of West Sly. Speak my words to them." The Runaspore nudged Harry to a seat. "Listen well, all ye wizards and witches. This is thy story." Hoppa watched and waited as everyone took a seat, looking both confused and expectant. Harry carefully translated the Runaspore tale as it was told. Long ago, when wizard kind ruled all the world, there lived one of the most powerful of wizards, West Sly. Powerful and cruel, in his domain, West Sly reigned over a great area of land and magical beings. He was feared above all the other wizards or witches in his realm. There was an uneasy shifting among the Weasleys as the serpent continued. The wizards of this time used the sons and daughters of men as beasts. to do with what they wished, whether it be for labor or for body parts. This is when the wizards and witches they could only talk to beasts by the way of the blood of men. Nice thing to talk about just before we eat. Tonks wrinkled her nose. The Runaspor hissed at her and she fell silent. Wes Sly, as I said, ruled his land with no mercy. All who saw him feared his temper. One day he came across a daughter of man gathering rushes for her bed. He had never seen a flame-haired daughter of man before and knew them to be quite rare. When the maiden turned, she did not, as Wes Sly expected, fall at his feet in terror as other would have done, but gazed at him without fear, and most important without loathing in her brown eyes. The Runaspor waited a moment for Harry to translate and then continued. "Who are you?" Wes Sly demanded. "I am Moyo, daughter of. Do I care of the breeding of beasts?" The wizard roared, trying to frighten the girl. But the daughter of man knew no fear and merely looked reproachful at Wes Sly for his rudeness. Never before had anyone not feared him. Wes Sly drew his wand to teach this girl, this impenitent girl, fear, but even that action brought no terror in her eyes. Wes Sly found he could not hurt her. He could not bring himself to cast a spell against such innocence. A different desire started to burn in the wizard's mind and he bade her to come with him to be his concubine. But Moyo refused, saying she would be no wizard's plaything. Powerful wizard he was, but he had not the power to force her. Many days Wes Sly returned to talk to the daughter of man. Until one day he asked Moyo what she wished from him. "Only one thing do I seek from thee," Moyo said. "Bring me this one little thing and you will have what you desire." Many years passed. Wes Sly brought Moyo riches beyond imagination, jewels the size of eggs and gold piled at her feet as the years passed, but Moyo shook her head with every treasure Wes Sly tried to give her. Then after 23 years of searching, Wes Sly came to kneel at Moyo's feet. "I have nothing to give this time." The great wizard bowed his head. "I have nothing to give to thee but my heart, Moyo. With your gift to me, I also give thee my heart." Moyo laid her hand on the wizard's cheek. As the great Wes Sly looked into the ageless eyes of the flame-haired daughter of man, he finally understood. In the name of love, Wes Sly wed Moyo, and for the first time the blood of wizard and a daughter of man mixed with love, not pain. The wizards of the world rose against Wes Sly for such blasphemy. Powerful as Wes Sly was, he could not fight against the whole might of the wizarding world. So Wes Sly and Moyo fled into the wilds. Living with the creatures, Moyo could ask for help. In time Wes Sly became the master of a small land, but ruled instead with kindness and compassion as taught to him by Moyo's heart. And so, all of their children and all their children's children's beyond count were marked by the flame hair of Moyo in tribute to the first wizard who truly knew love. Hoppa reached out and touched Percy's hair. And so the blood of love still flows in the hearts of wizards. It is good to see. There is hope for all. That is an amazing story. Remus marveled. Thanks you for sharing that. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat. Yes, thank you. He looked inquiringly at Harry. Hoppa told the tale. Harry smiled as the serpent seemed to swell with pride with the proper gratitude being shown to her. Ah, Hoppa, thank you. Yes, I do believe the blood of love, as you call it, flows in my family. Mr. Weasley laid a hand on Harry's shoulder to include him. Hoppa says you are quite welcome. Harry said. She's going off to hunt. As the great serpent pushed the door open easily and slipped out of the kitchen. There was a sigh of relief from Mrs. Weasley. Without a word she hurriedly set dinner on the table, and for a short time everybody attended to the fine meal before them. Not having any lunch, Harry was very hungry. When he finally looked up from eating to take a drink, Harry saw Mad-Eye Moody watching him, with both eyes. What's in that package, Potter? Moody real eye narrowed a bit. What, can't you see? Harry stared back at the old Auror. That must be one powerful blind charm for my eye not to see through that wrapping. Moody told him. So what's that serpent guarding? What do you mean? Harry dropped his gaze to his plate. Come off it, boy. I didn't buy my first wand yesterday. Moody growled. Perhaps Harry doesn't want to tell you. Remus said, glancing at Harry. To tell you the truth, I don't. Harry nodded his thanks to Remus. The Auror continued to look intently at Harry with mounting distrust. Fine, but you just keep an eye on that Runaspor. They can't be trusted. Moody snarled. And since when are you an expert on Runaspors? And how many of them have you talked to? Harry responded hotly. I wouldn't be caught dead talking to one of those things. Moody glared back at Harry. She told me wizards could never talk to any creature because their minds are closed. Harry didn't flinch at the scarred face's scowl. I can see now what she means. Mark my words, that thing will hurt someone. It's only a matter of time. Moody gave a terse nod of his shaggy head and went back to eating. When the old Auror had finished, he thanked Mrs. Weasley for the meal and left with Kingsley Shacklebolt. Don't think anything of what Mad Eye said, Harry, Tonks said when they had left. You know how he is, sees dark creatures in everything. Yeah, I know. Harry nodded then sighed, but many wizards feel the same way he does about Runespores. I liked her story. Ginny smiled at Harry. I wonder if it is true. If Kesho had told the story I would wonder too, but Hoppa doesn't have an imagination. Harry told her as he dug into the piece of pie Mrs. Weasley had set in front of him. So you really think that happened? Fred asked skeptically. Yes, Harry nodded. She remembered. He stopped. Harry almost told them of Giza killing Dumbledore's father but then thought better of it. She remembered stuff Dumbledore can confirm. He said instead. Wes Sly. Ginny tested the name. Could the name have been changed to Weasley? Her eyes grew large at the thought. That's what it sounds like to me. Harry nodded and gazed at the other red heads around the table, considering. The blood lives on. Harry agreed quietly, giving a gentle smile to Mrs. Weasley. When Harry crawled into bed he thought about the strange day. Even though Mrs. Weasley had apologized, Harry still felt unsettled by her initial fear. The Runespore laid by the fire Remus had stoked to last the night. Harry watched the firelight shimmer off her shiny orange scales, thinking she looked as if bathed in blood as he drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, Harry awoke with a slight prickling in his scar. He waited for it to calm down, but instead the irritation seemed to intensify. Not tonight, he mumbled, trying to ignore the pain and go back to sleep. After lying awake for a half hour, Harry thought he'd go down to the kitchen for some tea, hoping it would soothe his headache. As he pushed the kitchen door open, Harry heard a scrapping of chairs. At the table sat Remus and Tonks, looking around at him as he entered. Harry, anything wrong? Remus asked, concerned. Just a headache. Thought a cup of tea might help. Harry walked over to the teapot on the stove. It's hot, just help yourself. Tonks said in a very strange voice. You haven't been talking to Voldemort? Remus looked intently at Harry. No, I didn't even try tonight. I was too tired to go there. Harry paused to take a sip, and over the rim of his teacup he glanced at Remus. Next to the man's lips was a pink smudge. The same shade of pink as the lipstick Tonks happened to be wearing. Harry choked on the tea and coughed. Tea splashed down the front of his pajamas and Harry turned to wipe it off at the sink, fighting hard not to burst out laughing. All right, Harry? Remus asked. Aw, fine. Harry managed without laughing. Went down the wrong pipe. He poured another cup and drank a bit before turning around, fighting all the while to keep from smiling. So, what are you two up to? Harry bit the inside of his lip to keep a sober face. Just talking, Tonks said brightly. Just shooting the breeze. Remus nodded and opened his mouth to say more, but then shut it as if he couldn't think of anything to say. Better be careful, Harry said seriously. I heard that can be dangerous. Remus and Tonks gave him a puzzled look. Harry set his teacup on the table and leaned across to wipe the lipstick from Remus's face. Shooting the breeze. It seems a little bit of blood splattered, Remus. Harry grinned. Lupin slapped Harry's hand away and a deep flush rose in the man's face. Get back to bed, you. Remus growled. Tonks had dissolved into snickers, leaning against Lupin. Okay, I'll go. Harry laughed. Just remember, we eat on this table. He shot back as he pushed through the door. A teacup crashed against the door frame and Harry wondered whether Remus or Tonks had tossed it at him. A shrill twittering woke Harry the next morning. He rubbed his eyes and reached for his glasses, then ducked as a small owl whizzed close to his head. Come here, said Harry as he put his glasses on and coaxed the tiny owl down. After taking the letter from around his leg, the owl zoomed off again. The letter was from Ron. Hi Harry, you were right. The Muggle house isn't so bad. Hermione's parents have been really great. They think I'm so polite, It's making Hermione roll her eyes so much I think they'll get stuck that way. The Grangers spent most of the day showing me how to work these Rycal things. I had to have Hermione spell that for me. Actually, I used to think it was a little dangerous, but it isn't really. But I guess you know that. Mrs. Granger wouldn't let me help with anything being the first day and all. So Hermione and I watched television. Wow, never even dreamed of anything like it. And we watched a movie, Miracle on 34th Street. It was about this little girl in America who didn't believe in Father Christmas and how she learned to believe magical things can happen to people. I'll tell you the whole story when I see you. I'll probably see a lot more by then anyway. You never really talked of these movie things before, so I don't know if you have ever seen any. Tomorrow we are going shopping in Muggle London. Should be interesting. I should have borrowed your camera so I could get some pictures for Dad. I'll write more as the days go on. Hermione says hi. Ron. Harry smiled then sighed. It was going to be a strange Christmas without Ron and Hermione, Harry thought. After getting dressing, he took the letter down to the kitchen to show it to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Mr. Weasley's eyes grew enviously as he read about his son enjoying Muggle things. His wife just gave him a, "Don't you even think about it," look when Mr. Weasley mentioned he would like to see a movie someday. Mr. Weasley left for his job at the Ministry of Magic. Percy came down for breakfast with Lupin, Bill and Charlie. Fred and George came in behind them. The twins kept glancing at Percy and whispering to each other. Tonks and Ginny arrived for breakfast next and gave everyone a cheerful, "Good morning." "So Percy, you are going to help us at the joke shop today?" Fred asked, pausing from eating his porridge. "Sure, I'm on detention, aren't I?" Percy gave a rueful smile to Harry. "Ah, I will have all my extremities when I'm finished." "For the most part." George nodded. "If not, we'll fix them back on better than before." Everybody laughed except Percy, who sighed resignedly. Mrs. Weasley sat down next to Percy and leaned against him as if to make sure he was really there. Harry saw Ginny eyeing the two thoughtfully. "Percy, you never did say where you were. Are you going to tell us?" Ginny asked, then seemed a little taken aback by the furtive looks the adults gave each other. After a long moment, Percy finally answered. "I was at the Burrow." He glanced at his mother, who gave his arm a squeeze. "I was going to send a letter to Mom and Dad, but what I had to say to them needed to be done face to face." He sighed. "So I took a little time to get up the courage and then apparated to the Burrow. But no one was there, and when I tried to disapparate out, I couldn't." "Why not?" Ginny gasped. "The Death Eaters must have put an anti-disapparating charm on the house." Remus said, then added, "Actually, I suspect it was placed to capture your father and mother and to use anyone else who happened to get trapped as bait for them." "But why Mom and Dad?" Ginny asked in a scared voice. Lupin smiled gently. "I know it's hard to see your parents in another light, but they are two very powerful witch and wizard. And Voldemort knows they are close to Dumbledore and Harry." Remus glanced at Molly, who seemed determined not to say anything. "Actually, Percy, springing the trap was a good thing. Your father was considering going back to the Burrow for some items, and if he had—" "Don't give me credit for doing anything noble, Remus," Percy said sullenly. "I had no idea. Nevertheless, it saved your parents' life in my opinion." Lupin said. "How did Dumbledore get Percy out?" Harry asked. "We knew the Death Eaters were watching the Burrow. And we were watching the Death Eaters," Tonks explained. "When Percy attempted to leave the Burrow, the Death Eaters knew it was Percy, not Arthur or Molly. So they were waiting for someone to come looking for him. We knew someone was inside, but not really who. So several of us from the Order distracted the Death Eaters, and Dumbledore was able to break through the charm and get Percy out." Remus finished. "Will we ever be able to go back home?" Ginny asked in a small voice. The silence that followed made her nod in understanding. Harry saw tears standing in Ginny's brown eyes, but her jaw was set in an indomitable way. Her brothers gazed at her admiringly, glad she wasn't disheartened by the prospect of not being able to go home. Ginny cleared her throat and with a defiant cheerfulness asked, "What are we going to do today?" For all of the morning and into the middle of the afternoon, Mrs. Weasley had Harry, Ginny, Charlie and Remus decorating the house for Christmas. When she finally gave them a break, every room had tinsel hanging from the ceiling in intricate patterns, and boughs of evergreen adorned each mantel. Harry went up to his room to see if the Runaspore had found enough to eat. He sat talking to her for a time until Remus knocked at the door. "Not interrupting, am I?" "No." Harry stroked the broad back of the serpent. "She likes it here. She found lot of rats." "Don't tell Molly." "Lots." Remus chuckled. "She thinks she had the lot cleared out." He gazed at Harry for a long moment. "What's up?" Harry returned. "It's good to know you're about the place." Remus turned away and looked down the desk now strewn with Harry's things. Then Harry knew what was bothering the man. "Yeah, I miss him too." Harry nodded and moving over to lay a hand on Remus's shoulder. "I'm glad you're around too. I didn't come in here to talk about Sirius," Remus said hoarsely. He fingered the edge of the desk chair with one hand and scratched his neck with the other. "Like I said, sometimes it just hits you out of the blue like that." "I know." Harry nodded, giving the man's shoulder a squeeze. "Would you like to see the other things that were in my mom's trunk?" Harry glanced around for any portraits that might spy on them. But all paintings seemed to have been cleared from the room. Remus turned around smiling. "Yes, I'd like to see what Lily was up to, Harry." "You can't tell anyone," Harry said as he went to the door and locked it. "Promise." "I promise," Lupin said solemnly with his hand in the air. "Not even if you think someone else should know." Harry eyed the man carefully as he lifted the small chest out of his school trunk. "No, I won't tell Dumbledore, Harry," Remus said. "I promise." He peered with interest at the covered trunk. "How did you finally get it open?" "One to unlock might, with blood in sight, on Mooney's night." The words said right, and a summoned light. Harry repeated the rhyme that had opened the trunk. A puzzled look crossed Lupin's face. "She wanted you to open it on the full moon." "How strange." "It gets stranger," Harry snorted. "I had to say the runes, translation in Parseltongue by myself." He removed the blue baby blanket which kept the trunk from locking again. Handing Remus the videos and camera, Harry pointed to the bed. "Just set them on the bed for now. I had forgotten about the Muggle moving camera Lily had bought." Remus stared at it. Harry watched the man drift into a memory, then come back to the present with a kind smile. "Those were great times for James and Lily. Your mom bought this just before your first birthday." He raised the video camera. "Hagrid said my dad wasn't too happy about her buying it. Do you think it would work here?" Harry asked. "The note said it wouldn't work at Hogwarts. We might be able to get it working. Arthur could probably give us a hand. He's had more experience with Muggle stuff than I have," Remus said, setting the camera on the bed with the videotapes. Harry pulled up the shelf and handed Remus the dark magic books. "Interesting reads these." A grave look set in the man's face. What in the magical world was Lily thinking? Remus frowned. "I can't believe she could even purchase such books." He watched Harry unwrap a bundle of soft leather, pause for a moment and turn to face him with the Runaspore shield on his arm. Instantly the Runaspore placed her long length at Harry's shield side, hissing at Remus. Lupin stepped back, not able to take his eyes off the serpent heads on the shield, red eyes blazing. A current of power and invulnerability flowed from the shield into Harry. "Harry," Remus said quietly, then sighed as Harry dropped his arm and took the shield off. "Unbelievable. I've heard of the Runaspore shield. I never in my life thought I'd see it." With his hands behind his back to show the serpent he had no intention of touching the device, he stepped over to look at it closely. "I can feel the magic in it," Harry said. "I think the only magic I've felt stronger is Dumbledore." "How did Lily get it?" Remus shook his head. "There are wizards that would give their wand arm to have that. And Hermione has a big prize too," Harry said, and told Remus about the Salazar Slytherin book. Lupin's mouth dropped open. How could she get her hands on a book like that? Let alone pay for it? Remus paced across Harry's bedroom, frowning. "You're asking me," Harry snorted. "I thought you two were pretty good friends. I thought I knew Lily. But this..." Remus walked back to the books and picked one up, shaking his head. "I just don't understand." "That's too bad, because I was really hoping you might have some idea what she was thinking at the time." Harry handed him the letter that had been tied with a red ribbon. Remus hesitated, then took it. His eyes grew big as he read through the note. For a long time Lupin didn't speak but stood staring at the page, clearly thinking hard. Then he shrugged and gave a little nod. Harry looked at him expectantly. This is the way I see it, Harry. Remus ran his hand through his hair. I trust Lily's judgment. She had this uncanny ability to know things. He nodded as if agreeing with himself. Not just a feeling. She knew. He sighed and looked at the book in his hand. With that fact firmly in my mind, I have no doubt you do need these things. Remus lifted his head to gaze at Harry and handed the dark magic book to him. Harry put a hand on the book and his scar twinged with pain. The book dropped between them with a loud thud as he clapped his hand onto his forehead. The other he held up to stop Remus from being concerned. He's angry about something. Harry kept rubbing his scar. Angry anticipation. The words came out without Harry thinking much about them, but he knew instantly what he said was true. Voldemort was looking forward to something but was also angry about it. Could it have been Percy's escape? Remus asked. Maybe. Harry closed his eyes. No, I don't think so. Something is going to happen. He opened his eyes and then shrugged. Voldemort is blocking me as much as he can, but he's too angry to completely shut me out. Seeing the worried look on Remus's face, he added, I'll be all right, the pain is easing. I really don't know how you stand it, Harry. Remus said quietly. Sympathy from a werewolf. Harry snorted. I don't know how you stand that. I suppose it is as they say, we all have our own cross to bear. Remus nodded, then laid an arm across Harry's shoulders and rubbed his back. You are not in this alone. Remember that, okay? Thanks, I appreciate the support. Harry said, putting the books back into the small chest. Want to play a game of chess? It's too quiet around here without Ron. Sure. Remus laughed. I have a set in my room. After a couple of games of chess, Remus told Harry he had some things to do for the order. Harry wandered around the large house when he stumbled across Ginny in the mansion's library. Books were strewn around her as she sat cross-legged on the floor. Her red hair hung down as she pored over a book in her lap. There you are, Harry said, smiling. I thought the house swallowed you up or something. Shaking her hair out of her face as she looked up, Ginny smiled back at Harry. I was just looking up some family history. She indicated the books around her. I'm glad I convinced Sirius not to throw these out. Harry recognized the title, Nature's Nobility, a Wizarding Genealogy. Find anything interesting? Harry asked as he cleared a spot and found folding his legs like Ginny's took up more space than it used to. Yes and no. Lots of Weasleys, Blacks and Snapes, but I haven't found one Potter yet. Ginny said. Why the sudden interest in genealogy? Harry studied her for a long moment. Hoppa's story, I guess. It just got me curious. Ginny said thoughtfully. I didn't know much about my family history. I mean, if that story is true, then technically us Weasleys aren't pureblood. That happened long ago, before Hogwarts, long before anyone kept track of such things. So I guess it doesn't count. Harry shrugged. Well, it should, especially if the Muggle blood is strong enough to keep us all in red hair. Ginny said firmly, which also makes me question if so-called pureblood wizards are truly pure-blooded. How many generations does it take to make a pureblood? Good question. Let me know if you find anything about the Potters. I know nothing about my family. Harry said. I guess I could ask Remus, but there always seems to be other things to talk about other than the past. He sighed. I know what you mean. The past is the past. Nothing can change it. Ginny nodded. What good is it to know your great-great-great-great-uncle invented flow powder? Did your uncle? Harry looked amazed. No, I was just using that as an example. Ginny laughed. I guess name-dropping does impress some people. She gave him a sly smile. Maybe. Harry returned the devious look. There isn't any information about someone inventing a cure for giggling, is there? I'd really be impressed then. Ginny's mouth dropped open. You. She tossed the heavy book at him and Harry caught it easily, laughing. Then Ginny launched herself at him, bowling him over. I'll give you giggling. She straddled his waist and started to tickle Harry's ribs. What are you doing? Harry laughed as he grabbed her hands, gazing up in amusement at the irritated girl. I'm tickling you, Ginny said, and the smile dropped from her face and she froze. She swallowed, staring at him. You've never been tickled before. A sadness crossed Ginny's face and tears sprang to her eyes. No, but I've seen it done, so I bet I could do it to you. Harry didn't want Ginny to feel sorry for him. He rolled her over, and after a brief wrestling match, in which Harry couldn't believe how strong Ginny really was, he finally was able to pin her hands by her head as he sat on her waist. Panting, Harry grinned. "Now I have you. Let me up." Ginny struggled, laughing. "No." Harry grinned, his nose touched hers. When Ginny quit fighting and looked into his eyes, Harry ceased to have any thoughts of tickling her. Slowly Harry placed his lips on hers. He felt Ginny sigh and the tenseness leave her body. The bones in his own body seemed to be melting as he deepened the key, and a little sound of pleasure came from Ginny. A growl of hunger escaped from Harry when he felt Ginny's hands pulling him closer. Ahem! A voice came from the doorway. Harry leapt to his feet and Ginny scrambled to hers as they faced Mr. Weasley with beet red faces. The man closed his eyes and said quietly, "Ginny, go help your mother in the kitchen. I want to speak with Harry." Mr. Weasley opened his eyes, giving Ginny a stern look. "Dad, we weren't doing anything wrong." Ginny stuttered, but one look at her father made her fall silent. Giving Harry a worried glance, Ginny left the library. "Sit down, Harry." Mr. Weasley took off his glasses and polished them on his robe. Harry sat down in a lumpy armchair and Mr. Weasley drew up a wooden chair to sit opposite him. "Mr. Weasley," Harry started, but in truth he didn't know what to say to the man. Was he supposed to apologize? He wasn't sorry he had keyed Ginny. He was sorry Mr. Weasley had caught them at it. "Harry, I'm not angry." Mr. Weasley patted his arm. A bit surprised, "I had no idea." He drew a deep breath and rubbed his neck. "Harry, I know you haven't had anyone tell you about many things." Mr. Weasley looked intently at Harry. "And I know it really isn't my place to speak to you about such things." If possible, Harry's face turned redder. "Mr. Weasley, I know all about," Harry stammered. "Being 16, I should hope you do," Mr. Weasley said without embarrassment. "You no doubt know all about the mechanics of the act. But there is a lot more you need to know. Things boys in dorms don't normally talk about." "Like what?" Harry was curious now. "Like responsibility, honor and commitments," Mr. Weasley said seriously. "If you would rather Remus speak to you, I understand. But I have had some experience with talking to boys." He gave a small smile. "I don't mind talking to you," Harry said quickly. "Good. It is a bit strange for me, being my daughter we're discussing," Mr. Weasley said. "I'll let Remus bring you up to speed on the necessary spells." Spells. Harry felt so naive, especially when Mr. Weasley closed his eyes and sighed. "Contraceptive spells." Mr. Weasley took another deep breath. "Not that I hope you will need them anytime soon. Nevertheless, I think you should learn how to use them." Harry nodded, his eyes wide with surprise and his cheeks pink again. "Now what I am about to tell you are my values. How I see things. Perhaps your parents would have told you different. Remus can tell you if I hit near their mark." Mr. Weasley began. "You see, Harry, a man has a responsibility to himself. Yes, I know you thought it would be to his partner, but in essence it is the same thing." He nodded. "This responsibility is to be true to oneself. Not to build up some false image of what things should be like. To thy own self be true," Harry said quietly, then added, "Shakespeare, a Muggle playwright." Mr. Weasley looked at him and blinked. "Yes, that is exactly what I mean. Actually, for all you have been through, Harry, you have a remarkably clear head," Mr. Weasley said seriously. "Cheers." Harry gave him a slight smile. "So that brings me to a man's honor. A man's honor needs constant attention. It is easy to let slide a slight promise that doesn't seem important. But in my opinion, the smallest promise is as important as the largest," Mr. Weasley said. "In some sense it shows the true mettle of a man if he's able to keep those small promises, however inconvenient." "I can understand that," Harry nodded. "Good." Mr. Weasley smiled slightly. "Now, commitments, in a relationship with a girl." The man paused, thinking. "This is difficult. I keep seeing you and Ginny." A grimace passed over Mr. Weasley's face. Harry's face reddened again. "Sorry, Harry." The man gave a wry smile and cleared his throat. "These urges, Harry. Now I know all about the hormones coursing through a young man's body." "We weren't doing anything, honest Mr. Weasley," Harry stammered. "Ginny started trying to tickle me." "Ah, the after wrestling match key." Mr. Weasley laughed. Don't look so shocked, Harry. I do have 7 children and have wrestled a bit in my time. The man sobered and said, however, things can go too far if one isn't careful. He took a deep breath. I love my sons, but Ginny, well, she's the apple of my eye, as the saying goes. Molly would have been content with 6 sons, but I wanted a little girl just like her. With a bit of Fred and George thrown in. Harry added, smiling. Ah, yes, and that makes her even more, how should I say, formidable. Mr. Weasley warned. Mark my words, Harry, when push comes to shove, you'll have to be the one with restraint and control. Harry blushed deeper. I know. I'm probably pushing your relationship far past the point you've even thought of yet. But as Ginny's father, I feel I must put you on your guard. She is only 15, Harry. Remember that, please, Mr. Weasley said. I know, Mr. Weasley. I'll tell you what I told Ron. Harry looked the man straight in the eyes. I have too much respect for Ginny and for your whole family to do anything that would jeopardize our trust in each other. He held out his hand to Mr. Weasley. Well, said Harry. Mr. Weasley shook the hand, then pulled Harry into a brief hug. I think we understand each other quite well. They both sighed, and Harry hoped the talk was over. Mr. Weasley stood up, cleared his throat, and said, I'm hungry, let's see if they have dinner ready. When Harry and Mr. Weasley entered the kitchen, Fred, George and Ginny sat beside Percy, who was covered in large bright blue spots. Mrs. Weasley flitted around the stove, irritated by the laughter at Percy's expense. Mr. Weasley schooled his face into a stern look. Fred, George, can't you do something about this? Mr. Weasley pointed at Percy. I mean, really, he can't go about like that. We have tried, George said with a straight face. But all our solutions cause the blue spots to burn. Or to turn pink, Fred added. Or change to elephant skin. Or. I get the idea, Mr. Weasley sighed. Harry was surprised Percy was taking his spots without any of his normal annoyance. He took a seat beside Percy and stared at the blue dots. Dinner was soon on the table before them, and all tucked in for some time before anyone spoke again. So Percy, what do you think of Fred and George's joke shop? Harry asked. He avoided Ginny's eyes, who had sat down opposite him. Actually, Percy paused from cutting his steak. They have quite a business going. I'll be surprised if they aren't rich before they're 30. Everyone in the kitchen stopped dead. Food dripped from forks halfway to mouths. George choked on the butterbeer he had just swallowed. You can't be serious. Mrs. Weasley stared at her twins suspiciously. I am. Percy nodded. I'm as floored as you, Mother. He snorted. Never in my wildest imaginings would I have thought a joke shop would do so well. If Fred and George invest some of their profits, they'll have it made. Fred put a fork full of food in his mouth, but it seemed he had forgotten how to chew and swallowed it whole. Invest in what? He choked. It depends on a lot of things. I could help you decide if you want. Percy offered sincerely. Thanks. George gave a guilty glance to his twin. Fred sighed and nodded. George reached into his robes and drew out a wrapped candy, gazed at it for a moment, then handed it to Percy. Here, it will take care of the spots. Harry watched Percy, now spotless, close his eyes in relish as he bit into one of his mother's delicious apple pies. Despite all the familiar faces, Harry still missed Ron and Hermione. He turned to Remus. I've been thinking, couldn't the Grangers come here, say, for Christmas Eve? Stay the night and then we could all be together for Christmas, Hermione's folks too. Everybody looked at Lupin. I suppose it's possible, he considered for a moment. I'll have to run it by Dumbledore. A port key could get them in and out. Remus looked at Harry. I'm afraid you'd have to play host on Christmas Eve. I'll be busy. For a moment Harry didn't understand, then he knew. Christmas Eve was full moon. His face fell, but Lupin clapped his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll be up and about on Christmas. I can be host for one evening. Harry grinned. The prospect of having his friends back with him made Harry very happy. He looked over the table and grinned at Ginny, but a sudden chill up his spine made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He froze and a stony glazed expression replaced his smile. Harry. Ginny tried to catch his eye. Are you all right? Everyone turned to stare at him. Shaking himself, Harry nodded. I just felt a draft or something. I'm fine. Does your scar hurt? Remus asked, concerned. No, not really. It's been aching off and on but not now. Harry shook his head but then realized he was rubbing his forehead. Grabbing his butterbeer, Harry took a swig, trying to ignore all the eyes on him. Remus touched his arm and gave him an inquiring look. I'm fine. Harry paused, letting the strange feeling pass again. He gave a shudder without realizing it. Harry, Remus said softly, talk to us. What's happening? I don't know. Harry rubbed his forehead again. The same anger and anticipation I felt before, but it's stronger now. You think it's going to happen soon? Remus asked, then grabbed at Harry as the teen slid from his seat. A sharp pain stabbed Harry's scar. Clamping his hand onto his forehead, Harry closed his eyes against the searing pain. He was standing in the center of a small group of wizards, all dressed in black robes and wearing masks. The same angry anticipation coursed through his mind as he spoke to the ring of wizards. As ever, it is a glorious time to welcome a new Death Eater into my fold. Voldemort turned full circle, looking at each Death Eater in turn. Once again I will have a follower untainted by failure or lack of loyalty. He let the barb sink in as a slight shudder went through the ring of watching wizards. Lucius, bring in our new member. The Death Eater closest to the door quickly opened it and beckoned to someone on the other side. The torchlight reflected off the white blonde hair of a pale-skinned teen as he entered completely naked and walked slowly to the center and stopped next to Voldemort. Ah, Draco, are you ready? Voldemort touched a finger to the jaw of the boy. Draco flinched and nodded without speaking. With a snap of Voldemort's fingers, the teen was slammed to the stone floor spread eagle. Slowly Voldemort placed a booted foot on the smooth bare chest. Drawing his wand, Voldemort touched its tip to Draco's left forearm. Speak your oath for all to hear, Voldemort said as Harry stared into the scared eyes of the blonde. Burn my flesh so I will know when to serve you, Draco said as loudly as he could. Mors Mordra, Voldemort chanted. Draco screamed and writhed with agony but couldn't move an inch as a green skull with a snake protruding through its mouth flared bright and hot on his forearm. When Voldemort lifted his wand, the mark turned black. Removing his foot from the boy's chest, he waved to the others and commanded, robe him. 6 of the Death Eaters quickly dressed Draco with new black robes and a mask, then left him standing on shaking legs in the center of the circle. Draco, at your young age I shall appoint a mentor for you. Voldemort turned to a dark-eyed Death Eater. Severus, you shall teach young Malfoy what he needs to know. It will be my honor, master. The Death Eater bowed to Voldemort. Excellent. Come, Severus. Voldemort motioned to the center. Without hesitation, Snape stepped forward. Your first lesson, Draco, will be to see what happens when someone betrays Lord Voldemort. At those words, Voldemort waved his wand at Snape, binding his arms. Another flick and the potion master dangled as if tied to the ceiling by his arms, his feet barely touching the floor. Strip him, Voldemort raged. Savage hands of the other wizards tore at the black robes, which soon lay in a tattered heap below the man's feet. Crucio. Voldemort pointed his wand at Snape, who screamed in agony until the wand was lifted. Snape gasped for breath, leaning heavily on the magical bonds holding him. Voldemort stood face to face with him and Harry looked into the drained face of Snape. You think I didn't know, Severus? You think you are a powerful enough wizard to keep me in the dark? The fear in Snape's eyes grew. Yes, it is well to fear me. Voldemort drew a long spidery finger along Snape's bare chest, digging it in to leave a mark. You think I didn't know you were a spy for that old fool? Voldemort anger flared. Crucio. Snape screamed again, bucking against the magical ropes, then went limp when the spell was lifted. I am not going to kill you. Voldemort laughed. No, killing you would not satisfy me. Your dear friend Dumbledore believes there are things worse than death. Voldemort sneered cruelly. I am going to test his theory. Crucio. Snape's yells echoed around the small room. When Voldemort lifted his wand this time, Snape was barely conscious. Now, Draco, my boy, come here. Voldemort held out an arm and placed it across the teen's shoulders. He should be an excellent teacher. You will learn to perform the Cruciatus Curse on him and perfect your technique. Malfoy's eyes darted fearfully to Voldemort, then the suspended naked man, who used to be his favorite teacher. He drew his wand out and pointed it at Snape. Crucio. Nothing happened. The blonde looked even more frightened as he tried again. Crucio. He said louder. Snape didn't even flinch. Perhaps you need some motivation, Draco. Voldemort said in a silky voice. Think. This traitor has betrayed your master. This traitor has helped Dumbledore. Voldemort glared furiously as he spoke. This filth has even helped Harry Potter. With the mention of his enemy's name, Draco's eyes flared. Yes, you feel the anger. Good. Try again. Voldemort stepped back. Eyes blazing, Draco shouted, Crucio. Snape jerked and screamed until Voldemort put a thin hand on Draco's arm, forcing it down. Good. But I don't want him killed or driven insane. I have other plans for him. Voldemort patted Draco on the back. Pity though, you could practice the killing curse on him. The Dark Wizard thought for a moment. Who would you like to kill, other than Harry Potter, of course? A cold sneering leer crossed Draco's pale face. Granger. The mudblood Hermione Granger. Voldemort roared his approval. Well said. It shall be done. Turning to the group he said. Get me the Grangers. Bring back all who are in the house, alive. Draco needs to practice. The Death Eaters bowed and quickly left the room. Harry struggled to break free of the connection. When he opened his eyes, many faces surrounded him, causing him to draw away in fear. The excruciating pain made Harry sick, and he quickly pulled away from the hands holding on to him and threw up. He coughed, trying to speak. Take it easy, Harry. Remus put a hand on his back. No, Hermione. Harry gagged again. The pain was so intense Harry wasn't sure where he was. He knew he was on the floor but wasn't sure in which room. Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out. No, everyone stay out. Her voice seemed fearful. Grangers. Harry retched again, fighting it with all he had. He didn't know if they had heard him. Another wave of severe pain shot through his scar, causing him to gag once more, but there was nothing in his stomach to bring up any more. Sweat dripped down his face as he groped for Lupin. But when he tried to speak, his stomach twisted once more. Let me in. A frantic voice filtered through the pain in Harry's head. Ginny fought to get closer. Let go of me, Percy. I can help him. I said let go. A yelp of pain was heard, and the next moment Ginny was kneeling beside Harry, laying her hand on his forehead. Get back, Ginny. Her mother tried to stop her, but Ginny was too determined. The instant her hand made contact with Harry's scar, everyone could see the pain vanish from his face. The blessed absence of pain washed over Harry. Grabbing Lupin's arm, Harry blurted out. He's sent for Hermione and her family. You have to get there before they do, Remus. Hurry. Remus stared for a split second, then disappeared, followed by Mr. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, Fred and George. Panting, Harry lay still, letting the relief from the pain strengthen him before trying to rise. He glanced at Mrs. Weasley on his right side. Her mouth hung open in shock. But Mrs. Weasley wasn't looking at him. She was staring at Ginny with the same expression Harry was used to seeing from strangers, astonished awe. Ginny, Mrs. Weasley said in a hushed tone. You're an empath. For once it wasn't Harry that said, I'm a what? Ginny glanced down at Harry to see if he understood. He gave a little shake of his head. I don't believe it. Mrs. Weasley covered her mouth with her hands. It is truly amazing. Mom. Ginny began to get irritated. What's an empath? An empath is a witch or wizard who can heal by touch. Mrs. Weasley said softly. The ability is very rare. It's even rarer than being a Parselmouth. Her eyes misted and Mrs. Weasley swallowed. Most had thought the talent had died out. Oh, Ginny. With that, Mrs. Weasley grabbed her daughter to hug her. Ginny's hand left Harry's forehead and he cried out in pain. Pulling away from her mother, Ginny placed her hand back on the scar and Harry sighed in relief. Let's get you on the bed, you'll be more comfortable. Mrs. Weasley took his arm. Ginny pulled on his other arm to help him up. Harry stumbled over to his bed. How he had gotten to his bedroom he didn't know. When Ginny momentarily lost contact, his forehead he crumbled in pain until she replaced her hand. Mrs. Weasley helped him under the covers and Ginny sat on the bed by his pillow, her hand on his forehead. What happened? Ginny asked. He has Snape. Voldemort knows he's a spy for Dumbledore. Harry heard a horrified gasp come from Mrs. Weasley. Yeah, he's torturing him. Harry closed his eyes. Draco Malfoy became a Death Eater tonight. Voldemort's letting him practice the Cruciatus curse on him. That's why he sent for the Grangers. So he can practice the killing curse on them. He opened his eyes fearfully. They've just got to stop them. They will, won't they? Harry knew he was ranting, but his control was at an all-time low. The thought of losing Ron and Hermione was sending him over the edge. "I'm sure they will." Mrs. Weasley patted his shoulder, but her eyes show how worried she was. "They have to," Ginny said softly. "They have to," Harry repeated. The minutes ticked away like hours as Harry, Ginny and Mrs. Weasley waited for news. The thought of losing his friends made Harry sick, so he tried to focus on something else. "Mrs. Weasley, doesn't an empath take on the pain of the person they are healing?" "Goodness no," Mrs. Weasley said, looking shocked. "What good would that do?" "Oh, perhaps a Muggle empath feels the pain, but really the wizard way is much better, dear. Of course there isn't a lot known about empathic ability because it is so rare." She smiled at her daughter. Nodding, Harry's thoughts went back to Ron and Hermione. "Shouldn't we have heard something by now?" he asked. "It's only been 45 minutes. Mrs. Weasley said, patting his arm. "Would you like me to get you some tea, Harry? To soothe your stomach?" Harry nodded and closed his eyes. This was as bad as waiting for news the night Mr. Weasley had been attacked by the snake last Christmas. "Is Malfoy really helping to torture Snape?" Ginny asked when her mother had left. "That's hard to believe. I thought they were pretty close." "I don't think anyone could get close to Malfoy," Harry said, then softly added, "Voldemort doesn't plan to kill him. I think." He closed his eyes at the memory of the fear in Snape's face. Harry swallowed hard. Ginny doesn't need to hear this, he thought. "What?" Ginny wouldn't let the unfinished thought die. "Tell me." "I'm not sure." Harry stalled. "Besides, there's nothing we can do for him. I don't know where they are." Before Ginny could insist he answer, Mrs. Weasley came back into the room carrying a tea tray. She poured a cup for all of them and they waited and waited. After a while, Ginny's hand on Harry's forehead became hot and sweaty with the prolonged touch to his skin. "Ginny, why don't you move your hand off and see what happens?" Harry touched her arm. She took her hand away, and when Ginny saw Harry flinch with pain, tried to put it back. But Harry caught her hand before she could. "No, it's not as bad as it was," he said with his eyes closed. "Hang on a minute." Harry steeled his mind against the pain and opened his eyes again. "Are you all right?" Ginny asked, worried. "Yeah, but I can't go around with you attached to my forehead all the time." Harry gave a lopsided grin to Ginny. "Now and then will be great, but let's face it, it wouldn't be very comfortable for either of us." He gave her hand a key, then blushed bright red when he remembered Mrs. Weasley was sitting there watching. Giving her a guilty glance, Harry released Ginny's hand and sipped his tea like nothing had happened. But he had seen a surprised look of delight on Mrs. Weasley's face and wondered what it meant. "Art thee well, master?" The Runaspore spoke from the hearth rug. "I'm well, I'll be okay," Harry told the serpent. When Harry spoke in Parseltongue, Mrs. Weasley jumped up and looked around. "Oh!" Mrs. Weasley screamed. "I'd forgotten all about that thing." She backed away toward the door. "Harry dear, please could you make it go to some other room?" "I doubt it." Harry shook his head. "Like Maid said, she is guarding something, and I doubt if she will leave it unguarded with you here and me in bed like this. She will stay on the rug. Won't you, Hoppa?" "Yes, I am full and sleepy and the fire is warm." Hoppa curled up with the other two heads. Harry told her what the Runaspore said. Mrs. Weasley eyed it for a long time, then sat down at the desk to keep an eye on it. 2 hours later, Harry felt restless. He threw off the covers and sat up. "We should have heard something by now," he fumed. "Harry, please get back into bed," Mrs. Weasley urged. "I'm fine." Harry tried not to sound too impatient about her mothering him. But he felt if he didn't get up and move he would crawl out of his skin. Harry paced over to Hedwig and stroked her. Again he began to imagine the very worst had happened. What if everyone died in the attempt to save the Grangers and Ron? Harry rubbed his eyes under his glasses. He had to stop thinking like that. Remus, Mr. Weasley, Bill and Charlie were all powerful wizards. And Fred and George should be able to take on half a dozen Death Eaters, just the two of them. The thought of seeing a couple of Death Eaters turned into canaries or on their knees with their tongues lolling out 4 feet long calmed Harry a bit. Absent-mindedly he offered Hedwig some owl treats. Then a dull crash came from floors below them. "They're back." Harry ran to the door, followed by Ginny and Mrs. Weasley. Sirius's mother started screaming. Blood traitors and filthy half-breeds in my house. Be gone. Harry raced past her without even a glance. Voices, lots of voices rang up from the kitchen in the basement. Panting, Harry pushed the door open, followed closely by Ginny and Mrs. Weasley. A babble of voices hit them when they entered. Harry glanced quickly around. Ron lay pale and not moving on the cold stone floor. Mr. Weasley knelt beside his youngest son, and on the other side of Ron was Bill. Hermione stood by the stove, her mother's hands clutching her shoulders. Hermione's father had his hand on his wife's shoulder, and they all looked windswept. George and Charlie were helping to bandage Fred, whose arm was bleeding profusely. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny both gasped and froze for a moment. Then the next instant Mrs. Weasley hurried over to help Fred, and Ginny was beside her brother on the floor. Ron. Harry dropped to his knees beside his ashen friend. What's wrong? He isn't. He couldn't say it. No, he'll be fine, Harry. Mr. Weasley patted his shoulder. Ron got hit by 2 stunning spells. He just needs a little time. Harry sighed in relief, then glanced around and felt his heart sink. Where's Remus? Harry felt the panic rise in him. Calm down, Harry. Bill answered, still watching Ron's face intently. Remus is fine. Percy was taken to St. Mungo's, but he'll be fine. Why, what happened? Harry glanced from Mr. Weasley to Bill. Both men sighed. I have never seen 6 wizards fight so desperately. Mr. Weasley said quietly. They didn't expect us, especially in such force. It was like trying to capture a cornered animal. Charlie said from the table. Percy got blasted through a stone wall. Never seen anything like that spell. But where's Remus? Harry's voice said louder and with a note of panic. Were they not telling him something? He couldn't lose Remus. I told you Lupin is fine. Bill said, looking up. He stayed behind with Dumbledore, Tonks and Kingsley to round up the Death Eaters and bring the Grangers and Ron's things back here. Dumbledore was there. How'd he find out? Ginny asked, gently touching Ron's cheek. Ron's eyelids fluttered and opened. His glazed, unfocused eyes wandered around the room. Ron. She patted his cheek a bit. Hey, I'm awake. You don't have to slap me. Ron groaned. Oh, Ron. Hermione broke away from her parents and flung her arms around him. Tears leaked down her face. You were so brave. Oh please, Hermione. George snorted. Can't you slobber over him some other time when we don't have to watch? He saved my mother and father from getting stunned. Hermione flared and turned to glare at George, then back to hug Ron again, who grinned embarrassedly. But I still don't understand why all this happened. You saw something, Harry. She looked over at him questioningly. Yeah, Harry nodded and swallowed, fighting the urge to rub his scar, which still stung. I think you should sit down. He stood up and nodded to Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Slowly Mr. and Mrs. Granger slipped into chairs at the table. Ron was helped into a chair by Bill and his dad. Hermione stared at Harry before taking a seat beside Ron. Voldemort knows Snape was a spy for Dumbledore. Harry waited for the gasps from the others to die away. All eyes were on Harry now. He's being tortured. He swallowed as the memory made him shudder. As much as he hated Snape, Harry didn't want that. Voldemort is having Malfoy learn the Cruciatus Curse by practicing on Snape. What are you talking about? Malfoy already knows the Cruciatus Curse. Charlie snorted. He was flinging it around like made tonight. Lucius Malfoy might, but Voldemort's newest Death Eater, Draco, didn't know it. Harry said, and before anyone could interrupt he added. He didn't want Snape killed, so he asked Draco who he wanted to kill. You were one he named Hermione. Harry met her eyes, then looked away at the horror in them. How could he tell her the rest? But Hermione wasn't the smartest witch in their year for nothing. So he sent his Death Eaters after all who was in our house so dear Draco could practice the killing curse on us. She ended her conclusion in an angry snarl. Harry nodded, glad he didn't have to say it. Her parents stared in disbelief, too much in shock to say anything. Dad, Charlie nudged his father. I think Fred needs to go to St. Mungo's too. This cut is getting bigger and we can't stop the bleeding. Mr. Weasley examined the wound. It looks like a splitting spell. I think St. Mungo's is a good idea. Wait, let Ginny try. Mrs. Weasley motioned for her daughter, then when Ginny glared at her, She grabbed her daughter by the arm and pulled her over to Fred. "Ginny is an empath, Arthur," she said proudly. "My word," Mr. Weasley gasped. "Ginny." "Mom," Ginny said exasperated. "I don't know what to do. Just try putting your hand on the cut." Mrs. Weasley started to unwrap the blood-soaked cloth around Fred's arm. Ginny glared at her mother for putting her on the spot, but one look at Fred's pale face she relented. She patted her brother on the shoulder. "I'll try." Ginny sighed and looked at the wound. The blood from the slash still flowed freely, and as she watched it the cut visibly lengthened. Her small hand barely covered the cut as Ginny gently pressed her hand against it. Fred flinched and then gave a soft, "Oh, damn it," Ginny cried as blood seeped onto her green jumper sleeve at the point where the wound would be on her arm. "I hope that doesn't stain." "Doesn't it hurt?" Harry asked, leaning across the table to watch. "No, not a bit." Ginny lifted her hand on Fred's arm and all that remained was a red puckered scar. Charlie grabbed Ginny's arm and pushed up the sleeve of her sweater. There was no mark or sign of any wound. "Wow," Charlie whistled. "Impressive, Ginny. I thought empaths all died out long ago," Fred said, examining his arm, then taking out his wand and removing the blood stain on the sleeve of Ginny's sweater. "Which proves there is much we do not know about empathic ability." Albus Dumbledore stepped out of the huge kitchen fireplace. He held an empty cage and dragged a trunk forward out of the green flame. Bill hurried over to give him a hand. "I let your owl out to fly back here on his own, Ron. He seemed overly excited, so I thought it would be best if he could burn off some energy," Dumbledore told Ron. "Thanks, Professor," Ron said. "He'd drive us nuts if you hadn't." The next instant Tonks appeared in the green fire with a squirming Crookshanks in her arms. "Too bad cats can't fly," she muttered. Her hands and arms were covered in scratches. "Cats do not like traveling by flow powder." Tonks let the big cat go and he took one last swipe at her before he disappeared under the sideboard, hissing. Bill helped Tonks pull Hermione's trunk from the ashes. As soon as it was out of the way, the form of Kingsley Shacklebolt appeared in a flare of green flames with 2 suitcases. He stepped quickly into the kitchen and set the luggage near the trunks. To Harry's relief, the next person to emerge from the fireplace was Lupin. There were 3 suitcases by his feet and he carried a television and what Harry knew was a video recorder. Carefully he set the electronics on a trunk and dragged the baggage from the fire. Remus noticed Harry's intense gaze and said, "I'm okay, Harry." He turned to Mrs. Weasley. "Percy will be fine too, Molly. He'll be home tomorrow morning. They just wanted to keep him overnight for observation." "Mr. and Mrs. Granger," Dumbledore turned to Hermione's parents. "Excuse me, it is Doctor, isn't it?" "Yes, but please, call me Robert, and this is Martha." Mr. Granger rose and held out his hand to Dumbledore. "I know you are the headmaster of Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore shook the man's hand and nodded. "That's right, Robert. Martha, I know this must be very distressing for you," he said kindly. "I'm confused as to why this Voldemort." Mr. Granger said his name slowly. "As after my family." He gave a nod toward Harry. "He said the Malfoy boy wanted to kill Hermione." Dumbledore looked sharply at Harry. "I'm afraid you know more about the situation than I. Perhaps, Harry, you should fill the rest of us in as to what happened this evening." Charlie offered his seat to the headmaster, who nodded his thanks and sat down, waiting for Harry to begin. Once more Harry felt all the eyes in the room on him. Even those who had heard it before fell silent to hear the account again. Taking a deep breath, Harry started at the beginning with Draco Malfoy becoming a Death Eater. Harry watched the headmaster closely as he told about Snape cover being blown. Dumbledore closed his eyes and put his face in his hands. "Oh, no," Tonks cried in dismay and leaned against Remus, who put a comforting arm around her. Kingsley gazed at the floor and took several deep breaths. "Is Severus Snape still alive?" Dumbledore raised his head to look at Harry. "Yes." Harry nodded. "Voldemort wants to see if there is something worse than death. He's torturing him." Tonks gasped again and Remus swore. "My worst scenario is realized," Dumbledore said quietly, with grief and fear on his face. A surge of anger flared in Harry and must have shown in his face too. Dumbledore frowned. "I know you didn't like Professor Snape, Harry, but he doesn't deserve this. I wouldn't call a close friend but a friend of mine nevertheless." His anger began to show. No one deserves what Voldemort puts them through. I wouldn't wish it on even Snape. Harry returned, trying hard to keep his anger in check. "What I'm angry about you have yet to figure out and doesn't need to be brought up here." The blue eyes of the old wizard darted back and forth as if rewinding the conversation and trying to figure out the connection. "I see. I'm sorry I misinterpreted your feeling. I am a bit upset. Severus is a brave man for what he has done for the Order." Dumbledore cleared his throat and turned back to the Grangers. "For the moment you are safe. But it won't be possible for you to back to your home. Remus Lupin and Harry, I'm sure, have no objections of you staying here for as long as necessary." Dumbledore received nods from Remus and Harry. "But we can't just leave our lives, our practice," Mr. Granger said almost frantically, trying to make Dumbledore see reason. "Our patients count on us." "I'm sure they do. Even so, I'm sure they would want you safe, would they not?" Dumbledore said, then sighed. "I'm afraid your lives and many more will be put on hold before this war is through." Mrs. Granger leaned against her husband. "I guess if Ron can stand to brave our Muggle home," she grinned at the redhead. "I think I can handle a wizard house. The thing I don't know about is," Ron had a serious look on his face, "how much do I tip a headmaster for carrying my trunk?" Dumbledore gave Ron a gaze over his half-moon spectacles. "I have a tip for you, Mr. Weasley. It is just as easy to pull someone out of the way of a stunning spell as to jump in front of them and take the spell yourself." Ron's ears turned red as everyone, including him, laughed. Harry stopped laughing much sooner than the others. He watched Fred and George teased Ron and the group smiling at the joking brothers. It had been close, Harry thought soberly, very close. Then a sharp twinge shot through his scar and he couldn't keep his hand from going to his forehead. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.